before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile. Oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana. Onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano. Okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doini nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngeta shake ngeshefa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamwiri nawa ningepata fanona Monica ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station Eagle FM and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-2888-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Good afternoon and welcome to Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on Eagle FM. Here to keep you company. What's that? My favorite, actually hour. It's me and DJ Khaled. Another one. And we're 8 minutes into the hour of 4. And as usual, Monday to Friday, you know, we're here and we're here from 4 to 6. Just bringing you one exciting topic after another. And today we come bearing, I don't want to say good news because I don't want to lie, more like confusing news, which will take us back to the beginning of the year during the 39th ordinary session of the African Union, which we all know, you know, events like that do cover a whole different, all kinds of topics. But today we just decided to pick one, just one for today. Dwight.
Welcome, guys, and good afternoon. As once again, obviously, as you do know, that we are now in the sort of like new home run where we will, you know, you'll be in our company, or we'll be basically providing you with insight once again. We hope to stop with the theatrics, like yesterday's theatrics, because obviously, you know, we're not actors, so we're not playing roles, but when we provide insight and discussions on the things we realize when we research for our show every day, is that we sometimes sit there wondering, what's going on here? But don't worry, this is the AU, you know, they are friendly targets, so friendly shots can be fired.
Yeah.
Until they find out that we do this.
Look, the friendly shots are going to be fired, you know.
Nonetheless, you know, regardless.
Yeah.
So, welcome once again. Good afternoon to the listeners out there. And we are obviously doing our thing in terms of once again looking at a AU-based discussion.
Yeah.
And this time about I think this is more about the steamrolling, not the steamrolling. Steamrolling is a different expression. About the ramping up the implementation of the AfCFTA.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Helmut, you know, it's wonderful to write language about we accept, we adopt, we recognize, we remember, we pull back from the archives and the files when none of us were born scenarios. to supplement it, just within a document, this document that we sit with, the declarations, decisions, and resolutions document from the AU Heads of State Summit, just so that you guys know, this document technically serves as an actual report that actually explains to you what was explained. And when they give you a little bit of an indication of what a source document from that speaks of, then you go try and find out what it is. And we've cited the AfCFTA 2 months back, right? In May.
Yeah, we have. I think is it once or twice now?
Yeah, but not the one after World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
The one that we had, the discussion we had just like now past May, this May month.
Yeah.
Because we also spoke there about a scenario of it was an AfCFTA related discussion from the same document as well, but not from the same segment of the document.
Yeah.
And the AfCFTA, if you have to ask me right now, like from a SADC perspective, what's the status of the AfCFTA discussion? If you're gonna look for like promotional monitoring, activity that continuously puts a spotlight on at where are we with trading with the rest of Africa, well, you just have to look to the president's particular visit that's currently happening right now in South Africa to see specifically how Namibia values, the closest Southern African community that Namibia is involved in. And then if you try to look past the DRC in terms of where the SADC realm ends, you will primarily see that in Namibia's context, we don't hear that much about what is Namibia's efforts in terms of trying like to say, let's connect the airspaces between Namibia and the rest of Africa. Let's try and find, extensive sort of like discussions of connecting the bridges, connecting the roads, connecting the railways, connecting, all communication and transport infrastructure so that Africans can move throughout. However, an interesting development actually happened this morning, Helmut, from a SADC perspective on the people crossing the border. SADC has, Helmut, that's why I love the SADC development so much. SADC itself, AfCFTA wants to achieve a continental thing, ne?
Yeah.
And then SADC goes and ramps up its own sort of like internalized project, ne? That is cut and paste exactly the same like the AfCFTA discussion. Cut and paste exactly the same like the AfCFTA discussion. Okay, I also believe we should probably bring in Rwanda into SADC. But I know that Tshisekedi probably won't like that suggestion. Maybe Uganda as well, but Uganda is more eastern and central than, Rwanda. But yeah, it's just a suggestion, just out there, just out there. I know the minister of international relations. She's also there in Pretoria with the president. So it's just a suggestion, But I actually believe, because Rwanda is technically stable.
Yeah.
DRC is technically, inverted commas, stable-ish. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now, Helmut.
When it comes to, I recently learned that, look, I'm putting in effort to educate myself on how, on how the African Union operates.
Yeah.
Because we know that, when you look at it from a United Nations level, you know that you have a United Nations as a whole body. And it's divided in like two main, two main branches. You have the UN Security Council and you have the General Assembly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have the International Court of Justice, which is their legal arm. Now the thing is, the legislations, on which the ICJ operates on, it specifically states that only states. Their primary interest is in countries, not individuals. Yeah, so which is why we saw the creation of the ICC in 1999-2000, because they were trying to because the idea was it's either expand the ICJ statute to expand to include the prosecution or the bringing of grievances by individual organizations or individuals, and also prosecution of individuals, or we have to create an entire legal body that will handle with the prosecution of individuals, and then the ICJ just sticks to mediating or more like resolving disputes in between countries. So then they decided, we'll just have to create an entire legal arm which does not have a direct link to the UN as you have the ICJ. Now, one thing, bring it to the African Union. One thing I've come to learn is that when it comes to the discussion of safety and security, you have the the PSC, the Security Council, the P, still trying to figure that out.
The permanent something.
Yeah. Now the
Permanent secretary. No, permanent. It stands. It's not secretary. It stands for another name. But yeah. You were saying.
Yeah. Look, the thing is, when it comes to reporting of the security discussions, what you see, what you find is that you have the under the PSC, you have Council of the Wise. Now, Council of the Wise are the one that this is a panel of I'm assuming the wise of the wisest on the African continent, of which I think from 2017 to 2021, former President Pohamba was on the Council of the Wise.
Yeah.
Now,
that's
look, Africa
sounds like a Marvel.
I know, right?
Sounds like a comic book situation. But okay, yeah, Council of the Wise. Yeah.
Look, that's what I kept laughing. I was like, of all names these guys could come up with, Council of the Wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Then I also, realized that it's because, through this Council of the Wise, PSC and African Union, sort of like, because the whole silencing of the guns by 2021 fell on its face, they had to extend that whole silencing of the guns to 2030. And which is like, okay, yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense because the guns are not silenced yet. Now, but when you look at in terms of coming together as a continent, it's like, we are doing both, coming together and splitting all at the same time, both politically and economically. Because now, if you look at the situation in South Africa right now, it brings a whole different angle to the discussion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But also at the same time, you have because you have all this anti-immigration, sentiment going on in South Africa. But at the same time, you have countries like among other countries that have done the open border policy in relations to inter-Africa travel. You have a lot of African countries, including Namibia, Botswana, but especially Rwanda has been at the forefront, and Kenya joined the Chad. And Chad. The president of Chad announced, I think that was a day or two ago, that from next year you can, ladies and gentlemen, just travel to Chad. Visa no problemo. Now
Chad.
Yeah. How many people can find Chad on the map? But look, the thing is,
Look, I would
Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
Personally, for me,
yeah.
An African Muslim country has got bigger governance issues than a African Christian majority country. Do you know why I say that? Well, we can obviously look specifically to like with Mali. If people don't know, specifically about looking at, okay, that is a French, okay, Chad is also French speaking. But the concerns obviously have been that Chad, Central African Republic, Niger, and Mali are the guys through which much of the terrorism activities flow. So we've got to ask a question in terms of if you're as a Namibian contemplating about going to Chad, you really have to ask a deep question in your soul, your little heart, and your little soul. Should you firstly, say goodbye to all your earthly possessions, your family and your loved ones? Or, are you going to be one of the brave and actually prove how brave Namibians are by taking a flight there? To Chad. Look, France, France Hammond, I don't know why I keep confusing you in France. Look, if it was still the president of Ghana saying, all Africans can fly visa-free to Ghana, I would have been there tomorrow. I know I'd be there for tomorrow. I know you'd also be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Specifically to Ghana.
Mm-hmm. Believe me, I'll be there.
None, you can't deny.
Uh-huh.
There's just a specific mineral there in Ghana.
Gambia type tourism.
What?
Nothing.
What did you say?
Look,
Gambia type. You see, I made a promise at the start of the show. We'll avoid the theatrics. We literally started with the theatrics. But yeah, I don't know so much about Chad. Helmut.
yeah. Look, okay. There have been a lot of content all over social media, especially TikTok, coming from a lot of Africans, where we are trying to sort of like, especially content creators, just in a very goofy way, trying to learn about African countries. Some are just creating content of has anyone checked on Madagascar? What even is going on in Madagascar? It was started by one guy. At least the first video on that I came across on social media was started by a guy who kept asking, first of all, where's Gambia and what's going on in Gambia?
How could he ask that question?
I mean,
Gambia is Africa's narrowest country. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know, right?
You can ride on a bike. You can literally walk from one side of the country.
Seriously.
We're not making. This is not a joke, guys. You can literally, if you stand on the beach there, you're standing on the one border with Gambia and Sierra Leone.
Hang on a second, Gambia.
Yeah, and then you can walk to the other side. Then you'll be on the border of Gambia and I think Mauritania on the other side.
The Gambia.
Oh, is it Senegal? No, yeah, it's Senegal on the other side. Yeah.
There's one that's my favorite that looks like it was sandwiched in between. Actually, it is just sandwiched in Senegal. Yeah, it's the one. Gambia.
So it's Senegal on both sides.
Yeah, it's Senegal on both sides.
Yeah.
Just sandwiched in there.
So you can walk from one side of the country to the other side of the country there. Not in one day. It'll be in one day, but it'll literally be in the same hour. That you can walk from one side of Gambia to the other side of. I'm sorry if you're from Gambia. I'm sorry.
And
but that's a reality. It's a fact on the map. That's how wide you guys are. And
the thing about the whole country of Gambia is that it was just put together to follow a river. Yeah, which is a very interesting thing, and I imagine they have some interesting agricultural activities going on there. But what we are seeing is you have instabilities going on in the Sahel, in the Sahel region. Basically, it's been going on for a while, but it just seems to to escalate. And you have northern Nigeria. You have some terrorist activities going on, in northern Nigeria. And when you come to the Horn of Africa, you have the whole, Ethiopia and the Eritrea, Tigray region going on, and the recognition of Somaliland. And on Central Africa here, you have somewhat of, central and south end part of Africa. Yeah. You have the M23, type of activities. And on the side of Mozambique, you have something similar to that, but... Then, while we are sort of like trying to navigate the challenges of how to solve all those problems, because you have to understand that we need we need the utmost degree of peace and security in order to build, to invest millions of dollars into energy and basically a road and energy type of infrastructure for the trade to take place. Yeah, that's one of the things that was pointed out during the Energy Security Summit of the Future in Glasgow, I believe. Was that in London by the International Energy Agency back in 2023 or 2024? That one thing to understand is that energy infrastructure costs a lot of money. So if you want to get any if you have your own money, you can just invest in your own infrastructure. But when you look at it on an African Union level, from a financing standpoint, we have a lot of gaps.
Yeah.
So which means investment is going to be one of those avenues, like especially foreign investment. It's one of those avenues that we're going to need to to pour a lot of money into our energy and transport infrastructure, which will make the energy will make the manufacturing easy, and the infrastructure will make the trading in terms of logistics easy.
Yeah.
Now, unless you have your own money, which we don't as a continent, so that means foreign direct investment is one of those revenues of financing that we need to invest in our energy and into our energy and the transport infrastructure. So, for this to take place, for someone to come into your country and pour millions of dollars into your green energy or fossil fuel type or whatever form of energy, which are ridiculously expensive, you have to provide some degree of assurance that that country is not going to go up in flames the next year and before they can get their their investment back.
Yeah.
So that alone is creating a lot of let me just say it's making the African Continental Free Trade Area discussion a very interesting one, because you have a whole anti-immigration going on in South Africa, which has gotten to the point of where it has basically reached a level of diplomatic tension in between a lot of African countries and South Africa, including Malawi, Nigeria, Ghana. Yeah, especially Malawi, and Nigeria, and Ghana. So all these things are, it's one of those things that have to be, discussed. How do we navigate? Because whether we like it or not, these challenges are going to come. And this is not something that's just unique to Africa. And I've used this example like 1,000 times. In 2016, the British were complaining about, pardon me, the British were complaining about Polish immigrants.
Not just Polish. They were complaining about the British. The whole Brexit thing was primarily based upon Syrian and Afghan refugees.
And you know what's my favorite part now that you brought up the whole Brexit thing, which is why I like to say that
that's why I expanded the Polish immigrants.
Yeah.
The Polish immigrants were part of the EU discussion.
Yeah.
But because the EU and the core EU countries were already absorbing Syrian and Afghan refugees because of those wars.
Yeah. Which they caused.
And then, well, the British caused it.
Yeah.
They just followed, which is partially that they participated in the causing. But when the Germans and the French started telling the British, okay, now when are you going to take your portion of these refugees, of these wars that you caused, that you and the Americans caused? Then the British started be saying, but no, why must we take orders from you, from Brussels? And that's where the discussion. Now, then the whole Brexit discussion started looking at reviewing the relationship. Reviewing the relationship means reviewing the legally binding things. Now, there's just one thing that's ongoing.
Yeah.
Still ongoing.
Okay.
The review between the European Court of Justice. The European Court of Justice has impact on British courts. Meaning, if you don't like something that a British court ruled against you, civilian or criminal, you can escalate it to the European Court of Justice. And the European Court of Justice has overturned British cases from British courts.
They didn't think this whole Brexit thing through, did they?
No, they didn't. Because they were trying to make this on the economics of the situation without realizing it impacts people. But before that, let's take the ad break.
Get so much more.
You get so much more with the ShopRite price because we buy in bulk and pass the savings on to you. Save on 2 kg Real Good frozen mixed chicken portions, only 104 Namibian dollars 99. 5 kg nice rice parboiled white rice for 89 Namibian dollars 99. And 1 liter Clover long life full cream milk or low fat milk for a low 22 Namibian dollars 99 each. Deals valid until 19 July 2026. Get so much more with the ShopRite price.
Welcome back. So, back to you before I start.
So,
deviating from the subject.
So the Polish
Immigrants.
immigration discussion was because if you're a European country part of the EU process or the EU project, but you're not a full EU member, but you're part of it. That's just what England or the United Kingdom is. That's what Norway is. That's what Sweden and Finland are. They are EU members, but the reason why I put the UK alongside the Scandinavian countries, is primarily because they had the same relationship. You maintain or the same identifying features. You maintain your national currency. So the Norwegian, the Finnish, and the Swedish economies still have their own currencies. So too the UK with the British pound sterling.
Yeah.
And if you are a formal, fully accepted EU member, you have the EU, the euro as your currency, and the European Central Bank based in, where's that? In Berlin. Or where's that bank based? But with the European Central Bank, obviously driving monetary policy for you from there. But the UK, they wanted some of the trade benefits without the financial implications, for example, like losing the identity of your own currency or substituting it for the EU. So that particular discussion is that they thought, Helmut, if you go look at that Brexit discussion, whole Brexit campaign is a propaganda campaign. From since last year, propaganda and the power of propaganda have fascinated me for like the better part of almost 7 months.
Yeah.
And I've been looking more and more into like misleading propaganda, misleading political campaigns that are propaganda, basically. Usually propaganda is about country to country, a country or, a communication medium or whatever, like just saying this is the official narrative versus what the facts on the ground say.
Yeah.
But if you go to countries like the US and the UK and South Africa, you'll find similarities there, and even Australia. You'll find even the corporate companies, major companies, also committing propaganda. Now, since COVID, we started hearing about misleading and misinformation and disinformation, right?
Yeah.
But that is propaganda 101. Propaganda 101 is basically to either say something else that deviates you from the fact, that misleads you, or you give information that technically doesn't match with the facts on the ground or the realities on the ground. So the Brexit campaign obviously began. They had their stuff. They were talking about their health system making back £300 million a year. That supposedly the British...
someone thought they did the math right.
Yeah, they thought they were mathing properly.
Except
the reality is not the same. They were getting a lot of subsidy payments. If you're part of the EU, it's like what our Ministry of Urban and Rural Development does for the local authorities.
Yeah.
You can technically tell the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development, listen, I want to be ambitious. If you're a town council or municipal council or a village council, you can tell the minister, I want to be ambitious. Can you write me this check? Because these are the projects that we want to initiate for our financial year. And then, like what Minister Sankwasa obviously said earlier this year, there are various alternative avenues to seeking financing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You obviously have to collect the money back.
Yeah.
So you have to keep a cycle of this money flowing.
Yeah.
Now, they thought it was purely just about the money. And it was purely just about Syrian and Afghan refugees. It later on cascaded, if you want to literally divorce from the EU, they lost farm workers. Helmut. That talk we had here on Monday with Mr. Branch. Was it Monday or Tuesday? No, Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, it was Tuesday. That talk we had here after the president came back from China.
Yeah.
Here on Tuesday, was Mr. Branch. He obviously cited There's certain things you can do, certain things you couldn't do, things that you have to look into, things that are benefits, certain things that you probably as Namibia would have to build up to. But there are obvious certain immediate positives, and there are sort of like things you have to work towards.
Yeah.
The immediate impacts, meaning the immediate negatives that the British lost because of Brexit.
Yeah.
They lost a flexible workforce, not just for their agriculture, for their tourism. They discovered that the British don't want to work. They don't want to work. For the whole of 2021, 2022, Boris Johnson was basically telling his people, his Brits, yeah, so why don't you guys do the dustbin collection jobs and the janitorial jobs? Helmut, they have so many vacancies now.
Yeah.
They have so many vacancies. Then they have so many unemployed youth. And then we think we're sitting in Namibia with our issues now. Then we think we've got real problems. The thing is that we don't have the vacancies and the jobs, but we have the unemployed youth. They have the vacancies and the jobs, but they have people that don't want to do the jobs. They don't. How much? Imagine if you were paid at least 500 pounds a week. Look, I'm not saying go and become a waiter, a bartender. You know, you've studied your 5-year degree here to achieve an honors just to become a bartender there in London, just because on your passport says you come from Africa.
I can only imagine how much their taxes are, because I know those countries.
No, but that's why they made things also so easy for people to earn money. So now you sit there earning 500 pounds a week, ne? You get paid 500 pounds a week, how much?
Yeah.
500 pounds times 20 is what? 10,000? 10,000? You get every week 500 pounds? I'm just making up numbers.
Yeah.
That's all. Just so that you know.
I think that was the average.
Well, because the numbers when I wanted to go study in, when I wanted to, because I was this close to applying for the program. When I wanted to do the holiday work in the UK thing, that was here between 2000 to 2010. When I wanted to do the program, I heard about the guys when they went there. So it was a bunch of these guys from Windhoek and from Otjiwarongo and from the coast and from Rehoboth. I heard the guys were making like 400 pounds a week. They get paid their wages, but they're working like the jobs that you would find here, like being a waiter at a restaurant here or working for a fast food thing. They would be paid similar kinds of wages. But at that stage, the exchange rate between Namibia and the UK was literally to 10. 1 pound was 10 Namibian dollars. Today, it was obviously close to 20 Namibian dollars.
Yeah.
So back then, if they were paid 400 pounds every week in wages, they earned 4,000 Namibian dollars every week. How much? You will not earn 4,000 Namibian dollars every week being a bartender, being a waiter in Namibia. There is no way that even that owner of that restaurant will pay you that money.
Well, first of all, if they did that, they would run out of business.
No, they wouldn't run out of the business. Everybody would have wanted to work for them, because you can easily achieve your economic, your personal goals with that kind of money.
No, I'm looking at the sustainability of the business, because that money has to come from somewhere.
No, yes, most from the customer, most.
Yeah, just
you're getting most your commission, your tips, and your stuff.
Okay, how big is that business though?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And how many people are there that will come and eat every
There you
day
go.
for you to make that money?
That's why it becomes a problem.
Exactly. So it's either you are on that negative perception that you were now exploring.
Yeah.
About my business won't float very long.
I mean, look, if you float very long, it's just a matter of time before the authorities start looking at
what happened here.
Something is going on.
Yeah.
Here. How much?
Or there's a whole bunch of overweight Namibians that are just too happy to spend so much money with you. Well, we're also getting there pretty quickly as Namibians, but yeah, let me not explore that.
I think my first suspicion, or more like the authorities' first suspicion, would be how many. Okay.
Let's audit your plate.
Yeah, let's audit your plate, because.
Let's audit your plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, if you can keep it running for a year and you are happy and the math is not mathing,
yeah,
that will have all kinds of signs of money laundering.
True. If it's still floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's still floating.
Unless you can prove how you're making the money back, like with regards to how many people are coming in, and how much you are making, and how you can, you obviously will have to use your income to justify the expenditure.
Yeah. So
now, before you continue with your I would like to point something out.
yeah.
Okay, on this, on these decisions, declarations, and resolutions from the African Union, there are a few things that that I found on this on the implementation plans, African Union implementation plans of the Africa Continental free trade area. Because that's why I started off with what's going on, more like basically everything anti-Africa Continental free trade area going on in in the Horn of Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, North and South. These are challenges, whether we like it or not. These are challenges, and the challenges will always be there. You can't get rid of them. It's all about finding, things like what's taking place in South Africa, like the anti-immigration now. Those are challenges that basically just need slight navigation and the conflict resolution on a national level. But what's going on in much of the Sahel region and Central Africa with the M23, now that's something that's dire, that basically needs urgent attention in terms of settling, because those are serious challenges that you basically have to navigate in terms of resolving if you want to implement the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So what that brings us to is this was at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
The African Union came together and they looked at a number of things. One of them was protectionism.
Yeah, I was looking at that now, that paragraph 7.
Yeah. One was protectionism. And, protectionism is something that I believe started popping up in the early days of the COVID-19, when you saw a lot of countries like India, just saving their wheat for their local population. Or was Egypt, I think, did the same thing with chicken. They will prioritize internal trade, because you have to feed your people and sell all of the do business all at the same time.
Yeah.
And this is something that Mr. Branch pointed out, that take for example, if the COVID-19 lockdown extended longer than it did, are we sure we would not have seen South Africa implement the same measures?
Well, here's the funny thing. Remember at the start when we started, I mentioned to you that it seems like SADC is trying to ramp up the what's the thing's name? Let me get the proper name, because this has to do with literally the movement of people across borders discussion that we've seen in the AfCFTA scenario. Is ultimately impacting the developments from the member states of AU trying to achieve the same goals. Now, a little bit earlier, and I just saw this primarily coming through from the SADC dimension. So Malawi recently signed the SADC protocol on the facilitation of movement of persons.
Yeah.
Now, this feeds into SADC's own economic integration.
Yeah.
And the economic integration obviously includes infrastructure, and obviously includes systems and people and the movement of people.
Yeah.
The concern from that protectionism thing is what you now obviously now are highlighting, what March Goeters are committing there in South Africa, because complaining about other Africans in your country is a protectionist measure.
Yeah.
Now, Africans don't want to hear specifically, like in these kinds of discussions of policy analysis, of political rhetoric and political will, and governmental policies across the continent. Africans don't want to be called racist, Helmut. I'll tell you today, brah. Africans don't want to be called racist. In fact, if you want to make a fellow African angry, just try and listen, for example, to the political messaging that they're exposed to, that they support, and then analyze it versus what the rest of the world calls each other in terms of labels. And you'll realize that African politics is very close to, for example, this March and March is very close to the failed Austrian painter and Mussolini. It's very close to the failed Austrian painter and Mussolini. They are talking about sort of like protecting a kind of way of life for local, and I'll use this term just for now, just for academic persons, for local black South Africans. But why don't they act that way against Americans and Russians and Germans and so on that are living there in South Africa? They're living in the nice parts of the town, by the way.
That's what, that right there is what makes this whole thing basically, well, ridiculous. Because, look, if you are going to come up with, with a condition, you have to apply it all the way through if you want people to believe that that's really your concern. Except in this case, it's not the case. I mean, we don't see that happening because everything that's being said about, when they say immigrant, it's like
who are they talking about?
It's like the term immigrant in this case has been reduced to everyone who is black.
And everyone who's African.
If you are African.
Because they don't even complain about, let's for example say, and mind you, Helmut, South Africa's, remember South Africa is also on some sort of a terror watch list. Because there have been instances where there were South Africans from South Africa's Muslim community who were discovered and exposed to have some sort of linkages, whether it was Al Qaeda and whether it was the subsequent Islamic State (IS), after the two chapters, after Afghanistan began and after Saddam Hussein fell from Iraq. There have been scenarios. Now, you don't see March and March Goederse complain about the potential threat of terror in their scenario. Then there was also, remember back in 2024, the US ambassador that made the false alarm about the impending terror threat in Johannesburg, or where was it? But he couldn't mention the exact location. And when he was asked, now show us the location of where you think this attack will happen.
So it was just fear-mongering.
Yeah. And that ambassador was...
that's actually something that I found very... Suspicious about... not just suspicious, but very interesting. In terms of looking at geopolitics. Because look, that coming from a regular citizen is one thing, but that coming from an ambassador... I mean, I couldn't help but go.
And he was grilled. They had... I watched ENCA at the time. He was grilled by the South African media. They were asking him, where is it happening? How's it happening? But before we continue, guys, we'll quickly switch over for the Lifeline, Childline, Eagle FM discussion. And one of the guests has obviously made their time. We'll see each other again shortly after this.
All right.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondo tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile. Oshafafana nongeshe faili mehola mo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana. Onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano. Okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doili nawa. nuneudo o tukwetera o special ngeta shake ngeshefa o marudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamwili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile ko mberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye. Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights.
Welcome back. We are 9 minutes left to the hour of 5. Just a little bit of a pause in home run, and we are going to take just a couple of minutes to look at our usual Friday segment of Uitani Childline radio program in collaboration with Lifeline Childline. And today, Kachana Siseho is back, and today she's the one that will be educating us on she's the one that will be educating us on healthy living and good nutrition. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to Eagle FM.
Thank you.
All right. I hope you are, you have your information ready to educate us on healthy living and good nutrition.
Yes,
Please take it away.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
My name is Kachana Siseho, and you're locked into Eagle FM in partnership with Uitani Childline Radio, where we talk about what you talk about. Today, we are talking about something close to our stomachs. We are diving into healthy living and good nutrition, especially for the kids growing up today. And parents, you would really want to listen to this one because getting the kiddies to eat healthy can feel like a full-time boxing match. But nutrition isn't about eating boring food. It's about giving our bodies the right fuel to run smoothly. Think of your body like a fancy car. If you put bad, dirty fuel in it, it's going to break down. Good nutrition means balancing our plates with traditional real foods like mahangu, fresh vegetables, lean meats, and fruits instead of relying on processed stuff. Speaking of fuel, let's look at some of the bad habits we see every day. The biggest culprit, sugar. Kids drinking way too many fizzy drinks and eating sweets right before dinner, it gives them a massive sugar rush and they crash and then become super grumpy. And the dreaded sugar crash, another bad habit, is skipping breakfast. Kids need that morning energy for school, and let's not forget the screen time. Sitting on a phone or watching TV all day instead of going outside to play in the sunshine. Healthy living means moving your body. So, how do we make it fun for the kids? Time for some facts you can share with the little ones tonight. Did you know carrots were originally purple, not orange? Yes, and here is another one. Apples give you reliable, steady energy in the morning, then a cup of coffee because of their natural sugar and fiber. So skip the sweet energy drinks and pack an apple in the school lunchbox. Another great trick for parents is eating the rainbow. Don't just serve plain white rice and meat. Try to get as many colors on the plate. Green spinach, yellow butternut, red tomatoes. The more the colors, the more the vitamins they eat. And make water the default drink. If they want something sweet, drop a slice of lemon or orange into their water bottle. If it tastes great without all the hidden sugars. Small changes lead to big results. Let's keep our Namibian kids strong, active, and healthy. We're going to just step away for a quick commercial break, but don't leave just yet. More great stuff coming your way.
You heard it. After the break, we'll continue on more shocking information in relations to food, like carrots being purple. Had no idea. And on the other side of the break, more carrot purple stories on the other side from Akachana Seho with Uitani Childline radio program with in collaboration with Childline Lifeline. Stay tuned.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondo tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doili nawa nuneudo otukwetera o speciala ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali bali no heali ile konderewa nora hetatu natu bali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
And welcome back. We continue with the Uitani Childline radio program in collaboration with Lifeline Childline, with Kachane Seho educating us on healthy living and good nutrition. So we proceed from the healthy. We proceed from the. I'm never letting that go. The carrots and sugar. I do eat a lot of sugar. I mean, just I like to buy an entire box. I pride myself as a cool uncle. It turns out I'm not a cool, as cool as I thought. But I'll just pass the floor back to Kachana to to educate us more on the subject she has for us today.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the party. Today I'll be talking about healthy living and good nutrition and how to make eating well actually fun for the kids and yourself too. Before the break, we were talking about eating the rainbow and swapping out those sugary fizzy drinks for some refreshing fruit-infused water. Now, I have a quick question. If you could have any superpower, what would you guys choose? I'm pretty sure most of you guys chose super speed, but actually if you did choose super speed, I have some good news for you. What if I told you that our local Namibian superfood mahangu is actually a real live speed potion? It's all about, I know it sounds crazy, but it's all about the energy. Some foods like white bread or sugary sweets give you super fast burst of energy, but then you crash and feel totally tired after 5 minutes. But mahangu is different. It releases its energy nice and slowly. So basically the battery lasts all day. It's like a slow burning fuel that keeps kids running, jumping and paying attention in class without running out of gas. It is literal brain power. So instead of just calling it porridge, parents can tell the kids they're eating superhero fuel to get ready for school. It's all about making it sound cool. Healthy eating doesn't have to be a battle, parents. It just takes a bit of creativity, some fun facts, and involving the kids in the kitchen. And while we're fueling our bodies with all this awesome food, we also need to keep those engines moving, because good fuel is only half the fun. But when people hear the words working out, they usually think of grown-ups lifting giant heavy weights at the gym. But working out doesn't have to be boring, and it definitely isn't just for fitness pros. It's for all of us, teens, parents, and older folks too. Anything that gets you moving, gets your heart beating fast and makes you sweat a little bit is a great workout. But why is moving our bodies so important for the grown-ups too? Well, here's a cool fact. Moving your body actually washes away stress. When we move our bodies, our brains release happy chemicals. It is like a natural mood booster. So if you had a stressful day at work, school, or yeah, if you had a stressful day at work or school, a quick 15-minute walk or a fast dance session can completely clear your mind. Like, it's basically a free mood booster. I think we all need some of that. Plus, it keeps our hearts, muscles, and bones strong as we get older. It keeps you feeling young and gives you the energy to get through busy days. But look, let's be totally honest for a second. We are talking about all these amazing healthy foods, but sometimes you walk into the shop and that bag of salty, crunchy chips is just sitting on the shelf, literally looking right at you. And we want to make one thing super clear. Eating healthy foods does not mean you can never have those treats again. It's not about being perfect, it's all about balance. Think of it like this. If you eat good, healthy foods most of the time, it's totally okay to have those chips or sweet treats once in a while. We call it sometimes food. Just don't let the sometimes food become your everyday food. Fuel your body with the good stuff first, and then a little treat here and there is no problem at all. Hopefully you picked up some good tips today, but that's it from me, your host, Kachana. Massive shout out to everyone locking in with us today. We also want to extend a huge thank you to Lifeline Childline and UNICEF Namibia and European Union for making this program possible. You are locked into Eagle FM in partnership with Uitani Childline Radio, where we talk about what you talk about. And remember, if you ever need someone to talk to, call the toll-free numbers 116 or 106. That's it from me, and we will catch you right here on the next spin. Bye.
So I can eat it, but not all the time.
Yeah, you can eat it, but just not all the time.
But it's very easy to make. When I come from work, it's just throw it in the microwave, problem solved.
But just don't make it your every time food. You can be like your sometimes food. Maybe like once in a week you eat that. Yeah, not every day.
So the problem is every day. It's not the food. So the eater is the problem, not the food.
It's both.
Oh, okay.
It's both.
Good,
Yeah.
thank God. All right, that was Kachana Siseo with Uitani Childline radio program in collabo with Lifeline Childline, and today's subject was on healthy living and good nutrition here on Eagle FM. Catch you on the next segment of Uitani Childline radio program. So we're going to take a quick break while we escort and give a very awesome thanks to Kachana for educating us today. And when we come back on the other side of the break, and Kachana, once again, welcome to Eagle FM. And thank you.
Thank you.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
lipuranenge no wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondo tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna emitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngeta shake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamwiri nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora tatu imwe bali heali nola natu heali bali no heali ile ko berewa nora hetatu natu bali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression.
And welcome back. We continue with Home Run. And look, it's it turns out it's not easy to trade with each other. at least look, I know one thing that I totally at least get is that we are still in on a rudimentary level of the whole establishing trade trade routes and trade relations and all types. This is basically Africa laying the foundation of what our children and grandchildren will just look back at, and in the very same way that we see modern day trading blocks, especially especially the European Union. It was laid down a long time ago by people like just like you and me, except white and in snow. We are brown and in sand. Very suited to our respective environments. But other than that, the challenges like what we are seeing in South Africa in relations to the to diplomatic and economic relations is not something that's going to disappear. Just like like we like to say, the saying goes, every family has one. Every family has one troublemaker that is going to make sure that the family is either angered or well entertained, one of the two. So one thing that the African Union pointed out in their 39th ordinary session that was took place in February. I think it was organized by a single person because it started the event started on the 14th of February. So they did point out now the following thing. Now the whole document is a decision document because this passage is categorized as a decision because the document has like three main divisions of how, in which the information is split. You have decisions, declarations, and what's that third one? Decisions and declarations and that other thing. So on the decision of the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Oh boy. Now let's look at how good we are as a continent when it comes to English.
What to English?
Just using the language of the African Union itself in terms of expressing deep concern at the profound weakening and undermining of multilateralism and its principles. Further, and we further express support for a rules-based multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core, and furthermore express concern about the imposition of unilateral restrictive trade measures that negatively affect the members of African Union and on objectives of the agreement of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I know that on this one, the shots were being fired at Donald Trump's tariffs. Yeah.
Because I tried looking up at the World Trade. Is there any issue that the WTO has with the AfCFTA's principle and what it tries to achieve? And the WTO is just like, like a background support singer, saying, yeah, you can do it.
You got this.
You got this. You can do this, Africa. You can do this. Be yourself. And you sit there thinking, okay, so who is the actual issue? And then later on you sit there thinking without them identifying the actual issue. It's Liberty Day of last year, remember? Then April, 2 April, was
decided to distribute tariffs.
As if it was Christmas in the middle of the year. No one asked for it, but we all got it. So yeah, it is Donald Trump.
Okay, this is one of those things that will keep bringing us to the discussion of, apart from we expressly condemn, what practical methods in terms of contingency planning do we have in place in the event of situations, more like situations like the one, like Donald Trump's tariffs or the war in the Middle East? What contingency plans do we have? Because we are going to need some if we don't have ready.
Yeah.
Because expressing concerns and condemning, that's not going to cut it when you are caught in an economic storm.
Well, Helmut, it's a good thing you're asking that question about economic storms and the likes. Right now, as we are sitting here, Donald Trump is busy accusing China of committing something. As if the Americans don't spy on everybody. He's now blaming. Remember, between 2020 and 2024, it was supposedly the Russians and Putin interfering with communication, propaganda on social media and stuff like that regarding the elections and the politics of the US. Now the Americans are now blaming, through their head of state, China, after he visited Xi Jinping start of this year.
The whole election interference thing.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
Okay.
That is that's noise making. That's the only word I can think of. That's geopolitical noise making. But one thing I know about,
but for locals, for the Americans,
exactly. Yeah, that's a geopolitical noise making, and a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans, not the ones that are on in your much of mainstream media. You are looking for, unfortunately, I have to now to reference content creators, because this is where mainstream media have fell on their face.
Yeah.
Because their line of questioning is not one that is tailored towards. There's one Iranian professor who asked an Australian journalist, I think it was a week or two ago. It was just before he answered his question. The point he was, he was asked. The question she asked was, what right does Iran have to hold the world hostage, something like that? And I'm paraphrasing here, in relations to the Strait of Hormuz. And now the professor's response was, "You're not much of a journalist, are you?" Now, why is he responding like that? It's because if she really was, she's smart.
No, but what question did she ask for him to respond like that?
What right does Iran have to hold the world hostage by blocking or with all the activities taking place in the in relations to the Strait of Hormuz? This is an Australian journalist asking an Iranian citizen.
No, but it was also an Australian journalist that stood up and asked, what was the lady's name? Francesca, the special rapporteur on Gaza.
Wait, Albanese. Isn't that one Italian? Yeah.
Francesca Albanese.
Albanese, yeah.
Yeah, Albanese,
she's Italian.
Where he got up 2 years back, just after 7 October, literally in that following year of 2024. The guy got up and asked her, isn't it a trope of the so-called genocide that is being committed? But the global south were the ones labeling the term.
Yeah.
We could all see, because we all know what colonization is.
We have been there.
We all know what genocide looks like, specifically in these disputed global south areas, which is the developing world.
And we know what freedom fighters are called when they are fighting.
We know what revolutionaries are. So we know all the labels. We know all these things.
That's not new.
So this guy gets up because she was sent in to go and assess by the UN. Now remember, a special rapporteur, Helmut, is not a UN employee.
Yeah.
A special rapporteur is an independent specialist that everyone agreed on to say, let's send Helmut to go and investigate. Yes, you're getting paid. Yes, you're getting paid.
But we're just looking for transparency in terms of finding someone within,
we're not gonna
independent third person.
We're not gonna send an American specialist or a Israeli specialist or British specialist or someone that might have some. This person must not be.
We don't want any conflict of interest.
Yeah, this person must not be affiliated to any of the governments associated to this conflict. That is Albanese. She was sent in. She made her report. She came out. She submitted the report. And what happened?
Oh boy.
Then the personal attacks began because of her report.
Personal attacks. Her husband got demoted.
Yes, but because everybody agreed on sending her. That's what a special rapporteur does. Everyone agreed on saying, I'll appoint Dwight, we'll pay him the money. He goes into there and he goes finds it. But before we continue, ad break.
Get so much much more.
You get so much more with the ShopRite price because we buy in bulk and pass the savings on to you. Save on 750 mils Right brand sunflower seed oil, only 29 Namibian dollars 99. 5 kg Top Score Super Maize meal for only 69 Namibian dollars 99, and 2 kg Right brand golden brown sugar for a low 36 Namibian dollars 99. Deals valid until 19 July 2026. Get so much more with the ShopRite price.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Welcome back. We continue now. Now coming back from my my content creator reference. I'm just sitting here referencing content creators and independent journalists, journalists and other media houses that try as much as possible to be transparent, transparent on much of this subject, like Zeteo with Mehdi Hassan. You have I do watch from time to time Democracy Now, and Jeremy Scahill is one of those. Actually, Jeremy Scahill is the first American independent journalist I started, whose works I started reading back in 2015. Yeah, and one thing that I've discovered is that just after looking at mainstream media, on a global level, is that a lot of them mainstream media have a lot of interest in criticizing the status quo, because the information is as clear as daylight, like the American, like the Australian journalist that I just referenced. I don't want to sit here and believe that she's an idiot, that she doesn't know what's going on. She knows what's going on. She's smart.
No, but are they really, Ahmad?
Look, the thing is, look, man, I can assume one person.
You do know they did that test last year in the US, where they discovered that much of the ordinary American doesn't actually know that the American government is busy funding Ukraine,
bombing the heck out of people,
and is funding what and doing funny things.
No, look, I think that's where propaganda becomes very powerful, because here's the thing. That's why, again, I agree with Noam Chomsky when he said that propaganda is to democracy what violence is to dictatorship.
So that helps it.
Yeah, look, in a dictatorship...
It literally helps it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In a dictatorship, if I'm a dictator and you criticize me, it's easy peasy. I'll just use you as an example.
For everyone else.
Yeah, you just disappear, and then everyone, the person that will come asking where Dwight is, they will also disappear. And then no one will come asking where the person that asked about Dwight is. Now,
and the person who came and asked about me also
disappear. Now, from that, everyone gets the message that, you know what, don't ask.
Don't ask,
yeah.
You will disappear.
Yeah, it's very straightforward in a dictatorship. But in a democracy, because the end goal for both methods is control. Yeah. What you're going to end up with is, in a democracy, you don't have this direct way of making people disappear. Now, that means you have to be ahead of whatever information is that threatens your interest.
Oh, did I tell you the story of what happened when I went to that NSA thing about their website?
No.
I didn't tell you the story. Okay. So I thought it was like a newsworthy event situation. I tell, I give my short little diary of where I'm going for today if there are events. Yeah. I get here and I read the thing again because I don't see any other media people there. And I read the thing again. I'm like, what event did I say yes to? Because sometimes you just set up your calendar and you just schedule stuff.
Yeah, on this day I'll be attend this event. This event.
So that you know, and then every night you check beforehand where you're probably going. And I forgot to check beforehand the invite and everything. all I knew is that the lady that we studied together marketing at Polytechnic, she asked me on the group, listen, Dwight, are you still coming? And I said, yes, I'm on my way. So I get there and I see no other media people. It's just me. And then I read the thing again. I was like, oh, so they want insights from us about what the website, what role the NSA website plays in terms of data, sharing information, and being up to date with various reports and stuff. So I had very little to contribute because I benefit so much from the NSA website. Maar, during the coffee break, so the Norwegian, he's from Norway's statistics agency, because they are here like to help the NSA like properly, have like a website that speaks to properly dispensing information and stuff like that, and to be visible as well, potentially.
Yeah.
Now, on my right were 3 people from an investment house who's recently in the news. Not directly. Not directly, but yeah. So the guy that's sitting here, in the coffee break, me and the Norwegian are talking. His name is also John. Me and the Norwegian are talking. And the Norwegian, we're talking like basic communication observations that he has seen. Like how Namibians love using social media as a reference for information. And it actually struck me that we Namibians, we trust social media posters more than we actually trust the website of, let's say, Eagle FM's website, that hosts this stuff. And then we just tag things to our social media accounts so that when the viewer sees the thing in our social media account, they can click that site and then get trafficked to our website.
Yeah.
So that our website can pull traffic to the website, No. Namibians, he said he's so surprised how he saw we Namibians put more emphasis, and we solidly believe that social media is an actual sort of like true resource and not websites. And I said, you're right. And then we meander into a dimension of the discussion where it's based upon how information gets shared and the perspective you must have on information. Now, Helmut, I think you've realized what the exercise that I've done, why I always go for original official documents, or research papers, or research reports, or annual reports, or historical reports, is because I go for documents that speak to verification. I cannot go to Helmut's post of 10 years ago, where Helmut probably was a 15-year-old, has deleted that post and forgot what he said back then, and then say that is an authority. Because in some cases, you just need things to be set in stone. They should have been codified and stuff like that. So the conversation goes there. And I make a comment about, many people don't realize how important information is. And I slightly just tell them about the Access to Information Act, and we need this thing to be there, and how it technically has to help compel, like the ministries, like for example, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Home Affairs, to basically, and Ministry of Labor, to continuously, generate data that says jobs, vacancies, people that lost jobs, people born, people that died. How many people come in every month into the country, stuff like that, basic data metrics or data points. So the guy from the investment house stands in, and then he just interjects there slightly by saying, yeah, but still, us, the experts, must still be in the pipeline to help explain the information to them, to the media as well. And I look at this guy going like that, thinking to myself, look at this guy. You don't know. And this is what people don't understand, specifically like in the movie when it comes to the information. The information wars now. Helmut, reference, there's a reason why we went to university. For example, you and I. You were taught referencing. Where did you read this? Tell me where you read it. Do you understand what you read? That thing that Angabwana once said about listening and comprehension. Can you listen? Can you read to understand? Can you write to understand? Listening and comprehension skills. And I believe there's a great threat, specifically for the Namibian landscape, for Namibians, of propaganda manipulation. We can easily be manipulated if someone just has dedicated money, meaning enough money, enough pockets, to run enough propaganda
smear campaign
campaigns
on anyone. They can get away with it.
long enough that it can actually turn the whole public against anyone. If anything happens like what has happened like in the US, in the UK, and so on, even in South Africa, you just have to use a South African.
Remember in I think the scariest example of that would be Turkey. I think 2016 when Erdogan was this close to being overthrown.
Wasn't it the guy that they also arrested?
A lot of people got arrested.
Likes
after
arresting
that.
people. Yeah.
Look, there's an excellent African example of that happened in Ghana in the 1980s. Now in the Ghana I think in the early 1980s, the Americans did not have a very good relationship with Ghana. I think they wanted to topple the president. Now what happened was they sent a CIA officer. I think her name was Sharon Scrunage. It's a very funny story. Now she goes to Ghana and then she met a gentleman who Michael Sosotis was the president's cousin. And he was also working for the intelligence. The two started sharing bedroom stories. Must have been very
sharing
good
smarties.
bedroom stories. And I don't know how good homeboy was at representing us in the bedrooms. He decided to spill all the beans. Now the whole
if you just kept it at sharing smarties, Ahmed, we could have moved on past it.
Look, I'm very proud of the guy. He represented us very well.
He has to represent Africa.
He represented Africa very well. Now, the thing is, the whole operation fell apart because of that relationship.
Whose operation? The American operation or
the American operation?
Or the Ghanaian operation?
The American operation.
Yeah.
The Ghanaian operation was well represented successfully, using a very unconventional sword, might I say. But
oh my goodness! Don't worry, guys. This is not every day that this happens.
Look. My point is.
Look, Ahmed, the quicker we can move past this point, the better. Your point is yes.
Yeah. Look, my point is, when the whole operation blew apart, army generals in the Nigerian military were arrested because they were found to have links, to have known, would have been participated in the overthrowing of their own president.
Yeah.
So you are talking about infiltration here, which is a very simple. That's the most basic thing that basically everyone should know about intelligence. It doesn't start. If you take for example, a president is overthrown today. When you look at how long it has taken, or it must have taken to put all these pieces in place, it doesn't take 24 hours.
Yeah.
It takes decades.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, when you look at it from that, you begin to to understand that information. I think when you look at it from a Ghana's example, minus the well representation, is that I'm not into politics is very scary because it leaves you as you leave yourself as a vacuum to be fed by information that is very incendiary, and these are information that anyone can fall for. And looking in South Africa as an example, is one thing that we see is that there's a lot of things that doesn't make sense in reference to the basic definition of, you don't like immigrants. Can you at least help me define what the word immigrant is?
Yeah.
And a lot of people that are participating in the march can do something as basic as that.
Yeah.
When you look at it, at that angle, you begin to realize just how easy it is to manipulate a large number of people.
But that's why I said, Ahmed, this whole thing is a racist.
To the core.
It's racist to the core. Now, it's literally in an African personification of what happened during the Great Depression, how the failed Austrian painter came to power, how Mussolini came to power. What did they do? They start blaming the immigrants, then it starts flowing to the minorities, then it starts flowing to the religious entities. So, and this is what the South Africans don't want us to look at. But before that, we've got an ad break, guys, and we come back right after that.
Yep.
Okay, my turn. Hold on. Just let me finish my story. As I was saying, I was...
My man, you've been finishing your story for 10 minutes now. Even my chassis is getting warm.
Just get more eyes. Anyways, long story short.
Oh, aye. When you're talking, it's a short story long.
Short stories turn long. Go best together with Tassenberg. Not for persons under the age of 18. Enjoy responsibly.
lipuranengeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna emitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura, and I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Nah.
We're back, guys, with more jokes. We realize there's a lot of things happening on this continent.
Look. That's why when people say that politics is boring,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Okay,
Because
okay,
politics
but
is
it's probably that if people look at a Namibian perspective, it's boring.
really.
No, I know, really, Hamud. Look, there might be gold for you in certain scenarios, you know.
Yeah.
If some of the politicians borrowing from events that have happened back in last year,
Yeah.
like what happened to the Orange Squad, where the independent guy, the Kietmans, decided to go full on Breaking Bad. I don't understand some people. They think politics is about throwing fists, but you know what? It happened already. But when you get into the broader African discussion, I just told Helmut now off air about the discussion I had on Sunday for my Sunday morning take about the Congo crisis, where in preparation for it, I realized, Helmut, that Lumumba is he's responsible for his own downfall. Because what happened at that time is Lumumba was in a political alliance with a guy known as, what was the guy's name? Toch man. I almost said Sakavubu. That's not his name. But this guy was the president. Lumumba was prime minister.
Yeah.
Lumumba wanted to remove that guy's powers, and that guy wanted to remove his prime minister's powers. Now, it sounds very similar to the story you told us about of Kenyatta and Odinga.
Odinga Senior.
Yeah. Where they were debating on how the country should be run.
Yeah.
Now, Helmut, the Congo crisis literally is in a span of 5 years. From 1960 to 1965. And in that 5-year period, Mobutu Sese Seko was authoritarian leader twice.
Siseko.
Let me say it again. And you know what is his full name? Joseph Mobutu. Mobutu Sese Seko comes from some. His full name is Joseph even. There was also a recent deputy minister that was voted in start of this year.
Oh.
She shows up with a name that
I have one.
I've never heard of.
I have one interesting fact for you about that guy.
About who?
About Seseko. His first wife's name was Marie Antoinette.
You're joking, bro.
Spouse.
You're joking, bro.
I don't know what he was thinking, but I think maybe bro was in love with France and Belgium so much, or whether it's him or the wife's parents.
Marie Antoinette was her name. It was probably it was probably at that stage. Haven't you realized that every generation, Helmut, there's like a favorite name that parents give the kids?
We had a governor called Adolf Hitler. I mean, no surprises there.
No, he wasn't cabinet. He was a national council member.
National council member, yeah.
From where was it?
Was he at some point a painter?
I hope not.
No, I'm just saying.
I hope not. Yeah. But yeah, so
yeah, and the mustache didn't help either. I've seen the pictures.
Literally, can you believe it? That guy literally.
Look,
he literally mimicked even the
that
mustache.
was my favorite part about the whole thing. It was wonderful.
It's Africanized 100 years later.
Talk about reincarnation. So
yeah,
look, coming back to Trump and AfCFTA. What Trump, the stones that Trump is throwing in the direction of, of China. Was that last month when the French were throwing the same stone in the direction of, Israel? But it wasn't Israel. It was an Israeli firm. Blackco. Yeah, Blackco is an Israeli company that was accused of interfering in the French elections, and now. This is the same thing, this is the same, according to The Guardians, France Cybersecurity Agency has accused an Israeli tech company, Blackco, of interfering in the Scottish elections earlier this year, and this is from 12 June 2026.
Yeah.
By targeting the First Minister, John Sweeney. And now, then they also, Now, one thing I find interesting about this is that it also points out that cybersecurity agency says Blackco, the French cybersecurity agency says Blackco, the Israeli tech firm targeted John Sweeney as well as interfering in the New York and French election. New York, of course, that's we are talking about Mamdani here. Now. This is why I think what the French said, what the French said back in June, and what Trump is saying now, should bring us back to one very scary part about the direction that democracy is headed. At least from my point of view, there are a lot of hired actors out there that will, if you have money, they will do anything for you.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
A guy in Australia proved this point.
Yeah, if you have hired mercenaries. And you have hired hackers. That means you can hire
a lobbyist.
You can hire a lobbyist.
You can hire an influential.
You can hire an influencer. You can hire anyone. So that means if you find, if you find, maybe not just a Blackco, you can find any tech firm of the caliber of Blackco, give them enough money, and they will interfere in any election you want them to interfere.
You're going too far. You can appoint your cousin to be a multiple WhatsApp group manager.
That's a low scale of it. Actually, a point of correction. That's a budget version.
That's all you need.
Yeah. So I think even though I don't believe the whole thing about China political interference, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But considering the source, hardly doubt.
Well, here's the thing, Helmut. Let's not put. Firstly, let's not think about nation states as being, unicorns and fluffy rabbits and angels and
That
all
are
that.
holy. No.
Yeah, they do commit a lot of negatives and a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the guy's name? Okay, I won't mention his name because he's a fellow media professional. So, and I also won't say where he works. So he recently went 2 months back to Russia because Russia Today was inviting African governments that Russia has bilateral relations with. They were inviting like media companies from these African countries to go for like a 1 week, 5 day workshop at Russia Today about content and presenting and seeing how Russia Today does their stuff. Now it's not eye-opening things. How much you can watch a YouTube video on it, man. Until when it came to like the true content discussion,
as in framing.
Yeah, basically framing, perspective, and who to talk to. And he said, technically, they were basically trained on propaganda 101. If you talk to a person in the village in a war zone, that person in the village who is a resident of that village says there are 20 people that were killed because of a war strike. Nah. They literally told word for word, this is what he said. No, you don't talk to that person. You call the general in charge of communications for the army to confirm whether there are 20 people dead. Now, we've seen what the Israeli army has done. They literally run a counter-propaganda campaign.
They've upped their budget.
Remember the famous budget, the famous cameraman that you told us about so many times? The guy that
the one who had to hide
where
for
the
his life.
bomb actually fell, and then everybody was looking for that guy because so many people lost their bets. So it's that kind of a scenario because it's the reason why we as the media exist. Look,
okay, so you are looking at a lot of information warfare then going on here because one thing I like about the US is that they have not hidden the fact that they don't like China very much, especially in relation to just how fast and competitive it's growing.
Even though they
trade them,
even though these two countries trade the most with each other. It's actually as if China is like right next to US, like right here. There is no Pacific Ocean. It's literally like the whole trade is just like this, Helmut, the whole time.
You know why I have concluded that rich people are smart and poor people are dumb? It's because poor people know when to fight. Rich people know when to fight and when to trade. Yeah, you can look at a lot of countries that don't like each other. They are trading. Yeah, there's a lot of
and then they're even the biggest traders with each other.
Exactly. And now, if you find a bunch of broke people in these countries, they hate each other to the core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then they don't trade.
They don't trade. They hate each other. But there are leaders who caused them to hate each other are talking and trading.
They even have WhatsApp groups with each other. Do you know what's the interesting thing? That actually the point that we started off from, which was the protectionist discussion. Yeah. So what was the thing that I read? Remember when we did the hydrogen review, the global hydrogen review by the IEA?
Yeah.
2 weeks back, No, last week, yeah. When we did that report, in that report, Helmut, in the Africa side of things, in the special Africa chapter, in chapter 8, and I wrote the article recently meant for the Villager in this week, it comes out that the technologies, well, it's not just that report. Sorry, it's not just that report. It's also this thing that I went to on Monday for the UNIDO, the rare earth minerals, this public lecture that was held at NAST as well.
Yeah.
So, in both that report and in that discussion of the rare earth, you can basically see that a lot of the technologies for achieving just energy transition and green energy and green industries development, industrialization. All of these new technologies that would make us achieve these goals come from global north or developed economies. The solutions, many of them, the solutions that just need a little bit more money, is something that you and I can also think about. You know, if we probably had the best level of education at that stage, but is an opportunity that we're missing out on, because the first technologies that can help with anything are technologies technically that come from the global north. And the global north also includes, for example, China as well, or places like China. Now, at the heart of this, you can literally see what's impacting us on the ground as Africa.
Yeah.
So on the ground, with reference to what you said about the poor people hating each other while their leaders are basically in the same WhatsApp group, chatting with each other and sharing party selfies and indecent photos probably, is a scenario of what information does to the reality on a picture, or to a reality that you didn't expect. For example, South Africa is the case study for this. Helmut, we will never achieve the level of being self-sufficient and saying in a report by the IEA or in a report by the Food and Agriculture Organization, or in a presentation done by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, about all the solutions Africa has is right in front of you. We are giving you money just so that the solution technically becomes commercially viable. It's not a statement like that. It's not a statement that says, Dwight out there in the bush sits with the solution, just give the man money. Don't ask for the money back. Just make sure that the money is enough for his solution to become commercially viable. Then we know we've met. They obviously will do that as the UN. They will say, then they know they've met the actual goals of ensuring that something came to fruition for a positive, for a national good for Namibia. But no, that's not what you will see, for example, in the South African case. Suddenly now, those immigrants are responsible for unemployment. But if you go look at the unemployment statistics, the South Africans are not going to school, or they don't pass grade 12, or they don't actually write their exams, or they can't make it to the university. Now their political campaigns at one stage 2 years back was about allow people to enter freely into the university. But the universities tell them, but I need to maintain standards. Wat 'n goed praat jy?
The teachers, the lecturers must be paid. The material must be bought.
Yeah. ESCOM's lights keep flickering on and off.
Exactly. Renovations, the janitor, all these things will have to be paid for somehow.
Yeah, but Helmut, that's the exact thing. It's scenarios like this on the African continent, in the African context, where we don't realize we are living in a modern world that Africans did not create. Africa was not at the forefront of creating this modern world. We were at the forefront of supplying for this modern world. If you read about that Congo crisis now, for example, the Congo crisis starts from enlightened, woke, educated, urbanite Africans. Okay, let me be more specific, micro, because I'm now making it micro to a Congolese discussion. So it was sophisticated, they were living in urban areas, they were educated. They had seen France, like your bra from Central African.
Yeah.
Yeah, that called himself emperor with his gold throne.
Yeah.
Because he was in the French Foreign Legion,
Yeah.
And he saw the way of life in France. And he was a fanatic of Napoleon.
Very much.
Very much.
Yeah.
He believed he's an embodiment of Napoleon. Him and Pol Pot. Yes, Pot was the same. Him and Pol Pot, they were the same. They were cut from the same cloth, just two different countries. Because Pot also went to go study was in France.
Yeah.
Pot was exposed to the jazz culture, the nightlife in Paris, and just how liberal things were. And then Pol Pot flies back, and then decides his country needs socialism.
I think this is one thing that is a little scary about about the world of intelligence. Just a few days ago, it came out that at least from Iranian media, that the Western goal, at least the goal they had with regards to Iran, was that if the overthrowing of the government overthrow of Iran worked the same way that that the one of Venezuela did, the man who should have taken over power, and this is one of those things that's just he said she said going on in much of the media sources that I've seen. And the man who should have taken over would have been Ahmadinejad, the former president, I believe.
But Ahmadinejad lost an election.
He lost an election, and he has used all kinds of colorful language towards both America and Israel.
It's even now recently there's an article where he actually discredits the New York Times or the Times or whatever Times thing from the US somewhere about they were saying apparently he wants the Israelis to help install him into the office.
Wasn't that the Pahlavi?
No, not Pahlavi. Ahmadinejad. And Ahmadinejad had to write a personally signed and authored letter by him in the opinion pages for that publication. It happened this week or last week. And he literally said, you guys are making outrageous claims. Do you see the narrative? Do you see the propaganda? And the information war also happening?
Look, from the look of things, information is going to be actually information has always been the center of the center of war. There's a reason why we know a lot about the Roman Empire and not the Persian Empire. And that's because when you're talking about the Persian Empire, which was just one larger than life empire on its own. Under Cyrus, under Darius, you don't hear a lot about them. Why? And they laid the foundation for a lot of mathematics and a lot of mathematics, math and science and geography concept we use today. You don't hear a lot of that.
Yeah.
Why did a lot of people find out? Was that a year or two ago in the Western world that the numbers they use are actually Arabic? Now, that's because the information about a lot of the sources of everything that has Arabic origin has been either Romanized or Westernized, and that's on purpose, not by accident. So, if the Russians or the Chinese, the Indians or the Europeans, the Americans are trying to carve out their own channel of information warfare, not just through media, but also electronically, in terms of digital information. Here's the thing. How much progress are we making in sort of like either putting guardrails in place to make sure that that information type of warfare is not directed towards us? Because whether we like it or not, we are going to need information conduits or information channels.
Okay. From
Now,
the bat,
yes,
the solution
is
if companies in this country promote their websites a lot more instead of promoting social media a lot more. Social media is how much we've proved. You and I, we've proved it with the pig butchering scam last year. We've proved it with, in some cases, sometimes how the not just from the pig butchering scam, but also from other indications of how, like with cybersecurity and with data protection, literally how the scams all start, and they all start from social media. They all, and social media is not a legit like resource. It can help you in guidance, but it's not like a first go saying I saw it on this and this person's post, and the person spells Robertson different from the conventional spelling of Robertson, and then no one can find this guy because he puts for the letter O he puts a number 4, and for the E he puts number 3 in, and it's just, you know, basically everyone will think you're lying because you saw it in a guy whose Twitter handle or his Facebook profile name is Robertson, but the guy does that weird thing with writing names by using numbers as letters. So certain scenarios like that, because websites are resources. In the digital space, a website is gold.
The issue we have here is, especially when it comes to information, is that if we are going to follow the crowd, social media, a lot of people use social media daily.
Yeah.
Now, I think...
but social media is a conduit, like you also
yeah, it is a conduit, which is why, you know, you just post a snippet of your information and then a link that directs traffic to your, directs traffic to your website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even the politicians and their communications teams, they will go and hashtag into infinity about hashtag everybody for the political campaign, but there's no website for the political campaign. There's no, like the manifesto is not hosted on a website, on their political party website. No, the manifesto is hosted on Eagle FM's website with other manifestos, and then on their political party campaigning social media page. That's the other concern also.
When it comes to digital, when it comes to to the digital sphere of things, not just in research and investment, but the physical infrastructure that it runs on.
Yeah.
The expansion on that is going to put us, is going to teach us a lesson that we have seen China learn and recently Iran. That dependency on foreign technology is a terrible idea.
Yeah. But it is about who we turn to in the intermediate future.
Yeah.
Or in the immediate, not intermediate. Yeah, it's intermediate and immediate.
Yeah. Now, when you look at it, take for example, if someone wanted to just cook up a smear campaign, if I think this is where the regulation now comes in handy. Now, you and I know corporate espionage is real.
Yeah, but I've never seen it in Namibia. I've heard about it in the private sector media landscape.
Yeah.
Corporate espionage.
Now, when we talk about Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are talking about a lot of corporate bodies in all across the continent interacting.
Yeah.
So that means you need top-notch legislations to keep because you are looking at a behemoth level of commercial activities, and you are looking at a lot of disputes that will pop up left, right, and center from a lot of different companies disagreeing on who should have gotten paid and who didn't get paid, and who paid and did not deliver. But before continue,
yeah. Vevitsa University for the 2027 applications that are now open for the Faculty of Health Sciences for the following programs. Certificate for Enrolled Nurse, Midwife or Accoucheur, Level 6. Certificate in Pharmacy, Level 5. Diploma in Environmental Health Sciences, Level 6. Bachelor of Social Work Honours. Bachelor of Nursing and Midwifery Science Honours. Postgraduate Diploma in Community Health Nursing, Level 8. Postgraduate Diploma in Occupational Health and Safety, Level 8. Postgraduate Diploma in Mental Health Nursing, Level 8, Master of Public Health, and the Master of Occupational Health and Safety. For more information, please call 081-403-6406. Velvicha University, where everyone is an achiever.
welcome back. Let's take a break. Because sitting for 2 hours, no joke. Oh, but there's still more coming on the other side of the break. When I come back, the first thing I'm gonna do is complain about my region, and then we'll continue from there with Omran.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye. Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Welcome back. It's just a minute past the hour of 6. If you just tuned in, this is still a home run with Helmed and Dwight on Eagle FM as usual here until the hour of 6. And we're talking about Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Now, if you don't know what that is, what we want to do as a continent, it turns out, from the African Union, African Union initiative, basically the whole of 54, African countries. Two of them are debatable. We don't have time to, to get into that. But how can we trade with each other? Now, to trade with each other, we need to produce something that other African countries are willing to buy. Even after producing something that another African country is willing to buy, you will have to transport it there. So from producing something and transporting something, one thing that you need is energy. So I think this is why the whole nuclear energy, nuclear bill discussion, taking place in Namibia, is one that is, it's the right time to have that discussion. Because for African countries to trade with each other, they will have to produce something. To produce something, you need a lot of energy. To transport something, you need you need infrastructure, you need hardware. Now,
and not just from a mine to the port.
No.
Please, guys, please. Let's not be that ridiculous.
Let's not be that ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. I don't think protesting is a Kavango thing. Guys are protesting with a Nigerian flag upside down.
With a what flag?
With a Nigerian flag upside down. Anyway.
Okay, Hamud. Why would you say that, Hamud? That protesting is not a Kavango thing.
Clearly, it's not.
Why?
That's our protest flag. And the one below there is a Nigerian flag. We even got the flag wrong, but we got this. You go. Anyway.
What were they protesting about?
It's a peaceful protest. I mean, it's Kavango, so that's a no.
Oh, you don't want to snitch?
No, it's on our Facebook page.
Okay.
Yeah. Members of the Kavango, please be Kavango West. Please be Kavango. Okay, come on.
It's Kavango East.
Yeah.
Is it Anagleta? Is that Anagleta video?
Who else would it be? She don't snitch on us. But anyway.
Yeah.
Just head over to our Facebook page. There is something delicious going on there. Anyway, When it comes to trade, we have to get a lot of things in place. But I find it fascinating that we want to start with a continent-wide currency, but we haven't first figured out.
Not just with the currency. Remember the central bank.
Oh yeah, exactly.
A discussion hosted by a bunch of African countries who don't know what a central bank for the continent actually does to national identity of economies, and also who has to lose their currency and who should not. I mean, it is discussions like that, obviously, that also poses a lot of questions.
A few days ago, I would say, when did I send this? I just have to find. Still have Ivan here. I mean, this is the part where I would sing, but I don't want people to think that, I'm also protesting, just working here.
Why, Helmut? Why would you want to protest?
No, I just want to, I thought of humming to kill the silence, but I don't want people to go, I also protesting. By proxy.
Please don't, Helmut. Whatever you're doing, just don't do it.
No, don't worry, I won't. Yeah, right here. Nigeria. This was on the 30th of June. Yeah, I sent this on the 30th of June. Yeah. What it basically points out was there was this report that was put out by AfriEximbank of the 2025 Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Nigeria seems to have made significant improvements in terms of rapid growth of trade relations and trade relations with with other countries. Nigeria seems to be making more progress compared to a lot of other other African countries. But one challenge that they pointed out that that they faced in intra-Africa trade is transport.
Yeah.
And one thing that was AfriEximbank found in their report, in their analysis, is that transporting, let me just say cargo transport, because we are talking about large scale, commercial activities here. Cargo transport on the African continent, that will make Africa Continental Free Trade Area much more easier and much more feasible. It's actually very very expensive compared to a lot of other regions like Asia and South America.
No.
So clearly. And this is just based on the trade that was conducted on the African continent for the year 2025. So when you look at it, one thing that you see is that we first have to figure out the physical infrastructure. So clearly, before we start looking at, okay, Namibia, why can't you trade with Zambia or Zimbabwe? First find out, are there any roads? Are there any, if it's something that requires shipping, are there any vessels?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if there are any vessels, are these what are we looking at in terms of African? Let's just look at Africa's local. What are we looking at in terms of local ownership? Now, Monday, I believe, it turns out the AMA, AMA. That's something medical. No, that's just one article that I think is going to be in the future e-villager newspapers.
Future?
Yeah, future.
Yeah.
Just have to steal HDC. Yeah, right here. It turns out the African Medicines Agency, AMA, African Medicines Agency, AMA, which is like a pharmaceutical or medical arm of the African Union.
Yeah.
it's headquartered in Rwanda, in Kigali. And this week they had, they had a collaboration. They signed basically a memorandum of understanding with the medicine for Africa. This is a pro-patient type of pharmaceutical industry proponents that is based, I believe, in Joburg, South Africa.
Yeah.
So they signed a memorandum of understanding to basically coordinate forces to combat unregulated medical prescription, which is also not just costing lives, especially in DRC, but also costing countries, a lot of money in terms of taking care of the people that suffer from taking medicine that is not prescribed by doctors. And one thing they found was that a lot of these drugs that either have been mislabeled or they are not well, assessed in terms of their active ingredients and the negative side effects of these meds. All these things are causing a lot of health issues, which now have to be attended to by the legitimate health ministry or health institutions of that particular country, costing that country a lot of money. Most of this medicine is coming into the continent, is being smuggled in, and some of the culprits they found to participate in the frequent use of unregulated, prescribed medicine, making this situation worse.
Yeah.
Unsurprising, your M23 type of guys.
Oh.
Yeah. So, which I totally understand. It's not like you can walk with a AK-47 Katuta Health, hospital, and then sit in that queue patiently, go, don't mind me, it's just a gun.
I'm just here.
Yeah, just here. Have a little bit of a headache from, all the explosions.
Not doing anything special or particularly dubious, besides the whistling.
Yeah. They are going to have like a formal conference-ish type of engagement in around September. Also,
who Helmut, the
MFA,
smugglers or
no, definitely not the smugglers.
Oh.
Yeah, the AMA, who are the Africa Medicine Agency and the Medicines for Africa. Now, when you look at it, from this point, one thing that's also worth looking at is how much of what you consume are you producing? Because for me, Africa Continental Free Trade Area is, we'll have to look beyond the extractive industry.
Yes.
Unless we have to start processing.
Yes and no. Helmut, there's one thing I'm proud of this continent that we have, that we are actually building up to be strong in, is the agro processing.
Yeah.
So we've got South Africa in southern Africa,
Yeah.
but then you are seeing Zambia is also very strong in it. Namibia wants to now actively be very strong in this. Zimbabwe has always been there. So I'm already counting 4 countries in SADC. You cascade over into, for example, potentially DRC has something, because we only know DRC for either being unstable because of the east of DRC and primarily because of DRC's richness or its
in terms of natural resources.
Obviously natural resources. But many people don't know at the scale that DRC has you don't hear of like severe hunger or malnutrition scenarios in DRC. Yeah, probably back then in the 90s when the continuous conflict was so bad for them. But today you don't hear about it. It's just the problematic east, the continuing war of words and the lawlessness that the eastern part of DRC suffers from, and further much, all we know is that they've just got a lot of resources.
Well, thank you for bringing up DRC.
Yeah.
Want to hear something?
Yeah.
When it comes to 2025 AfCFTA, the intra-Africa trade,
Yeah.
which is basically Africa Continental Free Trade Area, 2025, they looked at Northern Africa, Southern Africa, East, West, Central, but let's just focus on in central part of Africa. In Central Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo was a major player in inter-Africa trade, with its total of inter-Africa trade rising from 4.7% in 2024 to 6.74% in 2026. Now, South Africa remained the DRC's primary bilateral trade partner, with the region accounting for a bulk of Democratic Republic of Congo's imports on the continent. Yeah. Port. Now,
Import.
Durban. So just now, that's where the next part now becomes very painful for South Africa, and a little bit of a hooray for Angola. As Africa's largest producer of copper and the world's top producer of cobalt, the DRC exported significant volumes of refined copper to South Africa, primarily transported via the National Railway Company network to the port of Durban. Is this really intra-Africa trade?
It doesn't sound like trade.
Yeah.
It sounds like that funny thing that one time when we did like the macro statistics or the macro analysis of what the NSA releases about Namibia's trade reports.
Yeah.
And we saw that high number of copper. Remember that one time when we did it last year?
Yeah.
We saw that high quantity of copper in the one analysis, and we were like, is this really all Namibian copper, or is this Zambian copper?
That's Zambian
because
copper.
we know the Zambian copper drives through Namibia.
Yeah.
So it's probably a scenario like that. Now it shows up as trade because definitely the truck has to declare what it's carrying at the borders. When it exits from Zambia, when it enters into Namibia, when it comes back, it has to declare it's empty, and it has to declare it's entering Zambia again. So definitely the truck has to do that. The transport company has to do this. But in the broader scheme of things, when we look at this discussion, at the heart of it, you've got to ask, is this trade? Or is this just allowing a passage? Giving allowance?
The key question there, Dwight, is this a trade?
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes, but is it an intra-Africa trade?
Yeah. Does it benefit Africa, or is it still, once again, the resources going to another market?
Yeah.
Where the actual market is, where the actual products are made.
Where it's being processed, because through the processing, that's how you create employment.
Yeah, but somewhere else.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. So, technically, as a politician, you are creating employment, just in Europe and China.
Technically, in trade and economics, it's not really trade. It's just allowing the thing to drive across the
transit.
border. Yeah.
Now, then the Afri-Exim Bank report now points to something that's very interesting. That also is also going to impact Namibia. That now, as of 2025, however, DRC has been seen pivoting its mineral logistics strategy towards the Lobito Corridor group.
Yeah.
Towards the Lobito Corridor. Now,
because it definitely seeks this avenue for reaching the closest port facility, and Durban is far. Durban
really
is far.
Yeah, and then they get
goodness, Durban is far, guys. I know it's quick.
Yeah.
Through Zambia, through Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zimbabwe, then you're into DRC.
Yeah.
Nah. But it depends on from where the mining complex is.
Yeah.
Where is the mine positioned?
Yeah, and I think it's just a matter of if you look at it from a terrain and not just not terrain like a location of the two countries. I mean, Angola. I mean, Lobito is in Angola. Angola and DRC are neighbors.
Yeah, but Lobito is on the Atlantic coast, and Durban is on the Indian coast. So Durban, the positioning of Durban, is to channel eastwards to Asia, to Australasia, to the Middle East.
Yeah.
Probably through the Suez to get quicker to this eastern part of Europe.
Yeah.
If you're on the Atlantic coast of Africa, you're channeling to North America,
and South
to
America.
Western Europe.
Yeah.
You're not even channeling to South America. South America is their own copper. What must they do with your copper?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Chile alone, is South America's Zambia and DRC.
Yeah.
Chile alone is South America's Zambia and DRC together because of the copper they've got there. So, if you look at this discussion specifically, in terms of transportation, you could see for the Congolese, Lobito does make possibly some sort of a sound case, because you're bringing the transport linkage into DRC. You can basically say it's quicker for you to get here.
Plus, they are linked by the
project. By the project, yes. And they are investing in the project. Because now all you've got to do is just get to that connecting point in DRC that then allows the uploading of the resource onto the train, and the train just runs directly into Angola. Because DRC does border onto Angola. And it runs straight. Do you know what's the big concern here, Helmut? It's because of Zimbabwe in between. You're coming out of DRC, you have to declare at Zimbabwe, go through Zimbabwe, declare at Zimbabwe to South Africa, go to South Africa to get to Durban, through the whole South Africa to get to Durban. That is the distance. That's why I was like, it's far to Durban.
Speaking of a distance, according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, logistics costs in Central Africa remained among the highest globally, hindering deeper regional integration.
But here's the thing. The Congo River is so deep, Helmut. It's the world's deepest river.
Yeah.
The Congo River is so deep. A ship can sail up the Congo River.
You know what we are waiting for? Someone to invest in that ship, and then we will say, you know what? Because it's in our river, we want a 50% stake. That is the...
And the ship comes
That's the COVID-19, in African thinking. It's spreading really fast.
Too fast.
Yeah.
But you were still saying, you were still saying...
Yeah, it's... well, now, you're looking at... again, I'm reading this, and it's coming from an African bank that prides itself as the continent's import-export enthusiast. Except much of the we're talking about in Central Africa, DRC played a very significant role in terms of inter-Africa trade. No, they didn't. They were shipping stuff out of the continent. So South Africa didn't buy it. It was just going through South Africa. Now, this is why I'm saying when we talk about intra-Africa trade, and our first go-to is this is how much this is how much trade that Namibia conducted with Angola, and that trade involved Namibia, shipping a lot of minerals to the port in Angola.
Yeah.
I have limited understanding of economics, but I'm not counting that as Namibia and Angola trading.
If you see this little diagram, this is what the Lupito corridor looks like. This is the development.
That makes a lot of logistical sense.
Yeah. Do you see the short distance?
Yeah.
Yeah. The obvious concern you can obviously see here is that this thing, in many scenarios, does just serve the extractive industry.
Yeah.
Now, I asked in my Google search the difference between Lobito and Durban.
Yeah.
And the AI explainer wanted to now cite there that DRC and Lobito and Durban serve two different markets, which is the thing that I explained basically also. Because the case that Indian Ocean ports of South Africa helps to connect Southern Africa to primarily China and primarily India and primarily Australia. They are three large manufacturing markets. Lobito takes you where? Lobito tries to serve a European and a North American market. So if you look at, which was the geography I already outlined, if you look at this, you can immediately identify that, okay, you know that the Zambians, the Congolese, and the Angolans are trying to get to a North American, West European market. Whereas we here in close proximity to South Africa, that's now us, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. We know that South Africa channels a lot of trade, specifically from China and specifically from India, through them to the rest of us. So the linkage is primarily East Asia, Middle East, to Far East Asia, to Oceania, and then the Indian Ocean territories. And believe you me, China and India are hungry, Helmut, for resources.
Doesn't China like have a bunch of resources?
Yes, they do. But they are still gobbling up more.
Yeah.
They are
they are an industrial powerhouse. It makes sense.
They are resource hungry.
And let's continue with the definition of trade in this Africa Continental Free Trade area. So for me, every time I read, I look at intra-Africa trade and I see diamonds, gold, all kinds of resources being shipped to a port. I'm not counting that as intra-Africa.
Yeah.
That stuff is leaving the continent. So we have to. That's a very loose definition.
Yeah.
Now, South Africa, on the other hand, has a very interesting, trade statistics, which I give a little credit in comparison to DRC because of the products that dominated their inter-Africa trade, trade statistics. South Africa's export continued to grow rapidly with the data from International Trade Center showing that machinery, vehicles, electrical equipment, and processed materials are the main exports to the rest of the continent.
Yeah.
Processed material.
Yeah. Not the final product.
Processed material.
Not the
processed food products, chemicals. And this is what South Africa is. Now that is intra-Africa trade.
Yes.
The vehicles part, we'll talk about that.
What, you don't want PTSD about that helmet or trauma?
Yeah, like okay. When you are the processing part, the processing part. If there's something that it's South African brand, it's being the raw materials, most of it is being sourced from in Africa, and it's processed and packaged in South Africa and sold to other African countries. I think that's what intra-Africa trade or Africa Continental Free Trade Area should be about.
Yeah.
Not this country shipped this much gold to the port.
Or the gold was just dipped, washed, polished a little bit. And then put in a nice case, which is Kama processing, and then loaded up onto a proper train car. And now the train is
send it off.
Yeah, being sent off through a port. Yeah, not that kind of a thing.
Because South Africa is really for me, I will give a lot of credit to South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt. Now for I think minerals, fuels, and this was in Southern Africa. In Southern Africa, imports remained concentrated in mineral fuels amid persistent energy constraint. Thanks to block equals unblock.
Which is back on, by the way.
It's back on, by the way. And in Southern Africa again, Southern Africa, this is why SADC is very awesome, because in South Africa you have precious metals being traded, but we are also looking at the textile and processed food. Textile, in other words, sell each other what you are producing yourself.
Now, it does not say go and sell me the Levi jean that you imported, that I am also importing.
Not that.
We're not saying sell someone else's processed thing or ready-made thing.
Yeah.
Make your own jean. If it's Karakul jean, yes, make it and sell it and export it. Don't come and sell me the same Levi.
Yeah.
Which is actually a bit weird, but yeah. which is actually telling the order with me.
Look, when we're because look, that's a good point to make, because if we're talking about industrialization,
Yeah.
we're talking about making stuff that we sell.
Yeah.
So that Africa can, Africa can make stuff that it consumes and consume stuff that it, that it makes. Because right now that's not the case.
Yeah.
We're just, we just have potential.
We continuously stay
On the side of the break.
Get a U-Save today, where every penny counts. 1 liter Clover Long Life milk, just 22.99 Namibian dollars. 500 grams of everyday yogurt, just 24.99 Namibian dollars. A 500 gram brick of Rama 70% fat spread, just 26.99 Namibian dollars. Discounted prices on Rhodes, 10 Food, and U-Save brand jams too. U-Save, your low-budget grocery store, where good food costs less.
lipura nengeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna emitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Welcome back. Trading with each other on the African continent level, easier said than done.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think, slowly but surely we're going to get there. It's just that we have to move in the direction more of implementing rather than condemning.
Yes, yes, and yes. Why? With reference to the tourism discussion we had back on Tuesday, no? Back on Wednesday. Yeah, back on Wednesday. With reference to that tourism discussion about the tourism trends for the world that saw more people actually flying, but actually Africa and Europe benefiting more because of the block plus block equals unblock. I would like to see what that, the next 3 months into June looked like, from April to June, because it does really show that there is a positive lining somewhere for tourism markets like Africa. But the tourism markets now also means that we have to activate local tourism markets. Local tourism markets, Helmut, are in a scenario of are Namibians flying to the rest of Africa, and are the rest of Africa flying to Namibia?
Now did you look at that yesterday?
But this is the nightmare of March and March, which we also spoke about a little bit earlier in today's show.
Yeah.
Ne? This is what March and March doesn't want. They don't want African migrants.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a tourist, or if you're just flying through a country, you're a migrant nonetheless. Hence your reason, the explainer you highlighted there, where people were asking much and much, define migrant, define immigrant, define it for us.
Yeah.
Because anyone that flies to you, even if they're just here for a holiday visa, is a migrant.
Yeah.
It's just that this person is temporarily going to be here. You know they're going to be here. They got permission to be here. They're a tourist. And then they're going to go back.
Yeah.
Now, that is what we've got to deal with. Now, at the heart of AfCFTA is the free movement of people protocol that you and I did in 2024. The free movement of people protocol looks at removing basically border regulations. It's technically making a border porous.
Flexible. In terms of
Making it porous.
and
Making it porous, which brings us back to the Brexit thing where you highlighted the Polish.
Now that you brought that up, the thing is, one aspect of Africa Continental Free Trade Area that is going to come with is if we are going to learn anything from South Africa, and South Africa and panel of the wise, is that with all the trade relationships is going to come a lot of security concerns. Yeah. Because you will have good people in between African countries that will just be trading, and you will have bad people exploiting that border flexibility to run away from to run away from the authorities in their country.
Yeah.
So that means you will need as Africa Continental Free Trade Area progresses in terms of implementation, we will also need not just lawmakers but also security clusters in all these all 54 countries to talk to each other.
Yeah. Basically.
They will have to talk to each other so they know what's going on in a security cluster in Egypt, what's going on in the security the security cluster of Central African Republic.
That sounds like spying.
Not really. What you don't want, and this is the biggest problem with immigration. You have people that have done something illegal in their country, and they run to a different country claiming to be an immigrant. And that's a genuine concern when it comes to immigration. So it would be very naive to assume that when Africa Continental Free Trade Area or intra-Africa trade or intra-travel trade is in full swing, only good people will be visiting different countries. How many times have we read stories of Western tourists flying with their spouses to Africa or any other parts of the world, and then ended up being investigated for the murder of the very spouse they came with on vacation?
Okay, so you're talking about the guy in Cape Town.
Yep.
The guy, the British guy.
The British who is black with the Zimbabwean surname.
No, not that guy.
There's a different one.
Yeah, the millionaire, the Indian British guy, the British Indian guy.
Yeah.
The very famous way he hired the two South African guys to technically kill his wife while they are on honeymoon. Why?
Who thinks of murder when they are on honeymoon?
Well, that guy, because he wanted to activate the insurance policies back in the UK.
Hang on a second. Homeboy got married with that purpose in mind.
It seems so.
Jeez.
It seems so, Helmut.
Until death do us part. That's a little sooner, don't you think?
Well, what he did was, on another level, but yeah.
Oh boy.
Guys, if you want to divorce, just divorce.
Yeah. That's what the president of Botswana said, that people have this negative way of looking at divorce. But you have to understand that they didn't murder each other. Just thank them. They have reached a point where they're like, you know what, sweetheart, this sweet don't turn sour. Let's just say, but
That's what doesn't turn sour, Helmut.
Yeah, well, just read the room. When the sweetheart turns sour heart, just cut ties, and the court will be there to say, okay, you know what? Well, before we would ask who cheated on who, but now we just want to know one thing: can you fix it? If the answer is no, please sign here, and better luck next time.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, so my point is, every time that you bring a large number of people together, they are bound to be security concerns, which is why we have, established police, police departments or more like security clusters, because the reason behind that is when you bring a large number of people like we see in a lot of urban areas, a lot of people just do all kinds of crazy things. So you need law enforcement to maintain law and order.
Yeah.
So when you have a lot of African countries trading and a lot of Africans moving in between different countries, not just good people are going to move that are trading. You have people that will want to run away from their illegal activities back home. So you'll want to, but Africa has its own Interpol. Turns out it's called Afropol. Jesus. But the thing is, it makes a lot of sense to be on top of the game in terms of fighting crime. Yeah. Now my only problem is now I'm just sitting here watching my Nampol working with the Zambian police, with the Botswana police,
and they're all being helped by the German police.
Yeah,
actually, the German police helps the whole of Africa.
So
helps the whole Afripol. The German police helps the whole Afripol.
Yeah,
to do their work.
And you have now you have police officers in different countries, fighting over how to interact with a suspect. You don't just go around asking them money. You first have to. Jesus. Okay.
Why did you stop halfway, Helmut?
Because I'm just thinking about all kinds of videos that I've seen about a lot of countries, about police officers in other African countries. Look, they say there are a lot of truck drivers that drive through Namibia. Yeah, that like to make videos about just how easy it is to interact with the police in Namibia, and just how beautiful the country is and the road and everything. But there's one that made one on that made one on police officers. That when I show up at a checkpoint, I don't have crap to worry about, because I know that the cargo I'm carrying, my documentation and everything is in order.
Yeah.
That's all they're asking about. Unlike some other countries where when they are asking for papers, they are not asking for your document papers. They are asking for other type of papers. The one with
they are asking for the missing
pages in your passport. Now, they're asking. Look, that's a genuine African Continental Free Trade Area concern. We will, the AU will have to address.
Yeah.
Because truck drivers, they are transcontinental. They are transcontinental drivers. They are driving across different African countries, and they are experiencing security cluster, interaction in all these countries that they are crossing.
Yeah.
And in some, they are like, can I have your passport? You give them a passport. It's like, what? They are missing pages here. Now they know you have to bribe them. Now that's just another problem. Whether that is just a greedy, as a result of a greed on the side of the police officer, or it's because the country's leadership have stolen so much they don't have a reliable payroll. For their security cluster. These are still concerns that must be addressed on an AU level.
Yeah.
Why are police officers in your country looking for extra pages in my passport? Is it their problem, which means you have to clean house, or is it your problem, as in you don't just pay them fair enough?
Yeah. It's those concerns, Helmut, specifically that I remember. It was a wonderful idea two of my siblings had about importing tea from Kenya.
Yeah.
The Kenyans already process the tea for you. You just have to repackage the thing and sell the thing.
Yeah.
So two of my siblings approached a trucking company in Windhoek, and that guy says, "Listen, there's no problem.
I don't mean to.
There's no problem sending the truck that side, but because his rate was something like 1,000 or something like 10,000 a day."
Yeah.
Or 1,000 a kilometer that he was going to charge, because he says the insurance he has for the truck
Yeah.
only covers Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, Zambia and Zimbabwe.
And they know the risks in these countries, so the price is set to that.
Yeah, but he says, on the other side of Zambia, I don't know what happens to my truck. I don't know where my truck is. I don't know where my truck driver is. And then he
I
said,
don't know how safe both are.
Yeah. And he said that, right? And then my siblings were like, why? Because he literally says, we don't know the business culture on the other side of certain countries in SADC, which actually shows you SADC has one major particular thing, which you already highlighted.
Yeah.
Now, scenarios like that also makes tourism weird.
Yeah.
Back in 2010, Helmut,
Yeah.
there was this phenomena of, but before that, we've got an ad break, guys.
Do you need toiletries and household cleaners? You won't get it cheaper than at USave up to the 7th of June. Get 250mm jars of Vaseline for only 25 Namibian dollars. Smell fresh with Playboy roll-on deodorant for just 18.99 Namibian dollars. Get 2 kilograms of Surf's hand washing powder for just 49.99 Namibian dollars. Get 750ml Sunlight dishwashing liquid for 28.99 Namibian dollars. And get 2 boxes of Cares Maxi sanitary pads for only 12.99 Namibian dollars. USave. Where else?
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station, Eagle FM, and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa, and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
14 minutes left to the hour of 7 is still listening to Home Run with Helmut and Dwight. So Dwight, back in 2010.
Need as a Namibian, if you get a visa and everything, and you go to another country. So travel insurance just helps you with if you get injured or something happens to you on the other side, Helmut. But it's now like a requisite that you must
have for you to travel.
Yeah, if you get on a plane to get in, specifically for Europe and some of the Asian countries. Yeah. But travel insurance started popping up here in 2010, Goeterse. Specifically for a lot of these Namibians and South Africans who were told, because at that stage Mozambique was now like calming down. Mozambique was the place to be for party animals. You could drive from Windhoek with your car through northern South Africa, to Maputo, and you could party in Maputo for like end of year party. And it was the scene. But then the one colleague I had at the time asked the person, this one insurance broker who was promoting this product at the time in advertising, she asked the guy, why has this product now become hot stuff? And he said basically it's because of the stories and the events that specifically South Africans and Namibians and rich Zimbabweans and rich Botswanans are experiencing in Mozambique. At that time, Helmut, if you are driving, let's say you are driving, you're on the way, imagine you're there in Kavango East, where you don't have these fences that you see here between Windhoek and Okahania and Windhoek and, these farming fences, which are known as sort of like those border fences between public land, which is the road and the corridors next to the highway, and the private land, which is owned on the other side of those fences. So they don't have something like that in most cases of Mozambique. And the guy explained to her that villages next to the roads, the children would run in front of these cars, or the parents or an adult would throw the child in front of the car, and you accidentally now run over or bump the kid, and now you are stuck there because these Mozambicans, who are rural Mozambicans, would then extort you for money.
You're going to throw your kid in front of a moving 30-ton truck for money?
Not a 30-ton truck, a bakkie, fully loaded, or an SUV, fully loaded.
Well, it doesn't matter, but that doesn't sound like good parenting at all.
No, it doesn't, but it's also one of the scenarios if you look at the differences in living standards between the SADC countries
So
specifically.
it's a desperation.
It's a desperation issue as well.
Back
and
to the
because
central
Mozambique
leadership.
because Mozambique is a country that annually gets rampaged or ravaged by tropical storms because of the Indian Ocean rainy season.
Yeah.
So that's the issue specifically that Mozambique was unfortunately prone to at that time. So travel insurance has now become like a main thing. But now here's the concern, and my concern is specifically not fully xenophobic like the South Africans, not nowhere close to racism, but on a scenario of countries like Namibia and South Africa and Botswana, we face a potential uncontrollable immigration threat, specifically if we all agree to that AfCFTA protocol on free movement of people specifically.
Yeah.
Because the main aim is for the goods and the people to move.
Yeah.
Not just the goods.
Yeah.
So a lot of the other African countries have to come to play, because I recently saw on one of my YouTube feeds one of these so-called African influencers who came here to Namibia made a video saying Namibia is Africa's most westernized country.
Mhm.
And I was like, "Wat 'n goed praat jy?"
What are you talking about?
But it's probably because of how clean Namibia is, how organized we are, small population, large spaces. That's the key things that this person was focusing on.
Yeah.
Another one was earlier today, another Indian influencer who also highlighted specifically this unique facade of Namibia, where she basically said that, but it seems like Namibia is like this hidden gem in Africa. I recently saw and heard we're now getting like a lot of British tourists now. Because if you go to some of these retailers here close to Marua Mall, or the ones at Marua Mall, now there's a whole bunch of tourists. Now we're just having tourists up and down Independence Avenue. And please, the asset forfeiture department, man. Go and rob the people that work in Namibia. Stop robbing the tourists. You guys are making us look bad. We're just basic Namibians. Not that I'm part of your cluster of your economic activity, but yeah.
Economic activity.
Yeah.
Very diplomatic.
No, I had to be, Hamut. Otherwise, we would have the police making phone calls here, live on air, about Dwight, wat maakt jy?
Yeah, now, was Nigeria. The AfriExim Bank report found that Nigeria's new logistics initiative, such as such as a dedicated air corridor, air cargo corridor to East and Southern Africa, are reducing transportation cost for Nigerian inter-Africa trade. Okay, so are we going to decide here what are we going to use in terms of this inter-Africa trade? I mean, pardon me, there's no harm in using multiple modes of transport.
Yeah.
But for large-scale commercial activities in terms of cargo transport, rail and shipping are mostly used the world over because they're affordable. And they also they carry large amount of freight in comparison to flights. So Nigeria, of course, is doing its own thing. It just they figured out, we'll just fly this stuff. And you have the Lobito Corridor Group, which is, let's face it, it's not an African project.
Yeah,
it's not, because yes, it's on African land. I'm looking at who is funding the whole thing.
Yeah, and it's a SADC specific project. Yes, it's on Africa. Yes, it's in SADC.
Yeah.
But it's a SADC project that SADC promoted, that SADC is championing. So, yeah. And it's super obvious. It's connecting extraction to a port.
Extraction to a port. And when you look at it, I think extraction is going to become very lucrative the more technology advances because of how much the technological development are reliant on the extractive industry, and this kicked off at the beginning of the industrial revolution. And what's the first thing that we saw in the early days of that you basically see if you look at the history of the industrial revolution? Mines started basically popping up left, right, and center. Drilling rigs and all. And all these things, and so you have to melt all kinds of rocks to turn them into all kinds of metals for all kinds of products.
Basically,
that's a very extractive, industry reliant economy that we are looking at. So the pieces that must be in place for you to have an economy that is that is based on that. It makes sense that in the early days of the implementation of the AfCFTA, one thing that you see is that a lot of countries on the African continent are sort of like scrambling on what to trade with each other. And the biggest, of course, the biggest player there is the currency. So you are a Namibian business individual, and you are asked by your government to participate in the AfCFTA in terms of inter-Africa trade. And you see that you have buyers coming out of the EU that are buying your product at 3 times the price that your inter-Africa trade partners are able to buy the product at.
Yeah.
Not just that, they are buying it in a currency that is even much more stronger. Who are you going to sell? Who are you going to prioritize in terms of selling that product?
I mean, just recently I discovered that the Angolans hold South African rand alongside the euro, the US dollar, and now they will add the Chinese yuan as reserve currencies. Reserve currencies are currencies, Helmut, that you collect as a central bank if you need to make international payments as a country.
Yeah.
Let's say you have to import things. Now Helmut is there. There's like 20 Helmuts now ordering with me from China.
Yeah.
Then it's instructions that your central bank has to send to the central bank of China.
Yeah.
Because these guys was now placing online orders.
So
send the money.
Is moving.
Yeah, and then the products come through that way. So reserve currencies are now becoming a major thing. It'll only the AfCFTA will definitely benefit South Africa a lot more than many of the other currencies on the continent. The rand will become just stronger.
Yeah, and I think we can. South Africa is ahead of the much of the processing, because that's where much of the initiatives are from. Because you're not just shipping everything raw.
I mean, Helmut, the South Africans are even making tires, even though that legacy tire factory outside of Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Province closed down at the start of this year.
Yeah,
they were making tires. That company was more than 50 years old. That factory, more than 50 years old, making tires. So tire production, things like tire production and other particular industrial activities in South Africa. I mean, if one little factory closes down, another one opens up.
Yeah, so 3 minutes into the 3 minutes to the hour of 7, so it's time to basically wrap it up and sign out. Which means, continental free trade area, that's something that we're going to be hearing a lot, obviously, because it's a long-term plan. If you look at basically everything AU is either 2030, 2050, 2063. So these are initiatives that are set up in a way that they should be carried on by the next leadership. And we're talking about 10, 20 years basically into infinity. So the question now that comes from there is, are we investing enough in youth leaderships in terms of training? You want to have protégés in place, so to make sure that the legacy you are building is not set on fire from 5 minutes into someone untrained taking over executive office.
Yeah.
And that's where we have a little bit of a problem then on the African continent, because you have people that pre-ordered the Bible still in office. And now
you're starting again.
You can't talk about 2063. 2063.
And you were there when Judas was sitting right next to Jesus.
Yeah. Actually, you were Judas' babysitter. And now you watch the homeboy grow.
You watched the first political actions being taken in a religious format.
Yeah, I mean, if Judas said, I'm pretty sure if Judas spoke Afrikaans, he would have said to the Pharisees, "Verkoop." Our Lord and Savior. I'm not going to Torah anytime soon, am I?
Stay away from church women, Helmut. They will not forget you.
I know. All right, so obviously that brings us to the end of Home Run for today. Until Monday, same time, same place, on your favorite radio station. From me, you'll have a good one.
And on my side, dear listeners, see me on Sunday again. Before that, adios, and stay tuned for the next program after the break.
Care that helps you care for others. That's the basic mental health first aid course, free for NHP members. You'll learn how to spot early signs of mental or emotional distress in friends, family, or colleagues, and how to guide them to the right support before small struggles become bigger problems. Learn more and register for free at nhp.com.na. T's and C's apply. NHP, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-288-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station, Eagle FM, and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa, and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity?
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event, such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083 2888 400. Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into.
Natupandure vakoto wave tupembako kujja ko venduka embako ngashinga ulirimo make vasorota tiveri vavali ya
Uchomaka kunyeri avali Nika ese plana Omasoro Nika se masoro Mukomorita
Takalino manaja nena twenjete ya vi.
Oh, okay. Ayo mbili ane Desha alagidako
Tate kuruma no manena nene titano ni.
Uliwete na ino koskili na kuliwete tate na Rwanda. Kulili koskili na kutala kwa
iki. Weekend mwi kwetenge byano.
Makoma weekend yega ngashi no kukara. Se weekend osheka pipiane. Weekend awene iki. Aikara ikiri nawa. So sheka pipiane. Sasi atuka tuno mala kanwa mwiri.
Yeah.
Ngopwa jomu tulina pire kana. Normalmente te como na portual foto ta como singis. Ame se japa ai singira ndama ko bana yankwetu. Anonga ipiano yakwetu. Njiro shatu ne veta o shatu dite apo eke shebene.
Ano shikwashike. Tuwete ngoku joshima tahitu ndakani kana mara.
Anti kapen my friend nambia kuneveta diwa. Ndo shirika pena hapo eke ile no polifike obeni. Otuangalie kwa makombinga ku polisi wanga ipiano ayandika tata nui kapino nopo utake nkata ipe
moda tete kutaro sinsa watanga shikana kwetu hiyo taru hao wambili kangi
ile kupole kucho ukapeni ndo kapeni ngai piano menu kanga mandiri monjira yangonda ukakunda uka hashuno kupula ngauka
takoti tuepe tokufuka kopate ushingifu ukifu ushike kitatu mandani ngepuko
kitatu ningira hapa
Favorito akata kuti tiwe era kuti baiwe shi to ai no matera ke no
to atini
ai ko feke nga ai tate ko ruma unyoni namanditi ni amaro dove ni amo andi po bya bene ndi ore punya unyandi to bichongola audite na hombokero de mongeri nyana tango ko afinda alongero mongere ka inyana famwa ali kaneno ko chinde ni kadde bayan
aye Otuleni muju. So ini mangai yanda papele mo radio kucha. Opene kiri meiri tatu etu kwata. Ngeka isimarodo ipara ire omariko. Ini mei tatu kuna pate ipitiro.
Famoto tingoni pale shito. Na taliti ni mai alongwe.
Nishe shito. Ini shito. Amama nangu cho mune shito li mweri mwalu na anu ni para yafata atare kuya emungu.
Tate kuru okamenu ikefika hapa wangakano kalingi ndokana kudengo samana. Kula kefike kenopo.
Yaro.
Ndoba ikeriyo pakati walala numburu kwa tayo mwane kote kima kake neke no lutu ai payo to nyimwe kati zo kalondu kanu
kala kwa tapo zike nikatoile
tate kuruma kana kanu kongengo ekafanga kena ndoruka ko wadipa
keno kwa ikambi tatu na ndokulirine
Mungu la buliko dolongo payo jashi bimo pokamba yeve tate tumbe na dioro la kucheka mba kwido bakulu beba kucheka nsamana kwa rwapokamba Yosa mane po kambo puke na koruina. Kako ipero liruno naka. Ano pe fotwa mapeni. Ako oru pale mumbo la vunyo mnoli neko okalimuta taka konjero.
Yeah.
Kwe kamba kashidro tantiko tantondo kakuno. Tankara penye momo mbo membeta kuruka jomo veli.
Monebe yo muwa.
Ano tamu kapeni.
Uri yo muwa kwenye walende ande kulusi.
Duli ka ano sama nike okuliano ukale kwa kalela nge jamon. Wa haki kini kumbuwe. Akwetu ano tava na kwela udile kuchaka ndo kwa tire pumba doma yo kapedo manga nimi
tu nina almeno tuli mujo
ma ba vene tate ko ruma neno tunoshipopi washi nuka karao memewe tera narela aba junyu nyunya
ano na wako to watu inatuniana kama kupina tupate ko ilongali na tupate ko nina programa ya mule
programa ete mule shashi shwete tata mekanale kuja alumenu onele etu ilipe tala ne kauruma amonda daro ne na kuruka dina ndame lumenu ndili ya dali beto taso ai narwanda na jemo mumbo shashi sha ombole mbola kana
eda yangata
narwanda mbotali kakana akuruka dimba ni ta ombolo Yo veto taiti shon samane weas o veto taikingao no rudal. Ano narwanda nkurukaje utaka hombola. Ina dalo na rumene nyataka hombola mwe. Shashi nyotaka kufa ke batania narwanda na inakufa. Openango kaponda fita keri pa rumene aba. Nde tulingo kuendera ko luko. Shakalunga mafipo nda kwati foruko.
Yeah.
Niwa. Shashi ngengo atale na wa mobeta yetu. Obeta do dai diwa. Tari ke diwa kucha. Lumenu na pe umbo shasho yenpi. Utadru kwatirapo elandura fano la kheli filepo na inote mpokolo. Nde akurukadiwe na kamboro ka lumenu wakatara yo maduno mo umbo kuivu kifa kunye patali tandave. Paifa no vitandi bwali hapo. Na ndu wango lumenu darwana no baomboro. Bacho bana benyo naje ko bape umbwe. Ayo mbona likalengo ke dinar nando no kwambo. Wakwetu anu fukuru mufike pe. Paifa onyeke mwara mkatare koma pato ba lumenu. Nye enya ina lumenu ina katara ke patani. Yo nini mabefo meme ina ve nambirita videnga ke mo maso. Taninge yene yakuno samane ngombora shi patara. Yo tatu kunkuruka jo. Shapa shati mwameme na yetini mwa mwameme. Adi mkanare kucha. O taningi nae fa lumenu inya to anje sho peri na ba kuruka ja ita kaja ko bekuka. Na wali mwameme shasho wango kateko.
Ya nalwanda nanji na tango pokucha ano oshikera nyandu takuchi onkulukajo kwalo wakonsamane aluse akulukajo ngoba alo wasamane
aluse acha samane otwaro wango
ano ngai bashipula penyano po
ayi unene mesa ashikene dimburuka kuchelo wali dimo momeme aveke tadalwa nabo na mwameme o meme ka betudala takuti nalwandi na pe umbo shishingo kwafi shashishe patalike ke nali kuchosha atusome mutakarapo ngo kwafi umbolo taliko nkulukadiwa
paifa shashimo tashiti lati akukaje washike alo kombinga ko halo nde alumenu ya halo ngengo halo shapo kwa pua kuina na tango uli tena tango kuchonkulu kaje anja no iti kuina lati ngengo alumenu talo shapo kwa pua iti kuina
kona patu fikuri mumonika ngwa imipewa kakulukati emu ya dita ditongo teja kakulukati
yeah
ini maisha nengo beshi wete ano kwali abake ngo popo diva kalele duye mu mapatao akulukaje mutangufu ngo pata diwa kona shasho beno ndiro nongengo atale nawa oito ile keloka kulukati omaro jale keloka kulukati
na hata iko ambale keloka
kulukati ni longo shipine nde naturufane yambo ya kulukati sho tulipo yetu ko telekomesho shawa choro ya la fimi kulukajyo tabendo ndengao shite udi tene kuja tatura ko kama na kariere lyoko nakai ko kajja mon kulukati hano kakaka yero shilongo sho inakomesho hote nalo kuchaka tunashi ashikene oshimasho shetu dengi fane shosho wete betajo memo beditara na wanana kuja olumenu kena fikuli muda kuche dailanga tacho betondoki fwaiki ngwaka konelewe kunya katekurute kuruvoena ajeko kwi vovati mbwa kucha kumbo kunywa jako nyambita kutisha we lipiwa ombola oike tankale lumbole ni vamo mudafia monenguru danga dimo nyambi ndo maludarweni amekakala na ali ikongo moshana shashame kishimbweni to paive amegonda jamumbo talikana nyamwaningiro kutekura amali pe uno na vapo vapo ano tulie ningepi akwetu tuli muju
nalwanda notalema programa nena hano onkulukadie mwene opukale nayo kuhole shike
yeah
unene ngashikombinga yohole muli pamwe opukale kuhole ongenge oningishikana ndete programa ipo mbetame kucha tafanga pimule wa nena kashona mule shashira kano kaishe kupopya nai ila kano kaisha alunde kucha pomwe alunde ai na shopendele ngao ya mitede tomu nde otori ni matayo fwana wa shashi ini ma ya dali nako kafita bacho tae tulombweloma omashike mahombo oshike uko mahongo muyoko na kutuwashike mapukula hombo nde mapukula hombo hafi yako shi hapo katushisha uzite openi me ya hole kwapo openi me ya hipopiwa shashi batinge ngove hipopine mbela bacho ta mbela bacho wapita mulandi ongereka ile to ikusatana wale ngasha hapo piwali
Yeah.
nde ini mane anitabe uduko shasha mapuko obe no tala kukerera mapuko mashongo hatu popi obanu ba hapo paifenga katsiku cha ohoroshike popo totamekene na kucha na ndiole nina otunana tango national mena tukishipisha shi hapo ndene na piko ko meme no ngelo linya pita po kwa tupiko minga yo meme utaiti kucho tuvaire kakere ngacho kucha ovena omia detu omumine muya detu ovena efimaneko meme eri opo kune penge kucho mema unshona ilo kana kashona okune penge efimaneko olo memo obetu dara nditaiti kucha tuvaire shatu po binabonena kucha ovehole shikenana ovehole shike ohole opo ikalepa oshike unoka peta opo kale kole enjovo inime kwa tomaliko ile osheisha ukifasi woko nduda yo kunangala katusiku cha ovehole shike opo tuhala ninapo na Rwanda po atufatura nina kucha omima no vayole shike nana pamwe teofa kokasho na mendika emana eko nimefimba
meme mwene onkwa kukarano nango nde eole ne donena otadili mbelilike monale onopo ekufindirwe ka kolonwera umfindirwe kolonwe na mwenwe femo ngeta nkurota mwiki fanwa kucha kadano kene konumbano konombo bara mwika fani onkuruka jota ninge tokoro akanjero lumeno lutulae no lumeno talinge tokoro akanjero onkuruka dio lutulae ushucho moroshi anma omalikone takutalikane ngono kucha anma wangengo kwa njolo tu ngono idiri ko lumeno wanwa bitaka sonjala ano kwali atale ngono ngengo twanjo nkana ketunena kunmene ngono otwatelela nombuto itakamona no ikulia ipatala talika sonjala nyando ishitale pa ifene pa imaliwa ano atalengo abatumba tarondo kwa batumba oshajege kuseni ngono no do nale na ndonkuruka jo mdenge tandipo pira kudenga ko hota wako geno ko ina
tuta namo mupyo mundiliomo
olutula no tembeli ano shashi ovali kunitavero kucha iho duro ali kuyanjo lutolo ko lumenu ongenga afsa ndina tango talikawa pekwa shashola yapuliro papiti fo imenga omwenda mo inima ihapo ye tifo marupenya ekumu tate koluma ongaro yo meme obakara be udite kukwacha onu shashi otata kwa kudifwa na anangono da kwa kudifwa na meme ngengo kuno lumenwe nengono nava kwa tebulenga jada pitirira shashi kushikuchukuli ameno nongengo tavitu kuno nunde tatondo kuka kumbo kushucha ito yako tato kweli ilo nena ndeto ngombola memaja mipatali nengono ndove kunengono na mwina barumeno tekudengere mono mangaba udeka wadenga mwina ameno ko meme olo number 1 shushuwete o meme nale na ndokuno kana kashona modikwa oteka poshityo tato ulo konfito ngono edianje mon lumeno
kucho ndirina
lumeno aludika na mbwatulegerwa ko meme monji weke nguruka dio moto nangala ndeno kangero hitu ikakali momwa pa hitu imondapa ndongo po mwekeli mondapa ndengengo wange washoshirwa ndonjuwe eta kwendwa ayo pu atata meketu opono mone kuchengo no dome madirongo ngepi oyemba ilo nsamane udide tarogo nena nde oshapumba otato hatali nde tata afingyo mepotate omepweke oveni oveipi wakishito ashikengo kudanena kote kuongwa kumemishila eshituro lupamepo elipe weteno mesho pelipe wamenyala kukanwa osho wete memena atuturu kumulekela gandole mkwata ashikengenge nando mule nelaka mimi ngokwara wakofa ukaleko kofa yuli bwako nyoto kofa ngengo kwa hala akalekete kuteurukata muyali okanje okamkwanyoka aye natango te kuteuruka uliko meme memo beno kunonoma pwengono detu memo tatro kukufiti meme Hodenge ko vanu kwali wete kuchu no tadura dipa mwango. Oya tele ko valero ndi. Ini mi abweli rwa miguri. Tomone ko denge mo makuma. No ndi kumona nale. Otata mgeto no esitofiki otopila meneko.
Narvanda mangine yako mesona ndiye popo. Shima tushipanya mikengo nene nashi. O hapo pikucha omema oha. Hano man. Tuna ovanu hapo paife. Data wita ditema. Natango memenga ngo atana na epesina dia pondishi o memenga natango wedi dimanga.
Yeah.
Wedi mapanga lo ngali.
Tate koluma mapata o memo bishini miya. Shoshuwete memenge ngo amono tanyengo lumeno. Lumeno kwa dareka nayo kwa jakuina. Kwa jake umbu. Ahungiriwa
alekirwa
ohungiye akutate adire ngo mepata ko ina ndo hungite idiku meme ke pata ya jango ko ina ko nyoko kulu ono kushishi nale kuchango kwango no tinye ngo menyengo elinga oveli nyenganga kushide ulirwa na rofiko ko imona ashikotu no balu menu onena vamwe ngetwa dara twende na muyamoshia vamwe otuna ini maite idanwa ko marungura chohole tukiko shano baby twangu ngero achatu bakosho sheve ne wa meme iro weto batonyo meme shima shakura o okangero kameme nde kulombora itingo wapulana ambone nabo kamenda bo ngo badisho sherero tati peneke meme tinyengo ngenge nenali memo kwala ikudenge mwata kufeko kangero wataka feta kaiko shiro wete ndisho watala keko nantai ndo dame no ko shipini ati narwanda ja watatu kwa no ajo nantai afa ikarandala kupopya
popi ni maimiri
wametine popine
no ngube ayolo ndesta ro usikuchokuna sakoni makui inara kusifaturura
vai amondakana ndina filimani ya shirero boy Chata imo mbanga fali po yashe ni kona ntai. Kapenari shi majimu pa nantai. Genga amene na adi popso nantai onantai ano yongo.
Mbona tira imwiri.
Beba kuti shai popso nantai ajo tira shimwiri. Tate ko rumo to dengo memote kunyanganga. Na wo vene keta timwango makolo kudira fa no dano ka ke ino wafato fango katanga. O omurwashike. Okunono halekerwa maumbo mwadarwa ndetalekerwa ndetakuti
ndamutale munyo
takuti mati wange kapi yanda ngo watale nawo balumenu unona hita darwa nga yafifirwa kadunde takandero mashini waela teikulikwa
ndikuti teikolekwa nde
owaela dimburukane kucha olumenu yoninge umbonde totula monjo wena nkurwati oshisho
natango tashiningisike
onjo yali onjo yata temumba ndishi aifutiro ngobe onjo topo tseikola oikarungu onjo oinjina uno nawe shavi nani ngasho na peni memajali engo difike peni ngereli meumbu kusikiliro nyoni onjo oshikiana moto akulunga tuduteiko onjo oshwetino ndilo kesho numo mwaputu dirwa na tango kulimo mavava kama mna kwa kwena kalimewa kulimo mavava ngengo wa mwanika ndo waelo tainyengo mutoka kefundu dai chaito turukala ulimo mengo onde ulimo ali twinyengi ai ya meno shoshwete onjo ya meno pa hivyo witungilalie ngeno olumeno ene umbo ndikwatura monjosho shoshuwete onjuwa name miya nangala mwali ngengo wafi mwene umbongo wafi ya nangala mwali membe tanagere mushi
paife narwanda tunapone hole mbali tunapoe hole daba bihombola popene hole dabi na bihombola vanovo avendele tu pamwe vanovo ta ngengo pena na ndosha paolo ka esha abatura tu pamwe
tate ko ulume apo pone beno ipwe shato tama yufaturura ndano betungeno kwali atono punya atushuna ko mombo tukajuruleko na mo ndiri apa ndishininga ndapo peno ipwe shawa kwate dilo le patanina shegeto fie bon mo dilo la yoli ko lutolo shegeto iko ngashike ojale li kutuanga ya shimisha bakwe ngashike ko felembe te deshido dimburgane kucha mongara mwenyo etune nane shipitro madilo pwamu ina kole kwa nemo mapata kapeno shikola ya tumbu hapa anu mwaja mapata maneni waja mapati haturwa kikangwa waja mapata afio ile vamwe epatarango le kupende dimwa hidoga wendi fwana ndo lukate ko medimu ilo endi fo ngati ilo furwa no majoshi kola ilo pe oshami ujale umota pe wili paife shati ange gatu enjo ingatuli opo oki anga wali nonu wali no lukaro aloe modero pa nomba nditankanga mwabali omone ko nune na mongulo kwe kufiapo ndo mepoe wa jale dilolo akwatere tete weli kwa keshilo neo kali pononeki o ngalo negilinga ha otuyangane na tuombola no madiro tuombola fana de anu bamobe ko ndengo bedas bamovumbiro mi papa hovi dakula mopulile no o moshi wambo vamwene no bondwa ndengo bota kuchoda yako mapato ina oshi wambongo be opondo haifi ndo haiyo munya ndiye hii mwaiki ini maya wambu ya endi mwaiki pefa tuteleni kama tuotwa anu hape wengobe dadala nalilo da turuwa dakula denda narunyunyo onunya anu kwali pefi mbopo te ya munyuni veke tesha ohondo yote iningwa ohango keshe ngali ohondo yo oyayanjo ngala mwenyo eni ongo boyo tayonda oina kusano bali atekeshosho ngoboyo omunyani yodongo dalanda no kapuchu tom ndo ya jame dilole ngobe adarwa mushunda mo yakala ngenge ne kapena sha tokaranda ne ko matala to kufa mwinya yo inikalemo iwe dengape yo inoluvala eshi weteta kuti moshi wa mwatonde ngobe dilingaipi ekwata kanifole imepotali ningo paifene natate ko uluma atujoko imepodetwa dana ale mumwe that's why wete shilongo shangwangwana atu yane atukonde hovete to atulande na atutala anu yati shali
tokalanda ike fiko te ipitira ikoko te ipitira ko
ngengo ndokana ko kadona nenonti wo bufiko tate ko uluma hiduli ko no kudali tadara
ile peke matumaka no mweri na tango
ongene ongo boyo kakwali haika munma oyo inaku ningifwe piti fotanda ritual ongo boyo haende pwa mwenasha ano vote ya karabe nimbale ina no matemo openo madi tava hapo ndikupeko shopene mashambu shoy onu lukirwa sho mepatale ono etero shikolao otekweteri kupeku dike edilolai opoku feku kwa chawai shashanu beka budite kuchukulukirwa shiki okana kadu kufambushae ngenge ericho ala dani paifene nena tate ko uruma anu bamwe badarwa ko nakusa gari kweke be batala bamwe badale loko makekenyete eri kwalunduka no mumbola ya mwimba munkala
niyandira zo meufiku
ovo inganga
yankokoro meufiku okokoro ini meufiku
anu bamwe kwetu tokongo kamwana ndeto kana ngifwa ko hulo mongo umwe ototo mwa mfitu umotoka kefonti umepyala yuli mwakula ombwa kwa Mungu katetepo ncho shau tetepo ya kwete kuja mara chumune kena ndonoka amayo kaeshe liko amayo keno veni amayo keli pashito ndenena ini maishesheka katusha nanda tukopye muloja tumane kwengere katufafala umbuti wa ulo dingeno kwa tutila ngenu ya tulia telelo mapata peashi kwate kuchapa ifatu ni kutu yanga yuko ikonle ko kufa kwa ini mayo kwa italika ke pipse ila fingo halu fanwa lo pangala
Nale pakupita kwetu ituangi kututainangala konle konande nante.
Osheshi otei kufuka koka kwa mepokonde teke ndi famiyuma yabo leto kajala kana wengine turuko wedeke uneini makefiku
ilo mbo yanyu no kasho
kakunombiana ndo yokutelekili pediko nakwenda ye itale mombati nakwendengo na ndo shiati paive tate kwa ulumini mai hatu ningi hatu talo maru pesho madimwetu ndene katununongo katune kunongo anu vamwe otakufe ngono moma pateni kupitila ikopo mwashake napo
yeah
nde dimoro tokanga takuti dimoro alinga ba ine kombo kuvali nde before la chengo nde liko lya rula liko aye dimoro tameka kuyepa sari yepele shikimbera tate ko uluma ongalo yonyoni oshikanya shankuru bano ngone ke no shiminalia kote betu filani kulia ndano veneiti ofukayo wendo fukayo iyo jego ko waji pale ngobe mufuka onapa oi mumbo ikengeli lipo mwankalekelwa nambo ndono kushichaishi ndo kamengoshi
nipoka chopo una mumbo akanangala opa ukanangala okafudapo
ngeke to dimo shirongo muneke mumbo mashake na nambo kembinga nembinga bamotadi kondonga bamotadi mu kwa nyama ndihita dimo ndonga mono mu kwa nyama na mo kalongo na peni muke yambo de tot kapena ite kulombole shaki ne natopo byonna ambo kushe kuchanale oli alekela na ambo ngeta ukumwaje ko malekerwa oli tenlekelele mufuka kon peranka tembongola itanje iko konde burukutu efuko dino veni okunoiti kuno mishi kuno mifilu kuno mipungulu shosho wete tate ko ulumanena shitonga tate ngobe anotala ndo mafungu ko matala na alandwene ko matala ndina sharing iko tuyederero ta sharing na iye jero ko kadonatu adona cheke mapaya emuya makipemba ihajarwa ko no hamonuno na akurukati kurukati bo malenga tavendopo wakula bene mwelindo kuumbu kala ndura mweni mumunanguli kajona aba ofo verike mudelela wabo nonje bayo mbiri kai
yeah
nde paifo tuno me mata chamo ndamale ngaveri ko malungula ko bajalini ma tabe idolo tabe ilandele eshu wede khikido de nshila ongambe ta kuchongambe kwa twake mepo nando atali tende yenye kalako kenga kudai talo mumbwa ndo ahiduli kwango payana te kwa bibero ende
na ine
ongambe yikwa twakusha oyarwano ita ongambe uyo haendelelene anu akufano nshilao ndimo kacho shicho tashiongerwamo ompungulula nengo mandakani esho ntatinga utapungule mepo esho nuwaita fuka kwa pekee mepo shacho kulimo katiko bana yeme kolola yo munali omunongelo ikwana mbwiu madarwete maditete nenge akampaka makenjaji yapatwa ko mepo o ashuna ko shivale paifi ombo de todiringe o uno na vetu kamoka kanwele kamoka shivele o verimo makolo o mapandela atu o mafungu atu katareke shapa taranshila wika fukiko mwange fungoro mepatamu ndi hali edo shali shekela mane kufukika rotali ya palikala shashalika ala begwa majo moshikola epatalo
ewa lakini natu zipo po wa shetu shonina kucha ome mwehole shike nonande atuhinge kokolo atulihinga hike tulikika po tutokyo ni pamwe eno kuitulile otu apitulilemo una popinge apitulimo kucha na nishon paisha nishia sini ngwange na wande tutale pon dime pea napo penini moinji
dimoni ni meyapo
kasi ngandu na mepya janja de shonde okuraramo onkulupe lipushi ndawo sho tango sho alombo tati takamithon tingo on dimengo no matuna
on dime
de pefuni moshikoshi nene nando pa to tikulikire pauli moshikoshi nene
yo hopi oli
ambunyanga
on dime hoduru kutere bombike oli wembunyanga ndimo twakara tuti ekwata kaniforeto una tojoko walandurwa kemepo waningasha chilipa mepo toipo ndime shosho waru kwa kucha ondime how dim oshafata kuti ombala ndongo mimbala ndongo dapumba date kono mwedimona
dapumba
odimona
ande nde umwene ngamara ndi umwene ngukutu
eshita kuti ambala ndongo enjaba dina kufamu ono matinja fondika mididao ka yakulu ka leva ya bombada ndombala ndongo kuchonno kwa ipwalo deni kwa ya fompala ndicho kwa ukombifana ni momesha kana kuvangona mpa to ange to kumupedo to tinga to kombwe meponga haukumwake mepo kuchonno kukala lo wenu pidiwa fapeni ndita kumumbala ndongo ndita ningirona ndomeo matinjo ujomea oho kosho isha utulamu me ofewaki ushikosha pumba nai shashova nongote shikufapo shitatu shipikeni tate ko uluma ondime oshima shafimana opo hatuka fulo kalambo popilepo ondime oho ningwa shiki engo bobo dalo tongo kongobe de ondime de toleki mundu dayo yon timbi nando mo antemu nono nawe aka fole ngoboko odaningira idiriko shunda kadi nafiku limwe diningweshi ihautemwa ondime wadi paya waninga shikotoka fulo kalambo pondime eitaviro kucha shimo shadimwa ondime ngo utemi fane na medimolo numba to dimwe bepataro wafetu dila pumutwe li alitongwa on mina hali kango wali ponkunda nditali bakero po mafia poti tata ya pemwe hatu popi dishisha al kucharodi uro jotuna hatu popi chacheshi to polini tate ko uluma o on dimo shima shafimana shinini mi hapo natango ngengo utale na on dimi to dinga kwi tutale ihwayo hipange yeye alikuya pombada
oshifingila na ikenga mari
oshifingila shiri ekopo totola mo dimi ashike dimbrukane kucha on dimi yokale lwake yoka aike fimbia duru karako aike fimbia shitoneliwa omui kutara te fimbia hitoriwa taolo le ngono fimbia taduru kara femba kweli mustudio komo taduru kara nige kon tutiliana no ni melo tatare ko ngaro itiana dejo ntalangana bimweni wentila no kwenda kwata chekenga kashona ya ondimeta te kouluma oshima shiwa ohashiliwa embunyangadwe dimete oshafo ombu oshima shiwa o tate kouluma nale nando to imokatikano nde yokufaike nando shitisho mfilu ngengo kwepanike namana napo ilo shite anjahi kambo diga mkore mesha namo ayo po nde seni nena akuche ko bana ambo benela obana ambo besheke shito yanu bamwenena otuli apangi bo pamisu kwa karo ndini motwini kisa shashini maka ipwato tupekaro ni kwa emwandi shato choshike shike ya oiti ihaikwa twa kukeshe umu pena oiishi shotwali na moda te atupa mwege niemba kwali eshiti imbo jokushi opene oloko pondudu kokune oloko kon namiti kon mekeshi unongo eshito mwingerisha ntino he barista ya kokuno nyanekeri anu abakeri me grupa dimwega onyanekeri ngeno to chomafano onte kutale kulio nande mongo jege yoyo ndo wafike shiko no kumbole ni mawi ningireko ni maedura ngapi umota kufaiko karuyo nde toyo popikangwa yaendo kukwete vamwene pefa kwatani maliwa oyimbwa ne kucha imaliwa ne hatu pewa pefe kwata peke ko no konde tale sha waninga shike osho mi anditi nana omepo yopo ukarunga shashimalo wena shimango shimu sindamenya diapo fata ka kuino mepo yange bekune mepo diapo ashikengo no talo ngifeshito ndikujo no kununongo onwa kununongo tate ko uluma okukalafana ko banu kwali akutamekerwa kokula akutekulirwa banu no ngobete yanjwa no shikokora sho batashi yanjwa ono taningwa kucha tata mikelepe kucha kukate mgonjara kwa pewa hokwe mpere no nengobe ongobe ngayo yoyonda otei kufwa shigano
yeah
ayikufwa ifipa mbela jenche fipa dilwa koli mbela tekali wakolio kafuko iteili wewe konduwa jako teili wakafuko ndo ngoboyo na tango takukufwa shige kondo gancho malu mapita kati kukwanyamo malu pita kano orupita ngeno twange omapato kwidro pena akwatafana pena aninga fembinga dongobe shiketa hitongwa ndene fio diwete dilio oshiketa hitongwa ishambikero paifengenge ne api kufiro vanu oshima hitate korumina shikalako anu nalipe fiwa obipe fiwa uhombole wene umbo ono taka ukadira kadru kudaro maike na shiadi that okwali ushinakuwa nifwa sha kulunu ndeno awoto ya kuhombola sheke kwatiwa we wapitako mwatamburo ka kulunu unhombolo wao kuna kupewe pya kuhemepyekela homo keshe umwe kongo hape ota ombolwa ndo dura tali mine ombo ya eshine taka kokoro shikokora sha boshinya tadungo shikondo teshidungire monganjo wabo yo ilia takali ya kunya eneheke dadre na dokumbra na hinete kape wadinya doki patara ohe lolo nsamane fikutani ngiro mafia doko he nsamane ko heona tadirumba kanifana ni patara ko ina kolu dalolo no shoshu ya dito teronu ya ditembu kwanado ove mwenu na kuditote ito tulili ya momea to tuli omanda ndeto teke do pono dro karawa nengekiri piko pole kikukutu shashoto toto ini meshei epiti fota de ritual ngashika tutarenyo mipapa ko itadiningwa kwi mara shepa ife ini maika tu diteko ndo tuline commissioner esha tupopyeninga panwe ka bajaleli nganena ina dengerwe ngomina ningiru ini mai nafuka serious ngengo ataro shirongwe sha manguru kapa o maturo kumweje kwa ndo pena hitashikaningwa shiripame po shidengo ipwe nuno na obadarwa ngaho paifa anma banena o shirongwe shitashukirila hibiko batatereke nguta ovotale kero banu bayemo ndo bayoro kanga ipina abeli kondanisa o shiria shiruluma tate koruma nyomombo erukadon shepe fatu ombola shiki mambabwa o shimashi o shiria shiruluma kapena hombo hapa apo penu Kristo wetu findirila anu benya koita nti kumbuka be obo tukadi kulinga ndato takucho nakakufirwe kapena sho mwifi wapi mwa kapena ngobete ndepefo watu dipa ile ngobe ke shekuno api dengere nulinga nga kaishi hombo yo
kapena yoroko na tango kaji ombura ina mono na tango na bataka ombura benuno na abesha jale ke shifa
nale shingo shatamekanga kwengo penu dede apone
wafo pingenge
nditu yemu yatulikirwe pandela takutingo peni bwengopo napo ningwe donwa kwengo bafukala ono shosho ne eshu Kristo we wakala ulingi etamekola tamekwanga ono tatingo kunyadengero kango mande ipwete idipo ndewe tonkufa wote mpara kongereka shoko itatamekeni ngao
ini manenga shiringa wano kuombola ne kucho ombola mbonka ngipi ane ombo odongo de todo hano peta mbwa ngone ndishe spata mone embibe de apa ni me yapo
fione na shadu bojeninga ngotata mekenye gene nanda tukufenyo ntumba onsulwa karo ngere kitenya mukule nombo ngere ko kwatule kanu mokato takucho wakufirwa ito de doko epangelo ole kuninge ikolo ngombo obeshi echi mulimbo ngombo rwake pangelo wa mushenu kurugati obo ombo le pangelo kurugati ko ombo rwake pangelo shamwa finen tanga nji marwa pangelo
so sapanda janda pe mata anu wenya to rupya kucha vakomba meungalo ndeta kapa kwa ponje yo maendo na tango nde kunena o vili mokati ko maendo nde kuna stop na pupo puasha ike nande nande mborita pushita shiningisha ike mbori
shiningisha tate ko rume o murashiki amproma purweshi mwa kufomi dimba anu kwali hapa kwa no madirwa omendo ezimwe liliopo anda apa kwa muma psabo omuno mashabo opana bakaleba okirira eshimwanye kwa omaendo omidimba deni dikongala pape no maongalo mwapulilo mapulo ndeshimuno okoruma kanangolo dante nyabeli mo mapya takuti no jake nepo de miro otayolo kanga ipina weli mwavane vaningirane darate no kuli na mundi na edilo langi omune to inena neno to tingengo to imomendo tate koruma na ndini maifatulwa kutate ngobe kucha ngenge nena topendo kongula unashiwa ningwanai ndeto kufe vandaro mungu momendo kongereko to imongone vandaro mukakele kanga mandike kugendora tata ndikendora mimi
Teta abdukucha na ndoko na itafia uliloko.
Yeah. Okwa handi druku yako ndipo pinatati. Ndo mepote irunduruka. Ameru wapo andi anjisho pere makucho tulikwe ferena nveri vamana. Mala tajana ale tatasa mo 87. Memanga fionina. Shina tudingira mendo. Sheka tuno membeli mengereka. Anti anva hapo bo pefike ngali ushiveri cheto bo eshilipo na mimi pondoka. Ya dola 1941. Fike po mena president kengoba. Ya tukufa imoshanga. Natongerwa she natutru mamanya tulime du kolonive to va pedbeli hatulinga tudarwa. Omushinga kucheru ichwala dia ditombane nanu dilulule anta findirwa mini mayeri monjira. Natufaturule ni tainima. Morwashike na pukarepe no rizona ombibeli ne cha kongere nyomi dimba apata ningo maonga. No, enjo vana diororo. Maro peni ni maimwe hatu drukutala maita drukupula mangengo vaningine ndiyangandi pima pana ndo ngudinen tonga kucha uri wango yashiki fire eshito kufoma dilo mapato vanu karumbakani fo vanu disho maswala indele upenanga aliene mepo dine yameno na ndatukala natu cho tunakwa Mungu vapeni anwa vena kwa Mungu vave no mendo alimo mapyavo veno mendo abo family nena vena kwa Mungu shasho madiro wa wina harumbakani fo sotuna kwa Mungu nyonyo to dide atu seke pa korwa kima kuyo to iketo ndanisa omwenye witu kolombwele
Paife wadira kuja ngeno kesho mwana kale nembira daidi ponkunda wabo ile wadira shika
tate ko rumasho shiri monjira na lengo
de paife atukaranga ipe oshironga shita tushimane ko nembira
ai oshigi nyamu koleiti ai ipakole tulo shikulushonali ishitulingasho mapsa atuna mapa kwa dali wetu she kumemu twa dalwa longo na wabali shuno no basama ngatatinas nde embilado ngonde kutwala penya apo kufoma dugo upe ai kulomboleke kucho dali upo edorwa tulilongifa ukwa mbo hita kutili edungo to ya mushiro toli shikana embilade tu ya ditungwana mamanya sheka tushito mamanya anu boko mamanya bakara urwa kucha waninge manya inatu opene na ala bashasha pa kwa makolo mamanya ke nali eduliwa ndosho atu yakuninga kwa Afrika edule tu shono tapa kwa nde doro talikalana na ngashe punda alikalangi yali alakana shano mbila ya ninge fimbo takuyo generation imwe tantuluku shashe dolo tantuluku karapo bebe itu atungenye dolo pa kombada ye mbila deshidetu anwe kuno tali dipeni anu ngo tulina wanga ho tala iko shopene ma America batu tangeno Britain talele nge bila do WB kamanye ke katru hapo ndina inaka kumeduli shene natu tungu kujamedu ndembila tu dikufa mu follow mo nuku changengo no kulime punda umbila shia ningwanga epunda shasho munono
ndete atontula kombada nkwa na tangu kulikatingo kwa kulikatingo kwa file msamane yapi ndete atatula kombada nkwa
oshikosho omapurwa malengo mwapulilenga mufanengo tatekuru facho kundeme fingo no bishop wa chedi bondetanti ile ntantu fatululini mai shashe hito eno mandu menena peno oipumbwa shirongo ongereka shona shikareke shishiki ongereko ya kufa ipumbu mukwambi ongereko ya dipa ifamandu ongereka a Kristo na vweke porwela
Apagina programa etu ilimo bepo ngodi tono na nojeta tono ndatu ya tatu okamano dirimbali no ngoi maimwe ngori mo studio na to walke ndeto kuchao no atu fara ko ngero tu tatugaru kana tango apo bishikucha apo etame ko pete kucha petame ko kuza petame kucha na oshike shikori ko meme po emboli karino okore atema ngika kuna tole mangina tu yala tango uno tatuizikona ndina ndoko tu yeho kato popi kakere tutalutale ne po hetu kucha na oshika sheta okore meumbo ndapwile kucha imaliwa omaliko oshike hasheta okore meumbo
tate korumo
shikare shete enyanyu meumbo
tate korumo apure brolio number 1 dibo yo mumbu embugale odibo ne mbugalo ka dibo
tikudite kuchwala kuchashiki
yaro oruti bali ndisho tulepe ane muyuni wimaliwa itamegene kwa wonale onaku kaluni parufa mumbu onvelelo ini maimo pifa yi papone ki maliwa ndi meme okuna kukala eshikucho holi luvali ngero watale otati vali beno malutuma wange ongula meme mango shikundu inashirula shatato shinako kufa bomanga shiwa moka mbujuka yako kalupale kai mange kinatuyamo she tutashitelelika ne shirulilwe ko nafi merium tati tanu shikundu shalula kai nongulu kadiwa oendano kiwayo emfiri shishowa eshingo tadi meumbu sheka jota ikonumbu memo kapita narongula yakulata tereka onsamani adi mumbu inalia yakakutila ko mumbu asamani hali upana ombola pefina tuyololali wa mati na samani ko tuliko adrosoko ya na kuluka dive tuno takonde kitafula nabo tali upana pefu mbo tali kalalia shashikuli aya tukali yakwi imwe atere kwa kuluka diva kwa wifi maya tulande marifi moike tafie kumbu osho nalo toyo wa mshombo kuja o afeke wende tolino mumbu onkulukadi tefamwe naje mumbu inalia onkulukadi tate kuna ukala kwa shiri palika kuchikulio ya wana shivelero mo shiri mumbu no kujapo efimbo kukaleke ne fimbo no kulukadi we efimbo nenali umboli na ukalali ne nyanyu yene enyanyu omemo kwali heli mono shashi otato haike yambu ndesha mono kucha peife okwaja mu mati ohambo kuna kuikutila na hambo ndetakaila kulukadi ba mumbu utakaila kulukadi mumbu murogi ano vali benenji odia bwemba ndina ukaradi yabo okuna ukarata telekero mo valerwa wana opoluti ulikale linengono onkukaje itekupe kukupe ngono akaleta tango nsamano ai atara kucha yes nomona nando wabefa biu doto telekwa ndamona tati wambure nyoshini ya
ngalipo ta vipi kwa olodudi
ya lushe edana ukola meme na tati edana kwa komesho yuno tato kunapa hakatana ukila no meme ovesho mashinjwa udina balibo o mwali wange mwalike wange kwashikishiki
sana satu no bubu no sweetie
itahiti neshiki
wadio
oshikia mwali kadi mwali omwali shasho peta pon odimo yo mwali na tatu kulo mwali kumeme o bubu ne obono sweetie mwani kuleke ndamona kamwe ono tashange ko marungula takuti orutoro olifike penye a sex body a sex lady onyengwa ne kuja ichai nayo tetushindula petu nichiwa yichai ne ndodo nabe mwino toshilembweke ko shulono mwali wango bino nwenda mu mwali naye umwali unapota mekera unani ngo mwali wanko wano shikupera paife nasha watu likosha na mwali yake umwali mumbo na umuno yo
na tushine po dibo penyota meka TTP e dibo ne paife dimo ne tardini kardinale lute paife ndo dibo ngengo ne ata meke ne mumbo kainali lute anonu na dipawe pole no ningongali
ya tate korume pololiwa tate koruma mote pamwe nali wakakulukati shetwaye ke dibo shetwaye ko maonga shetwaye ka talukululo mota andi kuposhi ini meidi itatu aikwatire polumenu mumbo pashito olumenu uta olumenu yonga olumenu dibo olumenu nkonda ini mashei yaitekero dibo we yaikumwa kumeme mondu deke munini ma eonga ngora kufa kumeme ndete pekera ndopakati kumboto piti wasa eonga shukwe dali turu fungo ku ruya lende ngainya yari kumwa kumeme otadurwa kale memaka kwatane onga nditamo mali unona nengakale ola lumenu ke fikota tondoke na lumenu itiche shita tondoka pefe na lumenu baba kwatoma onga tulikango muna bamwe bakwata
netu kawa kwate ni mai inaikwaika ishe onga na
tamu ngo shiponga ai kulombole ko shiri shoshu wete mondo dango tali dimo tali kabaru le mati dape ndoko lumosho tali kufombizi ai fatoro ni manena
ndikurite
ombizi yuka pedu moshunda monge tanto mwankarangu nona shabote yakukwata nutayo utape onyama yapo katike punda ruidiriru nena mutetu keliko marwilo shima shotango tate ko lumo to angeke unumbolilio ondiro mumbo adima ai kupanyi umbwege weli pofuka abo deto talapa na ngalabele kumbete no ndiro atema mondu dege ai ngashike menji odetu de kuna ito ningika ton talege liko bishito yapo kutayo kumboli yaje ko bana ndo pene ko mpanda ulio po pene ko mbo ulio ntakukumukwa shakujo no kwa kukumukwa ondiro no itapalala isita ninge onde mangwili shosho kwa ukalele monju toka ningo onde mangwili nge upi wa rusho wa balance ai ni maine na tokotwa kutala kanwili mitalala ondo teitondoka ngaipi upi kwa upo omo utatate ko uluma shawa hombola kurumbweli ni mapaito ko kile hogon ericho la janinga dap dopame te kupeni kalifepo yatu elilo elitolile etitiloe onkonda outa odibo neonga ni mayanjwa kuhona ini mano inondu dayo ovo une hupadoi winga uyame hupia yiwanganya ihupikola o meme topopi
ya
o meme ovo hajo mashini ikola oito onjuo tatengengo wa mono hai mondo dameli mbalon kulukadira gondo sakaro yan kulukadi epoko tato pali ne limbalai o mwatu lashike momuna mingongo dai genga ambulo munele balai muna shike e ngono de pata doko hishedi pyo ngenge neno wadane nuta unkulukadi utauri kunyawaru kilawi shoshe o mono meme ne ponda ta fet bando ta mangulu lukululuta ofipa ngono dombu dayo edi
nalanda atopini manale paife tu fimbo paife luka pomba dani luka commercial pefimbo ilo paife ponga ndi kuponga ishuna pona ntangucha anona tu nyingishike nande tere kale kuja ko store pomna kale olenge nande tere unjo nande tere ka luisi nengoka onya omberera tu tereke ile ole to tuku kwatira ponga ipi pefimbo ilo paife eri wa biondu tene wanyo que kapeno ndiete sikapeno shimasha pukana ndi wapo pyapo na tawe pefimbo lo paife ifimbo le tulu no na beto atu na paife opo bakaleke pe enjo hombota diteka dafi iati opo bakaleke pe ole dabo na nienge ipiano natu tameke ko meme ko ngatuli na kucha hano meme nandi mwetere shikano opo tukaleke po hole na Rwanda
o ongenda bara parutu kaifi kifi pa yo pa mepo me hore dentate ko rumo to drogo etule ke no chocolate shashe umuna shia posho mwa kwatera po kujaka kuruno shingo mwalekelero paife me dura deni uleke efimgweli to tongo pefe tate ko rumo no jago no kaleke ko toka deni fo mushipana no jago no chocolate ali yokoka to etafikuro barende nando muno ifo na witura meni pota iduro kuliwa paife to popse kon man mobila ngeto ya mumbu no bila uno KFC uno kawiga une ipanyala po ntakalongwa widenga yeho kike de monpe o ini mon matelela on tala ko stola ke chefiku nande nge no ne na pa ifeje kende to ndapuru ameko kana kamwe kashone kitaka plata kati oto durungenga andi wale nini mai wami andi pulo salo na kefiku andi wolo nyama ba yofwa kucha iloka talenge ko nyama ya yofwa on te kupula na yana ina tango oshaela kucha oyo kaisho hole tate ko uluma o hole odahuli la munyi obe peifu to druku ya mumbo ndeto lande ke shashikuli omoili oludarole nyuma kulifa tajulu kwa kuleke benya kwa ndina ome movali uleke nje madawa pilokoto ndo morashikete dirile o sheshe umbola wanapo ome movalonganawa o te utano tate shitajogo anu ovo kwaito puleke nete ne mboloto opeifu no to pokale kete kalongi fayi nande wo amuna ngesha akala bapi amu bachanguleko tave bumbata ko batembu kap ave fimbole tu befe pule ko batembu kap ano vara shiketa te kolum mo birthday yai kalu notua ntungiro ko umbo kai kala o kato ma ke patara walu shengenge takufiwa o vukara uli komesho kala yo o te kula moina o poiku kale ke ponno shashovo aningwe konfibra apa katupo vari pe olentu na pe fieshe ke pafika manga to na omborwane ndo wali no ntenda ma yefele wala ndo tuwa yumbwa mongalo yumbirwa ike impa watunge umboli londa ndono tai onmo ngala munyo efi kukeshi yapumba kusipendo ma yefele shekeri ove nene no lande ko kaima no kakie fu sipe tabo itavoro tamo ano kefi kwa mingi wala de manko kweli ngao kefu ko kale wi ni daiko shashibe fai kefu kujana na tunige no kombo shatukale terombola ngi kombo munana leo kota tokunda joguni kombo unyunyo wa shwali ulinga utate kolum pule ko pano batembu kapo ongu shwa kanenge okadona pe fenando ekatale ko kadina kelio shotango tuwaka kena eumbo kakena okusapote kena nde ina kuika kena ndo yekugeta kapuro kedima nale ko marunguro mayo zeri yangapi iPhone ngengo ataruna na ukadona ndeke po ife ponjopo ino mafia ngo dido mafia dino mayo vi onlongo nasha o 25 malari pule ki kana ko eko ikali mumbola ikacho iPhone pa ifene tate ko rumo podbe holenga o ini mai o memenala wo ndongobe ndeta kuli ndete ngobe myumbu datati eshete ngobe tete ngobe mu mapata o memobo kwali avete ngobe mu mapata o memobo havete inima ono atumba non samane ne unila nduna shikesha shila ndo kwa ikaitwa kota te no moputo ona kumone ngobe tadibe tadimo mapata depa ko liko akulukadi na akulukadi una ukaruna va pushashi ono maliko eliko talia talino mapipitea o smartphone na hiyo mayo longo uigava hanyika ke fiko tasi prome mubanike ke mo mipepefi anu bamukena nesi puleke shiri o mipedo me mo dambute ke pefi titongo me mavi ya jaru itongo wiga anu atukala nabo ndeshi wataruta ave me komba daku nde apa umfudbito piti vamotati na ali ke wacho mifipa dabo da stop uigava ukenya eshi bajale mburugo ya dapa manga okupala leso ko hapo o mifipita ditondoka kakuna shirumbu twanga jali ni mako kutako muruka ilo morudu ome mobenini mia pukuneta eta natu nempali kwete ndo titondoka ngebitate ko rumita tufseke pembe future diffud oyo hole nena titongwa kesheke tahimonika ko marungula shosho topurwa heta te ko ruma yatu tarepo pindi
Dreaming of a better future abroad? Namdeen's Investment CC can help make it happen. Whether you're a teacher, caregiver, nurse, doctor, IT professional, driver, construction worker, graduate, or looking for work, we provide trusted visa facilitation and consultancy services for visitor visas, high-paying jobs abroad, international study opportunities, scholarships, and recognized qualifications. For more information, contact +264 81 376 0041 or WhatsApp +264 81 806 2044. Today, Namdeen's Investment CC, opening doors to global opportunities.
Yeah, tate kolumo tashi kunyenge. Oyo ole do peife tate kolumo danyenga. Ova dali ekene napa. Va mota kumeida. Nde kumeidolo notaka leke leo ntomba bute kunyama kolota chondo dako date maro te kwendele ifaro mwefe diva shasho kuna naruvanda tadi kunyate mpitula no katuwa pefe vai ko club uno na wetu yako fomo ke velio mwina jara tandani sabu ono ne hanangara mo club oyengo toka pepa ta wetu leke mumbo itaje ko yala kunia uleke tacha mokana ngara ameto puleke tate ko lumule ko batembuka po shamwa poma pipieni kukakwi nando nkurupeke elimonjo obefe tomwetera uleke shakarungo kwekuyambekane shashuni mako evanda chukwa shikaba tekupa madara no monto uno na vito vapuleke aveke veliko befa owo wa fresh day konjoro tate ko uluma ngeli nwenda yino tala mele ndinga indege nando pengwe diba bodulio budalo lendinga o kabashuke kukalela nde mefi kwa mu yalume noveli longo ndeke shemwe hite ko teke senyu peyon Zimbabwe peon kapiri peon panyam peyo ndonga peyo nkwambi peyo helelo keshe umwe kunefikula yokunovilia ndetafindikirwa na wana wandeta kuti nahita denge baby ishingota tadigwi yongo jabolo kwa mange stadinga yekwa okwe nduno ngotwa tumage fikola ongarwe ili ngatu idurungo anu ba uteveli no ke nopa anu ba no koma panja fo ko ri betule ke okale ke kakepo tate ko rume ole di dangwangwanati tate di zwame ole di nalandra fan tate di dulu odo ke she hole odo anuta nyangi na te ko rombo ta cholu yepo kwete ba motati ko South Africa pone leo kupandule pangero toti chalongo pangero le tuli tukufa kunyano maoli alta tukufa takoti che gene pangero lina tupiromba paka kongo hupiro marina jako emweni pangero le ketaile ko iyo pandula no po kwa feroge pangero pa hivyo kama sheke pangero gavana veri pangero kana shile tapo nganga watu shuna no kuli shaira kuti unmo watirela ne umpokale ke kupandule ngepi anyengo nutadiko njo shirongo shigwango tuteamu kupandre no komesho ke leri natile ke kuja akuti mboli pangelo le tolitole ayi shanga nga watu shuna ngenge pangelo kale tapwe mitodilongo maoli yafike peni mitodilongo ave odimana popevo yo endivyo ya ku ilinga tate ko luma katuli nawa anu avina nate kulirwali kupandula anu ava inate kulirwali kutonoshi matiko ntishapi nande ngongwa wata tali yake onote kupandula ngai wafike toponkenge onkenge lingengo wetarande tata kaimba koyo kata tuleke pokini mikwa po yangana kaka peno shima shiri monjila ali pe hole tunanena ngenwe ombo dia buya teka uno na wafite ombo da teka ongo beri medolongo ota dipa ongo ta budifa keshe mosonda sonda ishi ulino bana
e por nderi polire como master Kitumulas que na esto ngata ni kama poko enjo ngata tarata ni kuchomekla pa mno tanda ni sala ndako kostafura anu pa mno kutanda ni osikitanda ni sirepe mwashika ndu mno ni ngata on samanengo kwa mna pa mente dirimbali paka mkula tati ndishi o ya sta nga mno omashongo genji kandi kucho masongo genji age yakoya na sta ugeringini
uteko tatu laga ngero watale teko luma tale ko mate ko magombo no me piche ke liwe to tale kuno na ndo kanga ke kama ndo kelino nkulupe on mate ko magombo is the best
ana to na tango andimo onde kulombwele kucho masongo ndo ndali mondoropa kana takalili kuja kotaka ipewa ndei na ifupa na tango pake iperwa pea pulandi kujampe kakutumba ikitaka kutumba rukatangi otaye mastora kukwati natu jatadika
utekwo kana kelimo fikoranga maru utekwo to choto diko siko kana kam ngewe ka moneni kamo katanda moneni uno neilonga ikevelelo ikakelishi kaliko mashinyo mendo kamwengo be mutu kakenu kwa chao ina uno navo enyata dawadi tuloke mu dustbin atadifikwa okana ko kamonwe iyo nangala no nako kelino neilonga ovo kana ko ekete ko mbadaye dunde kukashi okupangare ko neilonga ndo inayo kana shoshu wetu no na bakala mumbo na neilonga aneilongo bakala be olike kuno ono ineke ndu ina wayo washika walonga shikeko kana uimari weke ukatara ikuli ya kostola no milambo ni kutu okana akane okajuko kakala muyuni sori abana imaliwa otamu dilenge na shashuno nabeni kambashi nabenda ko malupe nabende kweketa tamva kwa ko lutu shoshuno naba weke ndipa taba ke pomali kweni shashike shibeni uno naba nilonga emepwe diba pewa odono ngo unya wadi naja kwa angola ongona ngala tutukumumbu oye apuno na we mepu yanje ko kambwane na kakanya mikifwe ko ngobe te kale landro okambo ito dulu nena uli on dali noko shipangelo kunyandu donga bangi dati shafima na kunya mifako nolo shashota ukantaka kongo mungu kwacha apangi ngobambo vena ngo kwacha ulinga ndoka nako taka dala nena na venen lumenu akululenje juli mumbu wahombola ndo nde onkurukadiwe kefiko kilonga keshali omwali na pia puto kwa mwali umwali wayo depend ngengo nilongo ikelipo etakosho oetaningishike yo etatukerwa kundarunduka weno ndendarundukao oyengo ina halo na futbe mongula oni mawita uduko verioko ogereisa ohadiko non peulingano kawiga no linga ilingi onhomboro ashike ombeto te yarwa ko nilongo etakosho enga kutonsa mana dipushwa ko nilongo ikuliete tere kwa ko nilongo memo mumbu ya muketa ko fa etapangele uliko kwa kweni uli penyano uli nanu hoye
ya meno kuli no nkero wa kulkalo ayo bako no wewe sama tu ganju ka we ko nilonga
paive date ko lumo no elinga to mukifane ben anu vamwe badile ko mombo batekurwa ndasa mano hitwalele nde bura kulkadi vetu onkulkadi halerwa onkulkadi shiwa mpo wakuheuke lele na tango untaka mifenga shupwe tokana nde vamwe morwa ne twaomboli mali wa vamwe twaombole japo katunewi vamwe twalande rupolo bafakulkadi
poro no kuli andele ko fortuna ni ko landelo
o kondolo no kaboba wa manjato etito tuange kumbo uli marumenu bakweni eto tuange kumbo hayo wendi fi kumbo paifo ngoji ashituka shwa wa kolo wali witula wala pya ko shewi tafula murumenu bakweni
ya
tate ko rumo ngaro ike ilinawa arumenu bapota atondoka bale japo balo imaliwo o meme bapuke na samani o tuna arumenu na wana ndunge tali momala isho tuna kurukaje na ndunge tali momala itali marumenu kapena hole kujo wetu leke kaipo
natale natango obetanga anjo kuchoazile penya no yanginya no betanjo no yo e 500 mita kucha ukale wa pitamo meumbo ndete kucho shimo shitarara shono shaningwa pokuma pamwe ndipo pipo seketa no kuline kanito yo mwanyo ya mbili kushipopia na ndita ndipo pedina ini machanga wana tango hatuki ningangi nyano shosho ndipo pikucha redio mithiri wa karo na redio paporotika na redio yopangereka na tango tadopa ukukutumbeni pamwe tutalini kucha vetadi dimwendono anotadi tupasa tadi tukwatanga tadi tuwaterenga nenge pamwe oveta hikita tulapo stafura kucha nguina khala kuja natalista ningi
tate ko lumo pole liwo wete she kuromboleti omurashike shawonga ifatu ombola anu belinga nalo ambo ifika mateti ndam mitwali mu shirongo shango tamwetoniko oshikanya shakuruke shimalai oveto inaku yapo shashipefe tulimedindakana
ya
oveto te yapo ngipi nokana kalikadarwa ngaho akaruko ngoka dina ngengo wenda ngombwelinga
ya
itanditukana andi bobso shiri na mimi mona ndo peno hangu ilo penengo pokulingo ko limaba ko ondala ni kupe ono uteku ne nashikwe shina kuningirwa itakani ngombo shaningwa tashiningwa shashi ombinzi okwitira na lepedo inedila ko ngobe yoyonda
ya
paife nene natate ko ulumo atele lo vete ikali na wiya pongengano atani ko malala kanma ava distoro ye hombu uri ujanu vetu valula na lesha tukafika ko vision 2050 pamunyo antale ki mali watineliko anu tani ngile kucha kape na alio utochio e kadonilo kape e ombo ngapi paife tate ko uluma na ndo munkunda weto ntaomboro kadoneke ko ve onda dali foi kape ne ombo pene ko maturokumu natu italenye di hap ndio shongota diteka shashana ba inafikolifwa ono inapitifwa mo kufikolifwa ndeta yanju kadono akafikolifwa ndeshika fikapo takayanjwa ndetapuningwa nini maina kuningwa peife nenali anu abatanga ngokoshana openango nune natoka ya mombe ukatata yoshishasha choyo wajali kuto tuikwatanga wanga nalonme ikakwenda po 12 wango nmeshi nare kucha nuo fikayo kufika hapa fikayo kufika hapa atula mumbo shashuni maliwa shashi aba ana imaliwa vataruno nabe 92 93 ama dole kupopsa shiri ndesheke takame duradi to kukarali yene ngono to kutondoka ilo to kufen kana kota ke nulondo foka tutale nini manao imali wa ino wi aituki fa kwinatuka tutale nini manao uno na batu ombolele bani nguno na betu to omboloka na we kadala uli muju okana ke pambe umbo muno dali nale nkuluka ja kule kapukulule ngashi ndudite opoligamous nice shashote ketu pane etu kongenyu no nawa na bapukulwe ko ye kudungo ikundu no kukarafana ne mepo kucha myombo ndirote mwakulie wote mwanashike eoni na dite mfa bifimbweli taongwa kuli onkuluka diunyeli mumbu akulawe okwaka we ameno le umbo yo eneta kuchomwe ya otade ulana omitanda dipeta mweti yo eneta kakoshamo omtsa we mepo ngenge nena nalon samane meumbo ndetamono kucha walo ndono shiventara
nangote ya ewa ondio te wafatura ponawa o paifene o beta de tunalo una katuka kutumba mbelando tukanduli po mikuno dinga na Rwanda ngashwazi no kutumbura ngo
ya amwe ndio te edopora kulala kula lilimo malenga ne yamba
ya
ina kakwaliwe na kwefo shirongo shiningomba atombo shiningo niko ngero wale shango mumbo wa samane bashanga bo angula angula njembo o vivio wewe na shita popi oba imbio imbiro kwela wewe na shite tulomgele mapya tala loke mbundu o morwa shige o hamba de tuno malenga mwefa mpon mepo ke pangelo ndeta murufa ke pangelo nde mborwa ke pangelo shashi mushingiri chanti divorce andishi pangelo la kwata pana kuna alio sei shosho ne paife pangelo shandu tadike pangelo o etata lika muamba o eteam an baba elo yata dike pangelo duka muhamba otankalanga alio beta ili melandu rafano totelekei nenali ini mae dunda kanu katusho kutoka kaya ete itera ditu nanena modrate yakadipo tareke shikulombwe beta dipe fadi shape etero ke shashe kwetu nakutara kucha ova dali wo mushirongo shange nawe uye umurake pefa pena ali ukadona mushirongo o hambo kwa ufanuka dona eshikuno mongo gayo kadona vya kutalika kwa mbogote ya mbatito beli mudele tokadona katalika peni komavere gashowe bamona bali tafuki bwa kuningini ngengo mavere anangala otochoka na koine kake nakana okanyamwa kulie otoka langu nongo be ange ino mako eri atano ko maruvinga ndototike inakatana o mango ngwao opwae ngumuke kwa anyamwa kulie tutalinyi kukadona tunene na medropa de tomo no momombwe tweke mo mikunda o mavereli ngao twa monene kanu wenye wadrevo angola usenabe tate ko rumako na menuto uvele ndijwa mno alipo mbala no pweshi bani ngo hangonga senika tunenya ali ukadona onu ngokuna na lundo nutano maro kuneke dolongo na nato ashe twako meme wao kataro ke mako pharmacy ninganga mapunda tapone makeup okadona noko okadona akate twako ndokadona takefi wakakulikwe ndetakalekele runyoni paifenena eve tatatikati tupondonge pingengo se atupondwa tufonwe tapiange tuliko penali lelo la shome
na Rwanda akutetwako waamini ngashikeno adira shike
tate ko uruma ngengo no kwa monika kuchina Afrika mondo dwe dorina diwan tate bako tani wanga ibi tate
atulikwa ilonga ngoni atulikwa
meme ndali no shironga ngasha bata daruno na beli gane ilonga kana kayo kuna ukabalula ndefikwa ike to etara
ko takawile pedu
chushu wetu no nabo kadona karano meme moshipato umwita tula moshipato ana watula no moyunda
ngengo kwafi ataka ningulwa kuje
ni maini ngulu umapate shishinali ini maini ngulu bange yakala oyo depo yetu ndo yaningirwe ke kucha mumbo itaningirwa kuchoka notaka kata urukongo bu mumbo mununo na umati mo mununo na vokadona akadana ukapeni wena kudanoka munu dano upuloko amati ngatu kurune mumbo ashitulika mumu dano tale ko kombwe ni rutana beliko shunda adale sho amono kuja muna ngenda kadona Rwanda daningu ukora ngoka pefi mumunanga abaningu korora amba bangengo bakaningashi shosho kwali to hango makadoneri opo mafamba mangina ali ombo runya leta kana ndepe ife oshika tutondokere tuweke pharmacy ke depo shotefa po shwamba eshika kwa ishinasha na kupata rutuka ishinasha rutita liko shorovene taliko shoyi
o inima tupulanga para tu nandi atu imopishi atupule kwa aba kabishi wapopo kucha onyahiduka atukuliwe nande inawe ntulireko kepwali kalumenu ngenge o edda da kufa poko nkainu ngashi ambala weke akufa po edda da alumenu o natango wahidro kushuma ko
nawe kuchane kepwali onke ino kumwete atahiningwa
natango po talipula kucha pakala anu afutu nande o kana kanyanu wapo nde otuna obanu ndeni ngumba munkundanga shwange wi kunda wakula domino kaino akadona bapo ukadona bapo dengo abalu ande toimo nde totala kucha vangapi vamununona inafupa kaimbe pesi ndomino ngohe tatu na heali inafupa abesho o mahodi adalio hawile peni mbela unona va miti kwande tabeke ro shaike ngao
oma ojota drogo kali na longa ndali kuposhimashi ofutwe yuno na wafutu fonjewa punishment yo shilongo shayo niko kakwali kuchanu naka ningo madimo wakafutweka onu otangwa ninganga utakuti mushindongo shange shandongiro sho kwa nyama mati mwete nyona futi fongope amati varulwe kuchina miti kamboli na ombola peive nini mai umake ningo market
peke ninga market
nenanenge ngo wataro marketa uno navo vamita momikalo twedipo ya dimipa ilo pomo vamitira keba openapa tamfipi bakwenyo honde ndino choma ojota kwataka
amuti momitira ndo keshi
uno nanye momo mbuya mvaduru vamwe oviwolela bakwa vatu mo mafano vipostinga oma ojake na hitaningi eshinashi mfunjaka kapenasha shoma odi
epuro aikendirisa
teneka shilulu mike onkulu nwa kwa tumbola enawo nono na opi bakele meumbo kufemo kamwana ma ojote kufingyo uno na ope fiatu bange momombo
mubange benkemba
mwenye mwebala ndereke unima ndenushi tulikoshi mvaite mara mwebuki fama mate taningi shikosho nde uko ta kujoma ojo ai ngashini maipe fo wateli ningero demonstration shashingengo nena shatu potenya pa keshe ko limo surwa kalo oshima sho sheterwepo ko punishment akucha o na rubanda runduka eli moshilongo wete shashamu kwa ndipo
ndukiro
ya akwali ya ndipo tate koluma na mina ndipo ne ba no lumenu peifene akulunu kwate yuno na beni nao olumenu utokiva kela meumboro banu atukufutifa shosho wete nafita kufa kono kanjifuta yana nalengo wa mitikenu mboto ale no kunda anu bamwe bano ko ushimba bamwe bako mbadamoro emitiko morai oniko etano no ambine kwala mushilongo no piti fweta ndo yemo mfitu
utuna azamana amatayi wakere mombo bano mbola no nguluka jaho mborwa ndenge shike yake shamonika nta shike mangu usamano bengo hoka mona andukiro la kula nando me peife na beno beta kucha na andukire oshika no weshabita ngengo shali pe udafano labo ya pewe andukiro shifike pamo
omandu nao enyango ngole limonjira ya ini maitote ningwa kanu ngo natukalo ntumba shina tukukumukwa ano ataturapo ibetawa ni shukiri leki natukutumba na wakana tate ko rumangero watale no kurukati umuhomboro wamonare wote nare kujono kwa homboro kuna hita shikuna ne kulutula yongwete kujaleke pa imango wote kuchapata peno kurukati paife mema homboro toyoro la penyo kalinge keke Kenya ushi to uli kombata ndena mweno mweli moka mburuko ya no nkongo wa nepeti uka mongolo
bona tango hidrika wete kuna na emwe kujali ne ka lumenu okutara simani manda didirika okuo ola ongulukadi wa nkwenya homborwa o irenga nanto nuberi pamwe anuberi pamwe twange ngo bakala pamwe nande duro milongo mbalire ko shap ya shishike kukeshe umwe luhapo o madiradiro ma luhapo hadi kainuna tango nkainme tekunana na mesho tekunana nicha tekunana na tango no kanyaka ekucha ndio wale nalo bandambere irongi piwari yo mo apikina tati oi nepeti wacho kuole bati oi na otoka mbadane uhene popepinae opo utere kucha inyengolo tali yanga ipi lu hapo ondiwete kucha o meme obena moshima shiringa shashi okuitake kai kon onkulukaji wangu ntongange umbujo ahumbura ndito muitake kon menu kashi kashona na shiri mokati ketungeno kaya ano natutaye kucha kashona o meme nabo akala wena mulunya moshima shiringa
o wadari ngandanga tate koruma mengina mwenge inandilia shapoeka eshini shiguro mburende shugirila meme ngashike na aturongo no meme ndokwe kwara to monwe kuchano wange no kalinga memo milongamu wateshi naye wiwete nale ndesheke tankape efikweke na ndorope ili kulandele mamani ndikulieka itailandwa kumeme nekendeli ontonge kelion oshiko shonga lumeno ateshina shiko sho twidi nikenena umwenye wiwete nale kuchoshike tashiningwa hapa walukile uwishike tashiningwa hapa nomongula toshangero ka messenger okara watira tati wamule ndumbera ndovembele vaya weteko ametate ko luma ngeno amame umwe mutunda dipo anoka samani vanhu vakurukati umwe pakala ndombe misikamo unonda kaiwa ningashike ila umwete kuifana ilo ningira ngashike ila eterengo kaima umwete kurongole kuchondara nokana na veki mala ngengo wate kurushina le kucho apa ndiri muju
ngo watale ko utapulokana pamukunu ujuno nsamano ambura buya mununona iro umurashike
umwoto wange
iro kwale iko kana kake kufa nalwanda uliopo
shuke tatongo ulicho kuno memenya watekulirwe kucha mutunge ngo no kwe kupenda botoka karuno kana kafa no omo kwacho memo mahapu tate kolum umwe tate kolum mai kolum boleshike mbela ma ndali ponele imwe tate koluma ponele bonda onga nongo ndafimane kwapo ndali mundi na poshipo piwa nenge ndina posha ongoka jono hokeshi wepipilange sha ditarga ndegi anga iketu liponele onomba na iproko story ndefyomba tashiko mbali ndenda katarata teko findikire ndishike twafika pumbo amendanga nani ndina mu kwetu ngeno mutuka mwali kwetu shapya kana vatinya yakomboke wete kwa ya jako weekend weteko ndebo tulio ndeta ngomba daliga osho shike
mashongo
atupiteni mu mashongo ome mame tate korumo ndenda mudaningi ni mai wanai amiandi olekeka
nokukufira ike mo radio igere fe mani nam
ya
to dimi ngufira
amodiolo shirisha shi atusenya atu papu ikino meme no owe aishe itongo ana mondino weki otaya mu mashongo mumbo bakwetu morome mamwa ombola openanga itanditi kapena rumeno haimo mombo abakwa bakawale marame kulombwere ndiwo nga shiapu kupitira mo mema betu da nde omo psaka jeri ngangere kwa shikwa enuka nde sha umwe kwale kwaro ekutondone nde tati kulino we kulengo no
yekwetere natango enjobo
meme mbolingo kwe kuhale obokani ngo ntondi wai shasho ino shwani vapo amondina engo didimwe duru no kuboroka nte kudengana ndo mukati ko tondi walo ndaka ikofa ka shake ndo ndaka yo peke ikofa maka shiku chapuli openi obe kushapeli
ni anshiningi arumeni anshiningi
arumeni shenge tuli okuhola wete
ameko kuhola kwa kunyauka kujo chipa kudure kweni bali
ayo kota ahawita tuti sheume mo bamangulu kakutola aba bena arumeni na hombolo atutongwa ahombolo onhombolo aterumba tafonmeri kontunda alumeni wapo basa vali wapo onmaleke numba wai Pwa manguruke.
So asike angaipi mwenike kuchoyo ndia.
Ushukucha tate koruma tunanu vasa alumenu vasa. Ina sako mikifindo vasa vaipe kwa kakurukati. Mwami dingono ko mungo ningo liseja. Dishukucha mutu mondonga kashimo tonga komo kwa nyametu.
Oshiri. Ini maisheka ndio te isheka ka.
Olumenu ndeno mapata abotai mwile pondo lumenu tashuna ndeta umbota litembo kwa manga konkurukati. Ndeshaka sa no walo ndimba onwa.
Ile te nangalepe.
Ne umbo kunita yo mombo pefe. O ngalo yo tate koruma ngalo yo kilira. Pa ifene ngenge o hatu popinena oba kurukati. Edi payo le lilo ntiro le ilu lodi ilo le ile ningolo nai. Okuna nando ai ke mi bofili mo jendam. Alumenu wa pui ha popi. Omeke ba paralaise omo ulumenu na ashashari wapo. Ndo ngalo ke mumbo. No embio ta difambo ko shi korokoto sho mumbo. Mara no ngange ke mako mboka nde umbweli weningira hidu kali dure no mboka inagwaje. Nde fimano kalipwali. Owali ke fimano lilipweshi wali unilonga. Ano poveli no pombayo po. Ano bamowefa kakurukati. Ongaru ke yanko niyo depression. Nde kwenta kufwasha. Takufwekena. Nde no mbete kunangara te indo kurukati na itai. Nde teke kuleva ano. Mara ovekalungo kwa ike kupa. Ongalo e yapo. Kakuno nkuruka jalo nweli moru yepo. Ovashona. Onkurukati ngengo ngange ni mari wando kwa tekurwa. Itamono ngengo to epeko. Tate kurumo kuna arumenu ta hepekwa. Ndarumenu ya tupo pitate. Ndem kurukati ngo entule ngava na ndo shekuna. Na mo ina ba arumenu no ina kululu. Nuno na opo badaro veshude. Ndobo uli kopo. Otuna arumenu ta hepekwa tate ko uluma ta hepekwa. Mo shirisho beni. Nde meme otate takufwa talaika lumenu kwenta kufwa ta peku emotional takufwa umbola ndesha kufwa umbola ndo tapo emeta otoka angari peni holongo bali ne batime moita kala mushasho eri nunon oshika itai kumbola meme naye manga kumbola bashasho ko kwali yakuombolwa mitandi ndolune bali ati ninginai meme naye ne kumbola amikale lumbola nge naye nuno na baye kumbola irwafie muno na bana ngenga mutanyi ko shipongo no naye nabo na emekelo polisi o vetai anu vetwa wabo kukare ke parliament kunyaka fikota na vitalulule o memabe akuombo rina kufalia samani mu mombo na eko mombo abo oveno no ina onno ite kuduru pe umbola yolo to duru pe fatu duru ko mombo hita to duru vene bawo wa kwetu atije jeveta dani ngwa mushirongo shetu tate ko uluma to ito duru ko uluma maro to duru umbola
Ano penanga obetai mwe atulirweko ndetalombula kucha obetai pitaleni akwashiwa na manga unena abapedu ilebeli ko mtunda kundeta oshima tashitali kango na ndemwe diamana utali kucho tashirongo ilo amu obetai apo kucha nena mushota mwende tampiti tamwende lombinga imwe openanga obetai mwe etelu monga kucha modulate ya atukaninganisho nombanga shokadi ile wakuto atokole ebeta hacha ikeni na mongula pendini shani manima
tate kuruma imbiri kuri yange shebetaka shon maiko pawanena alongi fwa ongudoyo emwetako omahoro lwakufweke manga shina shano majority chacho parliament ana vavota fipseshwana onda vo majority chava shosho weta akareketa ndani same parliament shatu taro tv taololo vanu pefimbo kweta akambeina ndote tuli pefingo newono maro kwete ovetala yaike mara mongulo kwatiba yokununona opotea cheku chaka kwali tadru kupopsa mara eshikwali munankwa tadru kupopsa likongu beye na mawi oya fikama aulule
otuna na tango anu elime parlementa ndetu kucha kokola tu kingane morwa antuka penangu tadenge ndenye na iremo ombula ntana tadi piti pwashiki inacha kosha ike nande
shiketa kwa salary takucho ngudu yawe apops ngashike mu parliament ngo ndikutofele mwanu yatishe eli mweketa talongo diva mokwali hakofa unu mwenge ko shilongo sha mangulu kilo ko kutumeke mu parliament inamoni huni kuna keishi tapo bishike yo atareke kucha kwa wino shimali wa shoko numbano boshe yako boshe yoko numbo yafuta tunano velingao omapangero apumbwa kukaraha shenye tavetanu vapende tatalani vakuruko mumbu ini maita yukilile oshilongo hitashi ukilile shinorwa mambinga omiti madakulo deta naronjala pa ife chapota shitekapo ikashishi kapenini miwa
ndiongo waepa eperera shike
moshilongo shetu atujeke oute yako muto takala nao oute yako muto takala nao shipe onota shenjwa kendo ngudbine shenjwa itanditi kambe inonu kashike fimbolo kukambe inani ashikio shota ningiro shiwana ndishwete tushwete kapeno mpofi anu bapwi haningile shashi onleri muwa ndo taholeke interesta dai nomboroto yae kuchango kwa ikombata ndeta dipopo pwamotaka tongwa pwamotaka expose politika ya mbule tuka inekari ukuru kutuka fane kopu nenari watelele veta dijepeni nod diwa eveta ta dipe orete diningi tadini mwango konterumba tangao
amota ati anu ngengo wala kuningon kengeri indamo politika
andi shipopiro wapo mwiti ifikuri mwe moshilongo anga utarande shipopiro hatuye pekimali watakufipwa mekuru takufipwa tate kuru takufipwa unona takufipwa na fikola takufipwa keshe tojote exa kucha no momboroto nde unona watavi ongonde takucho kapitani pe wa ipangalo talika kufana ka epeni kota ki ongacho ka profeta kadiko takale no kutukano ko kiyamo politika imali wanga ikapero ngeno keke tepo hangano lo numbakete imito dilonga fio alongwa yanga pituna moshilongo shetu tavidenge meno lonena vaimboro yo bana bene fabrika na challenge upa indongo na challenge wewe la nanjebo na challenge otate simeri yayo na challenge upunyo na challenge walenga endoko tolanga pye profession ngapi shapati wale katuya koi kundaneki amondarongwa peni okwali yakuningwa shiki eshine yakuningwa shiki oile kweke ukatala uituro mbwele shatu ningine shiki shina tumona opportunity
ya hayo kukupora kangana vya kucha kistatia wera ya tatia wera yo mwaina wankwa tati nanjebo yaro Eliakima nanjebo wana teni kamisa wana pora kama atupopingane mapuko geri moka tiketweni atuga ningi amotaka ningwa itagani bashike kunona olunja atutala kunona unona tu ningo mapuko unona akulunso sina tu ningo mapuko gasu yako akulunso shatu te apa mambo tsene nono wakumwe kuchano memo ningi nyano si ali mukholo kunyenyeta mema no sikano aluko hoendaske na mononga yandi kumanuri na tate nina ini machanga uno nao kouli wan uno ndunge paifu atala kucha umapuko taka sipentaga nde tage yangini onkene akwetu oteshipo petame kompea na Rwanda kucha nambi olino betombwa na wando betade twada tulongitheni omaikhumbato getugani ngomadigu shashingo na politika shashingo mwene onkunda shashingo mwene opasta shashingo nangeshefa oburu kunyanga shwakara nde obeta de twasho diringao obeto dirida yorora kucha ino ninga shonduma ino ninga shongadi nda shipopya kucha na Rwanda ngwapo iko radio nengoje opena euro kojiripo nenge oshayorora shoshene oma obeto dirora de kucha ino ninga shongadi nde itapopo ike na Rwanda ngwapo iko radio itapopo kucha yona sanguya harongo ko ministry education aye omwakwatero mwamuhe omuna omashongo gari moshilongo shitpenya holike o unene programa de tal propio mashongo tal propio gadigiri mokatiketu o otuna mpya kadi ogenji dega mota tuganingi ndeshipeta mekucha a kurunto tuna morunyara moshima shachangao otuna mompadi imwe moshima shachangao nde otuna kushopareke ningini oshilo mwetu shamanguruka ita ya hulu ndo shike itatu tunginyo na mbia yetu oshike itatu ilo mbweleni asa mwana mweli mwanoni mitso mkupina kala kulombula kakurukadi akukadha mweli mitso kutunga ita mbwele nga ndalongo ishendi kubwelena tanga noza po yanje no shinde kuhoka nae kapari onza po kaya umwe amwe kuhoka na mwanza po ngashinaru ande shipopi maukengeri nde yamwe ethimboli mwashurika mwihoka na kapena ngweno mbapira kuchongo mentone nkonkurukadi ndipo karaho nota mwambida thana tamono mbapira do kwalifa neda mwani mapito nzapo mono nzapo deni ndoku za mono ke tidenge montoro kuchanga ngaye ya o andi biko nsaba no mwe suara yanje mbili ali aho kanon longi nga mwami maro kwa mana yenda nale nsane onkurukadi nyakwali hapa kuchanga itrombe nga noza po yanje nkadho kwa longi skora nsano mbia kwa ngoma tero ko tati ngaye nanga nomba pira yo kuhingaye no mayo manyamige dinga ono ku papira ina ngwe ku inanga shulimpo uchoka ene uno skora we ku inaite buru kuhingolo lingwe ka o tunanga o mashongo kali mokatiketeni so cha tugeta unene temba tafatwalesa tusho abcd akwetu antu achanga ina hala kulombolo akurupe mbeya kala pamwe nari eja pamwe na hore ya moya hokana nari so eno bro milongo hamano monjokana hamano na tano monjokana ndo ukashike komeho ta esheke kucha onkukadi wanje andina la pongini andi ningini ngenu ke shakara kuchanga ndi ngenu ke unagea ndeyo paife aye te ku facing man te ku tarera kucha tromo yeshike gananga zaka etumani ngiro manyami torombo manyami onkuruka dita mukuru samane paife no ku ya mukuru shike otomwe nahike wano tuna oshiwana shapita monjira paife kashire na wanande nande natatu ategeranga pamwe ngasho programa tudingiringi una wote kucha hono apuka tutareni kucha antu inapi moneni ke kwa nuongo uli monjira shono shapuka nangwa shuri ko ninge pokolera leo mara hiyo tatara kucha ngaika ndikana ndiri nawa onga ndiri monjira mapeno mapuko ga mwoga ningi ka ndika shikoludino nena omapuko ashiki hano tukambada ninga ko to programa tukaya tudiprakeni una tuni mora dio ngaita tupo kucha tunyana omeme ninga tupota tenai nde inima omashongo limoka tiketeni so mutaza moshiwa na moka omapuko mwatu wa mwenye moshiwa na mazimo getu mambo getu mweli ya nde unane ongo tapewa ompito mbwana ko igerefe matukala tupopyeni onawa shat popinima ai mule inima imo yakala o meme yakala no tate kule yakala ta futikinima itopopisha ngoshi pura mule ni nato pura ne udengwe munsa ke to kwa monse kucha to ha kuita poshkengwe paife thimbo wana wane shone tuli mama putukotagea ne no makolo na kaleta atuputuke ni popjeni kucha shono shapuka ndeita shipopi kucha no angulo tapo pupaka nengo tanya na ku kadine tapo bina asamani ai omapukura thana shikiripo shashi ongereka de tu kore ko shinjinale ngekite kulombolesha oshinjina ndinadina ni anona ndo ukhale ulikoko ko mapukura hombo takwepo tandikere kwantu ite popi nai kakere oshire atuzi kwa ike zero mu mitsete tukamunasha ibeho ya kuirongera kontunda nguri kontunda kunena nji antu yanga pia thika ponjo kana muro mamukura omamukuro madigu to yamukuro kontunde yamukuro onto kwafawa konti afangwa ngwanange ndokushishita popi ngashimeme no oyeshi kucha olumento nandinga ithengini intumenstama kukugeithanale tapopyo shicharera le almento poazi ya mwena shike paife oyenja akara ya mwena ya ndeta tungire meni mwi sho tashikanu kamo nena udi wa hiketa ukolo kapo akolike ndiku charmento anambia nayo ina ngambe poda wadiri ininga kudenga no kudipa kakele na chipumbu nande nande ndena sena nemba hatu dipa wa unina memeta dipa wa naona kongompito ona kaleta kongompito kucha kwetu ano shika usengaro katu dipa wa osengatu katu ningina shila nenge na alumento aningina na tuipo kucha umubashike atu dipa wa yaru leke na Rwanda tamekapo 1990 sori na tulimo 2026 alumento yangapia dipa ome pokati mana yangapia dipa unona yangapia dipa unona no kukadindi na imwe ti dipa wenji omashongo ngona otaka tani kucha atuka kanduri pongini unene soto tuhoro kukonga anpata etupemo nawa na masuta ya mtu atuka kala mona ko yo gender o tapo pina o tashwika teke ya masikungano na tango yetupe oshinji na tango opena ini maimwenji na tango limo katike tukatwishi omapuko kuchoshata meke pen shashia ko tondia ko gender hapo bikucha omapuko agata oko hata meke ko mapuko shono tashwika kucha itopie kucha almenta dipaga tadipaga lengini ngito tame kucha omurashike antu atadipawa omurashike tadipawa kashi shiri monjira shiri okupura epuro lingaonde otuna antu shiri tadipawa nde kasi chadipawa rashike ndengo ya pura na waeke ngiyando kwali hakala ponguna kudipawa nenge ngwadipaga ngpo yasopena mwakala kepo nando kukale kepo adipawa ando kwali agaru kande tapo pikucha omuru ashike wadipagerwa ndeta popio mudu ya utoka kumwa kucha memena paka na nyongo wae tepuko udipawe ini meachanga tuno kukerera itatu kuchoshana wanwange tadipaga sana ai kapena ikontu kucha keshi kweni nde twade kwenya dipawa otuvungeni okwadashi kon peri po kunsha ikena ndenande oshiro peto genda ediba unimarika le nyanyari thina tango ontu tajepe pande takadipa ko ni methimbo ontu tajepe kwa ndeta tungire opaka dipagena tango ini machango ya pita lenika autale kombinga meka mento tadipa gantu malambia no shoshiro tukubite de natanyo madipa tango jagata mekenginyana oinjota wa maumbo poyaka itadipa wana tango oinjota fekirwangano ntunde sorta mangwa naye kucha paifo oyenguno waito oshonana ndeti kulombo ndongo ngono natango nde paifo nde kwa damwene oshiri oshapuka omoturi apia kere kuumbo ndengera ntu ya popi hayo wakala kuya dipaga ongwetoka kongi ipotha ndetu etapu dibu shashwa pura kucho wala peni ushike mpawala la ninge wakile hokolojo nde inokala kulitara okujitara kaishon oshike okudima poshono wamono kucha waninge puko opuga yere shashon tungu ya itaporo ngero kuko shiri itaporo toposhi mashiringa oma hokoro no maudhiwo genji ayuka geta kumene ne kutate nenge ka kume shashi olunji okume na tango haeta umahohome kopokatiho wae ngono nde mwene gwe nanyo utonyo wa mono ofuchuna wa mono kaisi ya kaulumaka ndo mwije haya pe mona afika mapeni peni o twashike watalo ndoke na kushikucho hajika paife angwa kyo kala na utonyo paife ashike tane kucha aye salwa tamu na pakinga pe wala yontumba udhi oyangao antu ekidi para ndongo wetu dhiungu aka oketa pa makolo pokati ano tulini mudiwo o mapuko ka jangao ngika mu programa de trabajo likanku tamoshanga tukusi mosha opotutere kucha omahokolo ka jangao tukakanduri pongini pamwe nandika nimbaku ko na Rwanda
ya date golumangero watarashi atulinge topika di ya tuti hatu yanje shopelinwa ngashamu ndiole kuyanje shopelinwa kujai inatuyela
nalo tambo pini maya linda yera
inatuyela ya kigerefem
ategoruma umtokoruma no
umtokoruma no umtokoruma wana ini
ai mama muri na walela ati na uvando kwa pota poshi masi manane ne aposhike poma poshike omemembe aho kana ina naruna namwe Ado no mota kama kuna na duno nuju yali. Ala na trikio pandere tokere tangiru ni mai.
Yeah.
Tangiru shafa afa nungu yake ke no kanona.
Nanu mengena nunu nanu wangin.
Yeah.
Alu mengena nunu nanu wanginye.
Ay sabu menu. Simbori mwena ndo uno kana ne. Etrista on kurukadina kaile ke no kanona. Nalangira mukando mununo na. Ando napukale eturo kumwapo. Ya kapela ni mandie mapandero matokele ku
Nembo diso milongo nde ne matendo mayo nyano mwishi nale. Oje tasheti fondiro ifiko boshike.
Oshonesho shongo atara no hone simbori mwe nungo toka wakana kuna nawe kana kankweni. Yo kwa futa nale ngauta
Ndawa mbembela Amerika mwakwino nwa kwenye. Amerika mwakwino nwa.
Dara onunga kwa futa nale hui onungwe ngwe tokoronjeva.
Wango nungwe afi wanale beho toka nwamone toka la folole hijo.
Hakuna mebru paife ngashinga ni muntomo no monkato namuka. Tomo no monkato na keno kanaga.
Vaya penyani.
Kana mangeke no 15 years opo nale. Okena nale kana. Otoke kaza pen.
Ne almento mulingini amuka ka mununo na nenge aluko mulingi nyano ne kombinga.
Ayo lumenu kuchango unokana ne kelimne ya nkurukazi na kale ne ke na shangiro kwa hali ni maiki omo wana wango.
Omulipa wa amu kolekene ya mu popi umoto tuka population esikuta to siwata ndela mongereko pota kutwa uno nuko meta ongereka iko yatika maiki na nuno ukuni mongereko waka uluma.
Yo no shima ngale shima shiri mali anashuka shoshana waka.
Iminashika ya shima shiri shaba shatongora mwiko tutonya kutona kitima puko.
Aya lumenu mono inopunga kuoleka mkweni shiri mala ka. Oteko shiri. Ya. Ayo kokutaka shiri nde onunga wafuta nale wafutanga. Kasho ufuteru alika.
Yeah.
Atanga neta vipolifa ehiti wengala bati alina enalo kulipi.
Ya, yo wali
na kununo na wangapi? Yenayo kununo na.
Oshonosho.
Aya piwole upetameko. Ya tutele ngotu che wanda tuipulane na. Aneke to shene nengoko. Umuninga shike nai. Pepe kuro mgulari kucho ondalio kanyama mombia.
Ya. Ayo papumba atiane pa protection odama. Ya, unsamale tata wa meumbo.
Ya.
Uchano samasha tata wa meumbo samano ya tungwe umbo mo. Efo taka karapeni.
Hai ya mo ga mwatunga ne ka kurukalinga shipaise pena mambo ga mwatunga ka kurukalinga.
Ai ka kune umbali tali tunga ngurukatika ono kakumbo.
Sasa bana mo yari mumbo shiri.
Ai nga uri makombo ya ngurukatika shireka. Aloko kuchama nguruka onsamano kwatunga umbora yo. Kuyane ko na tango. Kuyako khotashika kala chiduma ko ngurukaje kuyako khe. Ai kaka shipunga kashona. Ya, ngurukaje tatu ngako ya no pomasika tatereke. Malangwe kune simbo jo kucha kuchongini ga. Aika uli watomuka.
Paime ndengine mapuko geringai atuga pukure lingini.
Bapuko geringa one uteke pangelo nayo jato pakashona. Yoko simanino kutuila pondo protection odashino. Watara yeko mbinga imwe kucha ya shungulo yenu unona. Ese ngai ngukandiri unona nandi yepen.
Yeah.
Okuteke pangelo mo japunga kutarapo na aljanjo. Yo jafo tale tisini mairi ngano kashona. Asingo watara ngashine no pomadiga pasano. Ndunga siko bokalongo no kwaningo olumenu ko tutasa pote okana. Anu kuno kana nani ifunja. Kana ken anu ken omvura hamano. Akachene ayo.
Vamwaole kuno na
ayo nkurukaze tukwa hale kulilo nsamano mbali. Ayo nsamano mwato kwa kala kombaine ngo kwa kala penwali. Akane uya tato kwa halo kana ayo kana kwani yaketa. Akani ngapura nandira takaya kapo kana kamwe okona ekuli kangwe kwa chai. Kana ano kwa ndimo nano ka. Kwa shimo shanu kanga. Ngawando wazere umati kwari inipure ni moishi. Ando paningu ni moishi. Sheke akuye kuherere kuhere. Yokito sio ulikomba totumwa kimaru totumu imaru anani. Oimba kapeno kana shirika. Woteko.
Yo kana keliko mbolio kanumba.
Oh. Kuteko meme na wapumwa kurundurwa. Na taru meme naturundurwa ngashiri. Alo meme memani yo mapuku nene ma. Ojini watate.
Wate kunu.
Tapu jinanga.
Tangi.
Alright.
Natwe kome kono programa yetu ndete pamwe ya koto enje yetu prake nangano nandita apiti. Ngodi yetu na irunduru kono na noketa tunandatu ili atatu kamano dirimbali. Ono ano ngoino imwe. Alpapi omashongo uri mokatike tweni. Mashongo natuga ningini. Mashongo natuga kanduri pa ikuna tatuga hangena tukhene. Okuchomba ili kontunda. Omithiri wakaro. Ongereka. Anapolitika. Otseke tunokandura pa omikundu diringa. Inotegero ngereko waike. Ngereka paife da nuka dimota di daninga no kuli ondoko tola paife. Tadi panga kucha iwaike menyo mea no pomukare nawa. Nena otuete kucha ongereka da paife dimwe odinji paife da tala kuma kwiri. Tafada talishe da turamo odo hatari na paife kucha otoro wakuje. Oyota ya ningo ndoko tola shasho shia kupo mea nuan mo mea gon batoga nuponga pino po ili ongapi. Omuna ini mo injiri mo katiketeni. Ya. Anapolitika keshimo ta defenda kucho shapuka na tango nayo mweli minima ya changao. Omithiri wakaro paife di kutumbira fe kaina onkondo nande. Muyo ni antwe na kwanirwa ndemo na mibeta kucho ano echifa onyengwa ne kucho ano opoya qualifier ningo akwanirwa ngere ngini okushundura onkaro no kushundura mithiri wakaro katenyi patu yenika atukono ko twatamekera wi obisopa oje kujekwa na politika o president okoyatamekera komidi wi de paife oyenji oyatara omithiri wakaro afini mayawara taitisha ndo kuko ya kongaya zia inondunge kongaya tekurwa kongaya tatekulunya tukeni ndekule na nyino aye paife bunda kana kiri moshirongo gutana le na politiko tana ne wi mbano itunda mithiri wakaro shota ando tana ne kombingai ye ngere kana tango te atakusapo ya mweta tana ne kombingai nena aturi mudiu uno na wetu unji paife umwenke wapumbo hole natugaruke pepo washetu kucha yapumbo hole dohole kai diwete aike dikongane taine kongereka ho
ondaka kongoli kombo
uchata kongolane ongweke obene kuonjai
obara kuomborwa ne mengereka
obara kuomborwa ino yakono kuinde toningo mashenjo
yo etatu kwa mati obara kuomborwa
anto ya mana motate kayete kucha nani ngengini oyenji ongereka dudo twada bashikomeme yani ngwana ikarumento yo kanjine kucho haningina yaningingike yaningina ikarumento yaningina arumento yo ike hakani ngwana anda ina x1 yende tetaje paipo kuna shinda shetu no kuna mwameme oshike apipo ngande atela kucha omurwa shike nepuko yazipeni nenga atela kucha arumento awinai arumento ai ko koshi nengo onime dawara de iya tutela kucha opouli kipoko nime owaningishike tailika shikomboshono ngigashi ndapo nenge tashekama kitashiru kumatuka neno shito kulikapo konime ano tutalinga ombinga dije una tukandulepo mashongo inda tutalo mbinga imwe tutale nyo mbinga ombinga dije mbali kucha alimento yeli pongalo ilingine na tene omeme otuleni pongalo ilingine atitale ni tene nantala njo netajisho ndati natse tulipe nkarwini nginyi yako kanisinkuru kadinga ya ano natutaine kucha omeme ngeta popi na tare kucha omapuko ta akhala kwandira mapuko na kale kucha tatalo mbinga dije nokuyo kucha tse opportunity goshima changa omorwa shikoze tunokudipawa ombinga dikuno kuditala nawa so shamono kucha olunjiko veta nandika kupangura veta letu oveta to daira nae kakere mo veta monando daira opena yamwe akala yagama mbinga antu ejeke petameko kutameka iko shipotanisha tamekele antu yagama iko kumema po oshoshiri omemo yetu vala ndeka kele na hani ngoma poko na tango ashibiri kono no ya ninge poko opoka lini mailinga nde orunji omemo tatalika tango carmento shosho na kutua armento ne ina hala kupopya shashina ndo ya popye o makemo ga ya ubikako gomemo weka ninapo ningba shaiki pokati ko lumento ngurukadi ngado ta hore kwa manga olumento takutua kalawi ngoka lundiro nga kuchwadi kanonje bo kala kuntiliza na tango oye talandula ko ike no kulandula kucha no wali nonje bo kala nayo shito no inkusira onkala nayo shito de ko ni mathimbo mapo take apa no olumento ndete aya o programeto na Rwanda pamwe tepata kongane si tuchebaye kwa shono tapo pinina ndete mwa kutamosha nunanda kutamosha kisimo programeto ngura aitameke pofo sigo hiari kwa matango na Rwanda ndete musondaha una we programeto limbali
aitameke pomoi nikajemo ifo abotu orfa nikajemo pofo
iwa
yemo mandaha po mano ngoro dije na Rwanda yo paita
ngoro limo programa ya mandaha limo programa ya senengela iwa akuta ike antu yetu alanduli yetu shashi o hatu kanisa simboli mende o zetno popya kucha ongura tetameke pongape no mo weekend programa tetu opo tu prake na tokara prake na simbojini hano ongura opo zapone so poheario kwa matango no sondaha uza pongo iso ngapi
ongo ifyo 11
yo no programa yo mburu wanyo ongo to iningi
ko kuja po imwe kuja
po toka ningane yo kuja po imwe sigo po 4 manga moson momandaha okuza po hamano ngulo nene
fyo po etatu
so po etatu yo ngulo nene
njete no kuli po shomburu lwapo tuli manami Olivia po moi mwomo tuli manangula kuja kwa Angola atukata tulikangwanirira
me Olivia wapeni
Olivia shiveni kwa kala hadi poka doro papa pongo penumbora bopo
ewa ano sharingao pamwe na tuganyo mpitoko ko benduka ndeto cha programari me urikanta ko ruma pawe na Rwanda na tutalia kutuko benduko taitu pesike na tukato kalipo na wanene titano na pihumbate na wahorike kala tumone nande mo faira ya polisi mo mandaka nande
eti tani nali denga bandita
etano ka
mashine ne faira no jona ndia no njafa imwili hapa toka tuweketa
ngaita ndimo momo
chochote
na tukato kalipo na bye bye
aduje bye bye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekera tabona imatina onjo chikao shafasa na longeshefa ya ishwike moshiwana iyo moyawo otaingongotisa mwene anageshefa ya Namibia ombitomba na wa onjika feitha nina omayakuro niranditomwa ye yongeshefa yoyo kupitiramo Eagle FM Media House ngwe 20 meha ukakombanga nena kara omukwashifareki wimopo yomo programa detu moambo dengera soma odara hetatu imwe ndatu heri hamano tano oniaji Eagle FM the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Saima, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-288-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekera buna imatina omjo chikao shafasa na nana longeshefa ya ishiwike moshiwana iyo moyawo otaingongotisa mwene anageshefa ya Namibia ombitombwa na wa onjika seisa nina omayakuro niranditomwa ye yongeshefa yoyo kupitiramo Eagle FM Media House ngoe 20 meha ukakombanga nena kara omukwashifareki wimopo yomo programa detu Moambo lengera selma konara hetatu imwe ndatu heri hamano tano oneaji Eagle FM the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Simon, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-2888-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekera buna imatina omjo chikao shafasa na nana longeshefa ya ishiwike moshiwana iyo moyawo otaingongotisa mwene anageshefa ya Namibia ombitombwa na wa onjika seisa nina omayakuro niranditomwa ye yongeshefa yoyo kupitiramo Eagle FM Media House ngoe 20 meha ukakombanga nena kara omukwashifareki wimopo yomo programa detu Moambo lengera selma konara hetatu imwe ndatu heri hamano tano oneaji Eagle FM the eye.
My friend, why do you seem so worried?
Ace, I'm planning an event for next weekend, and I don't know how to best get people to hear about it.
Simon, don't worry about those small things. Contact Eagle FM today. Eagle FM has a dedicated team that can travel anywhere countrywide to broadcast live at any event such as a promotion, organizational launch, anniversary, wedding, funeral, political or traditional and church events, and basically any event that you wish to broadcast on a national level. Call them now and talk to Monica at 081-270-3727 or the office number 083-2888-400. Eagle FM, the eye.
No matter where you are, if you have a mobile device, you can tune into Namibia's #1 talk radio station by downloading the Eagle FM app on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. Download the Eagle FM app to tune into live Eagle FM programming or to listen to podcasts of previous broadcasts. Eagle FM, Namibia's #1 talk radio station.
Omutiha gutekera buna imatina omjo chikao shafasa na nana
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
comes to managing your investments, should you rely on one expert or a team of specialists? With a multi-managed portfolio from Alex Forbes, your funds are guided by carefully selected investment experts, working together to pursue more consistent outcomes. We pair the right managers behind the scenes so you don't have to manage multiple relationships. Strengthen your investment destination. Visit alexforbes.com today. Alex Forbes Namibia is registered and regulated by NAMFISA.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu matatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
The following show is a playback from Eagle FM podcast.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pulling Heartstrings with the Matriarch here on your number one talk radio station, Eagle FM. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 6th of the 12th month, 2024. It is a Friday evening and the time is 21:03. My name is the Matriarch, as previously mentioned, and we proceed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, initially we had started conversations this week and we had rambled with it, we had run with it, we had been in it, and then we saw, we conquered, we alluded, we continued, we are within Mos. So today I'm asking you guys, when is it an appropriate time to lie? When is it okay to lie? Because we all go through life and we're thinking, no, telling lies is bad. We even tell our children, don't lie. Our parents told us, don't lie. We were told, just tell me the truth. Keep telling me the truth. Don't tell me lies. Don't tell me fibs. We've heard this all before. But when is it an appropriate time to lie? When can we lie, actually? And tonight I'm asking you guys this question. If you could ever think about a time where it was necessary for you to lie and you just had to lie right through your teeth in order to keep the peace, in order to keep whatever in order, for whatever reason it was, right? I want you to come and share. Because there's this new trend that's going on social media. We listen, we don't judge. So you tell some truths about a few lies that you have told along the way, and nobody's supposed to judge you because, we are listening and we are not judging, right? The number in studio is 083-288-401. Now, I have a few examples here of apparently when it is appropriate to lie to somebody. It's people who are emotionally fragile. So if somebody is emotionally weak, they cannot handle emotions like that. So you just choose to lie to them because they are already weak emotionally more. So there's just no way you can tell them the truth and they are going to survive it. So you just opt to tell them a lie. Apparently, those are appropriate people to tell lies to. Apparently. I'm saying apparently because I'm not a firm believer in lies because I believe that it's too much work. For me, it is too much work. I've got too much on my mind to keep up with a lie that I told you because now I have to maintain my lie, Mos. Now I have to maintain what I said about my lie and how to keep about it. Now, how am I going to remember those things? How am I going to remember that I told you that I was going to the president's house? How am I going to tell you that, no, I was with friends?
Care that builds with you. That's the rollover benefit from NHB. When you claim less than a defined amount of your day-to-day benefits in a year, the unused amount is carried over for the next year, like a savings account for your health. You can use your rollover benefit in many ways, from co-payments to medical costs usually not covered, even contribution holidays. Learn more at nhb.com.na. T's and C's apply. NHB, rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
To the president's house. How am I going to tell you that? No, I was with friends. How am I going to remember? All of these lies that I'm going to be spinning you. The reason that I don't really condone lying is because it's the upkeep, it's the maintenance of the lie that gets me. I can lie, but the maintenance of the lie, it's the problem. Because you come and wake me up in the middle of the night and you'll ask me that question, and I'll most probably tell you the truth. And then I'll be like, oh, no, snap. So they said apparently people that are emotionally fragile, they are appropriate situations where you can maybe tell a lie or two. Now, if you are thinking about who is emotionally fragile, we look at somebody that is way too emotional. We look at somebody that can't handle their emotions. We look at somebody that is overwhelmed by their emotions, and that person is a person that is classified as emotionally fragile. Emotionally fragile. But just hold that thought, ladies and gentlemen.
Get social with us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Our handle is Eagle FM Namibia.
Listen to Eagle FM in Ludritz at 91.2 FM. Listen to Eagle FM in Omthea at 90.5. Listen to Eagle FM in Mariental at 101.2. Listen to Eagle FM in Okahanja at 104.0.
Do you have a question you want answered on air? Have a quick comment you want to share with the presenter? Eagle FM's SMS line is now open. Send your questions and thoughts to 1040. That's 1040 for only $1 Namibian and 50 cents.
Good evening. Welcome back. So today we're talking about appropriate situations where you can lie. The time that you can bring out a lie and everybody will be like, I understood why you lied. Lying is bad, but I understood why you lied, and we are not going to condemn you. We are not going to crucify you. We're not going to judge you. We're not going to do anything to you. You're perfectly fine the way you are. You just told a lie, but it was for a good cause. That is what we are talking about. The number in studio is 083-288-401. That is the number in studio in case you would like to buzz us up and tell us about when is it appropriate to tell a lie? When do you think that, you know what, this person can get it, you know, they can get the lie, because if I don't tell a lie, this person is going to, it's not going to end well if I tell them the truth, you know, like I'm talking about that one. So they said emotionally fragile. Now, emotionally fragile, if we are looking at it from a layman's perspective, if we are looking at it from an ordinary citizen's perspective, if we are looking at it from just a village comrade, just a friend from the neighborhood, just anybody, an onlooker, a person that is on the sidewalk, right? We would be saying that somebody that is too emotional. That is what we would say an emotionally fragile person is. Somebody that is too emotional, you know, they get angry, and then they cry, they are overly sensitive, they are over everything that is to do with emotions, they are over. So if it's anger, it's over. If it's sadness, it's over. If it is heartbreak, it is over times 10. Those types of people. So we are looking at Lydia and Ben. Lydia and Ben are in a relationship, and Ben is not feeling the relationship anymore, man. Mara Lydia, she cries too much. Everything. When she's watching a movie, she's crying. When she watch Osofia in London, she's crying. When she's watching people on the streets begging, she's crying. When she watch people suffering, she's crying. She's apparently an empath. She's apparently an emotional person. She's apparently one of those people that just, she just feels so bad for other people. So when they argue, so Ben and Lydia argue now and then most, but when they argue, the issue never gets resolved because it's floodworks. She just opens the dam. Oh, Benjamin. Oh, Benjamin, please do call back. Oh, Benjamin, why are you doing this to me? You're hurting my feelings in the middle of the argument before we can even resolve it. Because Mina, I do believe that we as people must have fight in us. We must be capable of fighting. Good evening.
Evening, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
Good.
Mm-hmm.
The best time to lie.
The best time to lie.
That one now, it depends on what you have to lie on. Because maybe you are lying to protect yourself or your family from something, you see. Maybe when you see that if I tell the truth, this thing will cause danger to someone, then it's better you just tell a lie to save that person, you see.
Like how? Give examples, my dear. Today we must hear examples. Because some of us are beating ourselves up at home. We are feeling guilty for telling lies. Until we don't know that these are appropriate lies. So tell us, to save your family. Save your family how? Why would you need to be saving your family? Why is your family in danger?
Let me give you an example like this.
Okay.
Let me say my brother is having a wife.
Yes.
And then I happen to catch the wife with another guy, you see.
Doing what?
The other thing.
Pata? Okay.
Then from there, I saw it, and my brother happened to find out. So they have to ask me. And I'll say that once I'll tell the truth to my brother that yes, it happened like this and this. Then that one, it's either the wife will be beaten or divorced. So for the fear of losing my in-law, I have to protect her by lying.
But my question is, do you want an in-law like that? Yeah?
No, I don't.
So you are saving. Okay, so which one would be better? You saving your brother's marriage or your brother getting HIV/AIDS? Which one is better? Cause see, yeah. Which one? Oro, yeah. You are saving your brother's marriage, and then your brother is raising a colored child. What's that? It's my last born. Hey.
Then, you see, the time you have to lie, but again you have to sit. You must wait for the person to cool down. Once he's in a good mood now, he's giving up. Then it's when you come to him a bit by bit, soft by soft. Then if I go just boom to my brother, I know his heart. But I know the time my brother will take this thing, but he will take it, but he won't take it on a serious matter now, you see.
Let's go back. You said what? Say it again. Because I'm even wearing my Star Wars t-shirt. So I came in character today.
Yeah.
I came in character today. I'm wearing my Star Wars t-shirt, and I'm not into these imaginary things today. Yeah? You said what? Your brother will do what when what?
Oh, maybe my brother will beat the wife or divorce immediately.
Okay.
So what I have to do, I know my brother very well. And I know once I tell him something, how he reacts, just immediately when he hear that thing, at that time, how he is, how he behaves. I know him very well. So for me to protect that danger, or for my brother to do something that will end up him arrested or doing something which is not good, then maybe I have to use a lie. But
what type of lie? Let's just go into it, my dear. What lie will you use?
Let me say, if he asking me that, oh,
did you see my wife?
If you see my wife with this guy, then I'll just say, I didn't see that.
You will say you didn't see his wife with that man.
I didn't see your wife with that man. Then ask your wife. Your wife must tell the truth.
No, she said she was not with that man.
Then they also, I will say, if your wife is telling you she was not with that man, then what else should I say? Me, I don't know. So.
Okay, and then your wife, and then your brother says, okay, you know what? I believe you, my brother. I know that you, I believe both of you. I believe my wife and I believe you, my brother. So you know what? Today I was planning on making babies with my wife. And we all know that babies are not made with a sweet in the paper.
You too.
And then, so you are going to let your brother go down that rabbit hole?
Oh, that's now you are locking me.
I must lock you, my dear. Yeah, I must lock you. Okay, so today, your brother is like, you know what? I feel like giving Cecilia another baby. I'm going to give her another baby today. And we all know how babies are made.
Yeah.
There's no eating banana in the peel here and all of that. So you are going to just watch Cecilia and your brother walk off going home to go and do the dirty. While you know in the afternoon Cecilia was
let me
busy.
Let me say it like this, You just tell me at that moment now that I want to make a baby now. Okay. If it's just on that time where he was asking me, we never took a day or just an hour. Just from there, he's telling me that. Then from there, to save my brother, we just jump out and let me die for the truth now. Okay. Yeah.
So at this point, you are going to. So that's not an appropriate situation, because I believe that many of us have actually been in a situation like that. Hey. But sometimes we also play for the other team, you understand?
Yeah.
So Mina, I have an older brother, Mos.
Yeah.
My older brother is this person he was this person that was just so aggressive, and we were not the best of friends. Mara, he had a girlfriend, wifey, Toini. Hey, wifey was even allowed to come to our house.
Yeah.
Shitenya, swara. Yeah. We once says bene, we are within.
Yeah.
Now, as we don't want this guy to mess it up, because even Toini's house is just on the other side of our street. Somebody close to home. We know her parents. We were very happy. And Toini was disciplined. Toini was like, this month you are not going to be buying alcohol and cigarettes. This month we are buying a sofa. This month we were watching my brother escalate day in life. And we were very happy for this Toini person.
Yeah.
But Toini was complaining every day. This man is cheating. So as we are like, me, I've never seen him. Me, personally, I've never seen him. So one day, this gentleman decides that he's coming from wherever he's coming from, with somebody that is not Toini. To our house. Hey! That day is the day that I chose the Judas in me. It was blood is thicker than water. It was not working there. It was just water is thicker than blood. Good evening, Toini. SMS. Good evening, Toini. I just want to inform you that your lover has brought home another lover. Until today, he cannot forgive me.
You are betraying now.
You see? But I didn't. I don't want to be. I thought. Was I supposed to be asked?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was supposed to ask me, is Habibi there with somebody? Then I was supposed to say, I didn't want to be the one to tell you, you know? But I also didn't think that they're going to break up, man. I thought that she was just going to discipline me in small. Kanti, it was the last troll. Hey! The relationship end, my dear. Now every day when he gets drunk, he's like, do you know you ruined my relationship? I'm like, sleep. It's late.
Sometimes you see now the situation is now whereby it will even you want to think of lying yourself. It will be tough for you also now.
Yeah. So when is an appropriate situation to lie? Because even you, the example that you gave, yeah? Even you are backing out of your own example. You're like, at this point, no, I cannot. Because many of us don't actually think of the story further than where we are now. We don't think about it in the next year, in the next 2 months, in the next what. We don't think about it further than that. We don't think about it in terms of, okay, so you lie that you didn't see Cecilia with somebody else. And then Kanti, who somebody else brought for Cecilia that day, as a little sprinkle and dash of HIV AIDS. Kanti, that is the day that she got infected. And then who brother dearest also jumps into the well. But you could have stopped him. So we don't think too far or about what is the lie really doing good or is the lie doing bad?
Yes, we don't think what comes next.
So if you find Cecilia with your brother, with somebody else, and your brother asks, what will you say? Even after I explained to you, you are still shaky. You are like, ooh, but that guy is having a temper, man.
That is a difficult.
That guy is a difficult guy, man. Yay.
No, but we have to lie sometimes. We just have to.
Do we really have to lie?
No lie.
Do the lies really solve anything?
They do not. We just have to tell the truth.
How do we tell the truth now? Yes, my brother, I found Cecilia riding. Riding that pony. I found Cecilia doing that. Yeah? Is that what you're going to say?
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
More dangerous than disease. More dangerous than Cecilia doing it over and over again. More dangerous than Cecilia giving the baby to your brother. Now the baby is yellow. Everybody here is black. It looks like my great-grandfather's brother's cousin's child. Ha, ma'am.
It there was no Chinese in the family.
No, we can even look for the pictures. It's just that I don't have our photo album now. But this hair is pointy, man. Let's just cut all of it off.
Things don't work.
I believe that if we are looking at the pandemic of men being given children right now, because it has been happening, and men are coming to find out only 10 years later after DNA tests and all of that they are indeed not the fathers of their children. I believe it's because somebody decided to not say anything.
Because the person who knew the truth, they never come out with that truth.
Or they lied. Where is Cecilia? She's sleeping. Kanti, she's not there. Kanti Cecilia is gone. Chai!
You are even holding the keys in the pocket.
Cecilia uhambile. She's gone.
Yeah. It's difficult, my dear.
It is. But thank you so much for your contribution. Stay tuned.
Thank you. And your voice today, what, do you have flu?
My dear, I've been sick this whole week, but I'm very dedicated to my job, my dear. Come hell or high water. Even if they have to carry me here, I'm going to work.
Okay. Get healed this also.
Don't worry. You guys' prayers, they are the ones, man.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
All right, bye. Think of another one.
I'll come up with another one.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight we are talking about when is it an appropriate time to tell a lie, to tell somebody a lie. So our first caller came through and then he was talking about, so if I find, brother's wife in bed, Mina, I'm not telling. If my brother can ask me and I'll be like, nah, I didn't see Cecilia doing anything. But then we dived into that lie specifically and seeing the outcome of it. And then now we are a bit shaky on, will we tell the truth or will we lie? Will we tell the truth or will we lie? We are in between there. But if you would like to come through with also one of your stories about, because we are more sharing sensitive information here. This is most our conglomerates, our sitting room, our lapa, our shinyanga, our shoto. So the number in studio is 083-288-401. That is the number in studio in case you'd like to buzz us up and let me know when is it an appropriate time to lie. So we are talking about fragile emotions, and fragile emotions can also be led to the example that we were given by the first caller, where he said that his brother has a temper. So a temper is also an emotion, anger is also an emotion, and rage is also an emotion. So somebody that is emotionally fragile can also maybe fall under that one. Good evening. It can also maybe fall under that one. But also we were talking about Lydia and Benjamin. Now, Lydia in the middle of the fight, before they can even come to a conclusion, especially when she's wrong, she just cries. And Ben now comes from a solid place, he comes from a solid place where they are told that don't cry and tears are not good and don't let a woman's tears fall to the ground. And now Ben is just trying to stop these tears because in his mind, like, if this woman's tears fall to the ground. So he has his own beliefs towards women crying. And I believe that Lydia kind of uses that to manipulate him into stopping the fight or stopping the confrontation, because she seems to be very quiet, she seems to be very nice, but she does bad things. She does bad things, and every time she's confronted, she cries. And apparently it is fragile. She's very fragile emotionally. So Ben just decides